Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and a very warm welcome. We are now ready to enter a session that's as dynamic as the industry it represents, that's gaming. Industry once defined by the pixel joysticks is
Is
now
now
powered
powered
by
by
algorithms
algorithms
and
and
immersive
immersive
intelligence.
intelligence.
From the
From the
hyper
hyper
realistic
realistic
graphics
graphics
to
is
that
vector
gameplay,
gameplay,
from
from
procedural
procedural
world
world
building to
building
the
to the
AI
AI
forward
forward
NPCs
NPCs
that
that
learn
learn
and
and
evolve.
evolve.
Artificial
Artificial
intelligence is
intelligence is
not
not
just
just
enhancing
enhancing
the
the
gaming
gaming
experience,
experience,
it's
it's
reinventing
reinventing
the
the
very
very
fabric
fabric
of
of
play.
play.
And
And
ladies
ladies
and
and
gentlemen,
gentlemen,
to
to
guide
guide
this
this
high
high
octane
octane
conversation,
conversation,
we are
we are
joined
joined
by
by
a
a
tech
tech
entrepreneur
entrepreneur
who
who
lives at
lives
the
at the
intersection of
intersection of
gaming
gaming
innovation
innovation
and
and
immersive
immersive
storytelling.
storytelling.
So,
So,
ladies and
ladies and
gentlemen,
gentlemen,
let's
let's
put
put
our
our
hands
hands
together
together
to
to
welcome
welcome
Mr.
Mr.
Aditya
Aditya
Mani,
Mani,
founder
founder
and
and
CEO,
CEO,
Euroground,
Euroground,
as the
as the
moderator
moderator
for
for
this
this
session.
session.
A very
Very
warm
warm
welcome
welcome
to
to
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
It is
It
now
is
my
now my
privilege to
privilege to
invite
invite
a
a
powerhouse
powerhouse
panel
panel
of
of
strategists,
strategists,
technologists,
technologists,
and
and
global
global
gaming
gaming
leaders,
leaders,
each
each
of
of
whom
whom
is
is
shaping
shaping
the
the
future
future
of
of
interactive
interactive
entertainment.
entertainment.
Let's put
Let's
our
put our
hands
hands
together to
together to
welcome
welcome
Mr.
Mr.
Girish
Girish
Menon,
Menon,
Chief
Chief
Strategy
Strategy
Officer,
Officer,
Jet
Jet
Synthesis,
Synthesis,
who
who
is a
is a
leader
leader
in
in
the
the
gaming,
gaming
export,
exports,
esports,
esports,
and
and
digital
digital
entertainment.
entertainment.
He
He
brings
brings
strategic
strategic
insight
insight
into
into
how
how
AI
AI
is
is
driving
driving
the
the
user
user
engagement
engagement
and
and
monetization
monetization
of
of
India's
India's
fast-growing
fast-growing
gaming
gaming
ecosystem.
ecosystem.
We
We
welcome
welcome
Mr.
Mr.
Narinder
Narinder
Kapoor,
Kapoor,
Global
Global
Business
Business
Development
Development
Head,
Head,
Nico
Nico
Partners.
Partners.
With a
With a
pulse on
pulse on
Asia's
Asia's
gaming
gaming
markets, he
markets, he
offers a
offers a
global
global
perspective
perspective
on
on
how
how
AI
AI
is
is
influencing the
influencing the
player
player
behavior,
behavior,
market
market
trends, and
trends, and
cross-border
cross-border
opportunities.
opportunities.
And
And
let's
let's
welcome
welcome
Mr.
Mr.
Manoj
Manoj
Padmanabhan,
Padmanabhan,
Head
Head
M&A
M&E
Games
Games
and
and
Sports,
Sports,
AWS,
AWS,
whose
whose
technologies
technologies
at
at
the
the
forefront
forefront
of
of
cloud
cloud
and
and
AI
AI
integration,
integration,
brings
brings
deep
deep
expertise
expertise
on
on
how
how
infrastructure
infrastructure
and
and
intelligence
intelligence
are
are
powering
powering
the
the
next
next
generation
generation
of
of
scalable
scalable,
real-time
real-time
gaming
gaming
experiences.
experiences.
And
And
let's put
let's
our
put our
hands
hands
together to
together to
once
once
again
again
welcome
welcome
on
on
stage
stage
today
today
Mr.
Miss
Nicholas
Nicholas
Granatino.
Granatino.
He is
He
the
is the
president
president,
staying
staying
AI,
AI,
United
United
Kingdom, a
Kingdom, a
global
global
investor
investor
and
and
AI
AI
strategist,
strategist,
offers
offers
a
a
unique
unique
lens
lens
on
on
how
how
machine
machine
learning
learning
is
is
not
not
just
just
a
a
tool,
tool,
but a
but a
creative
creative
partner
partner
in
in
game
game
design,
design,
personalization,
personalization,
and
and
predictive
predictive
analysis.
analysis.
And
And
finally,
finally,
we
we
welcome
welcome
on
on
stage on the
stage on the
panel
panel
Mr.
Mr.
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Chilkar,
Chilkar,
who is the
who's the
Vice
Vice
President
President
and
and
CTO,
CTO,
Whistling
Whistling
Woods,
Woods,
a
a
pioneer
pioneer
in
in
media
media
tech
tech
education.
education.
He
He
brings a
brings a
future-facing
future-facing
view
view
on
on
how
how
India
India
can
can
nurture
nurture
the
the
next
next
generation
generation
of
of
AI-savvy
AI-savvy
game
game
creators
creators
and
and
storytellers.
storytellers.
And
And
with
with
the
the
stellar
stellar
panel
panel
and a
and a
team
team
that
that
merges
merges
creativity,
creativity,
code,
code,
and
and
commerce,
commerce,
I
I
now
now
hand
hand
over
over
to
to
our
our
session
session
chair,
chair,
Mr.
Mr.
Mani,
Mani,
to
to
kind of
kindly
carry
carry
forward
forward
the
the
proceedings
proceedings
of
of
this
this
session.
session.
So
So
we'll
we'll
have
have
for
for
your
your
benefit
benefit
Simon
Simon
and
and
Mr. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us this early. It's an early session, and we have quite a full room, so thank you very much. We have really have a stellar panel here because we have perspectives from people who helped shape the metaverse. I mean, they've been people who've been instrumental in what we call the metaverse before the metaverse really happened. We also have the perspective from a studio of studios, which looks at not just technology and creativity, also looks at how it's integrated across a multitude of studios. We have the talent pipeline of India sitting. We have one of the key minds shaping how talent is coming out and how talent is using AI today. Um, and we have the technology, I don't want to use the word bedrock, but the technology platform on which we stand. Uh, we can't do anything without the technology partner, and we have someone representing the technology side as well. And then finally, to make sure that we're not, going down a rabbit hole where we're just thinking about things. That often happens with technology. So we have data to back us up as well. So I've just given a glimpse of who these people are. I request each one of them to introduce themselves. So starting with Nicholas, if you can tell us a little bit about yourself, and then from there on we can move to Girish and further on.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
I've been working at the intersection of technology and media for the last 15 years, always considering technology to be an enabler and not a rent extractor. I believe that once you start to believe that technology is a rent extractor and allow it to be, actually the culture and the quality of content we see and consume and create goes down. And I think that's a really bad thing. I think there's a fantasy, particularly in Silicon Valley, that you can replace all the creative. This is not my belief, and we as creative have survived actually massive wave of technology, and we can also see that actually technology and social media has always used media to actually attract audiences. So I think the future is bright. I believe in embracing technology, but I see technology more as an enabler at the intersection of what I do in AI and what I do in gaming. Very big fan also of India, doing an AI incubator, for Indian talent, called STEM AI, and also producing the Asian variant, as the first AAA game out of it.
Hi everybody, Girish Menon from Jet Services. At the outset, let me just say, personally, I'm a huge AI fan. I'm a believer in the Star Trek future and not the Terminator future, right? So from that context, what Nikhil said, looking at technology as an enabler rather as an outcome is a very, very important distinction to keep in mind. That being said, at Jet Synthesis, our entire philosophy revolves around, identifying and looking at those future trends which will, increase the value of what a consumer consumes for themselves, right? And the way they can consume and how they can consume, and how can technology therefore be a key lever to make that happen, right? So from that perspective, I think the way we look at AI is to say lots happening, figuring things out. There are a lot of concerns about how this will evolve and what areas AI should be involved in, what should not be involved in. I think in my simple mind, these are problems to be solved, work towards a solution, because at the end of it, what you can do with AI can actually massively increase the level of consumer experience and engagement that can happen. So that's how we can sort of look at the entire AI solution at this point.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Chaitanya. I'm the Vice President and CTO for Hosting Woods. So we've had a game development program for about 9 years now, 4-year undergrad program. And like with everything else, we've been working on several individual workflows within the ecosystem to make sure that we're always at the cutting edge of those. Obviously, AI has been a part of our world now for about couple years or more, but actually even longer than that in some aspects like immersive reality. So what we are looking at is how do we make sure that students understand there is a creative core which is almost unchanging. There is a workflow core which sits on top of the creative core, which gets updated regularly every 5 odd years. And then there are a whole bunch of tools which are both in the quote-unquote traditional workflow as well as AI-enabled workflows, which will literally change every day. So how do you make sure that the creative core remains, you update yourself with the workflows, and yet stay on top of the tools to make sure that the tools work for you in order to deliver better quality creative technology and creative entertainment. So we'll talk about that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manoj Padmanabhan, and I lead business development for media and entertainment at AWS. My core role is to see how I can help media and entertainment customers adopt cloud. And we always learn from our customers, work backwards, and we always feel that AI is an accelerator and not a replacement. So I was in one of the panels on AI where somebody very nicely stated that if AI is the paintbrush, human emotions is the artist. So that's where it sums up the way that we need to approach AI as such. Thank you for having me here. It's an esteemed pleasure along with all of them. Thank you.
Yeah, so my name is Narinder. I work with Nico Partners, and for a quarter of a century now, we've been tracking how gamers and game companies across Asia and MENA have kind of been responding to one another. We've been working with companies across the globe on how they can kind of succeed in these high-growth dynamic markets. And I think when it comes to AI, we're going to hear a lot of perspectives, but for us, the key questions we like to kind of discuss internally is one, how are players responding to existing applications of AI? Two, how are wider audiences that may not have necessarily started engaging with games in these markets be thinking about AI? And three, from a business perspective, are there opportunities? Are there risks? And if the opportunities outweigh the risks, what are the levers that companies need to pull to kind of enable the next phase of growth in these markets, which, to be very honest, are taking great leaps and strides forward in their use and application of AI. So yeah, really excited to be here.
Thanks, Narinder, and thank you, gentlemen. I'll take a minute to introduce myself. My name is Aditya Mani. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Hologram. And Hologram is really about your hologram. And our vision came out from that little sequence, I don't know if you remember, where R2-D2 beams out the hologram of Princess Leia. So we believe that we're all going to have hologram versions of ourselves. And we focus on bringing branded fashion in because we believe that, the human body is virtual product placement. We're also building a platform for game developers, aspiring game developers, to take a few building blocks and create these gamified experiences for real-time, for multiplayer, for real-time voice, things like that, as well as NPC behavior. And we believe that there's an interesting play that can happen between the brand and the consumer. So that's a little bit about myself. I'm also the director of the Metaverse Standards Forum and have a small role to play in the research council at the IICT. Since we all understand digital transformation, a lot of us have been from the tech industry. And AI is basically a transformer of sorts. So I'd like to start with the tech partner in the room. And my question is to Manoj. Manoj, how does AI fundamentally transform the gaming industry? And what role does AWS play in this transformation? And talk us a little bit about cloud scale pipelines and hybrid workflows. I know a lot of workflows are now changing because of AI. So I'd like to start with you, if that's okay.
Thank you. What comes into my mind first is when we talk to our customers, we learn from them and we're able to understand that what the technology did for games from moving from 2D to 3D. I think that's what AI is trying to do now. And it's the driver's seat. So we hear from our customers that at every aspect of the entire value chain, they are involved. Whether it is at the content pre-production stage, where the documentation, we're seeing customers adopting AI. When it comes into production, we're seeing the music generation and all these typical things that customers are using there. This is what customers come back and tell what they're actually involved in. Then when it comes into live ops, we are seeing a lot of agentic AI workflows because that is where you can actually add a lot of value in terms of accelerating your efficiency there. Then we also hear from our customers on personalization. So personalization is where actually, whether it is any content, whether it is a media or whether it is gaming or any other place, personalization plays a very important role, and we find our customers trying to tune in to their native language, their native geography. At any core level, that personalization builds that kind of engagement, and that's what we are seeing a lot of people. And with a lot of petabytes of data flowing in and out, analytics play a very important and vital role. So we are seeing a lot of AI being used in analytics, where they are trying to see how the usage of customers is, what are the new features that players are looking for. How can they achieve efficiency? And AWS has got a fleet of products and services which helps you to cut across. For example, when you want to build something, we use Amazon Bedrock, which basically allows you to select any foundation model because we don't believe that the customer has to be locked onto a particular model and build it. So right from the content production to the publishing side, and then a lot of small tools which we use for media, whether it is language, dubbing, real time, putting any message across to the consumer to build that engagement. These are the different patterns that we are seeing that the customers are adopting AI.
Yeah, thanks, Mithun. So I think, in some of the time I spent with the panel before we got on the stage, what came across everyone is a deep sense of respect for the creative folk that make gaming and make this entire interactive media space more meaningful. And automation doesn't necessarily mean killing creativity. So there is this little balance about automation versus creativity, and we were speaking a little bit about that. So my next question, I'd like to, of course, we've asked Manoj, so the rest I can ask. Where do we find the right balance between AI automation, human creativity, and what could go wrong if we get this wrong? So, I'd request Nicholas to give us a little bit because he's been on the metaverse side of things and he knows a lot about large-scale world building as well as AAA. So I'd like to start with Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you. I think there is, one thing which, also is important apart from the enabling, part of AI is the copyright, element. And if you do like a, big project, whether it's a film or whether it's a game, which is going to be, tens of millions of budget, the last thing I want to do for my investor is make them run copyright litigation, risks. So one has to be very careful, where, actually, AI is being used to actually minimize that risk. And then in terms of automation, I think there's another level of automation, which is, we're just starting to talk about, and where India is actually going to be a major player because of the scale of the country, and where China is already, taking huge advantage, of this, and that space is called, world model in AI. And world model is, you've seen all these videos of these Chinese robots, playing basketball, doing street fighting, etc. All the training data, for this actually comes, from humans, actually playing video games. And there's a company that actually just, came out, with its first fundraising, 133.7 million, which is called General Intuition. That company was born out of an entrepreneur called Pin, who actually was clipping people playing video games and also recording not only the stream but also the action they were doing on the gamepad. And that's actually gold mine for training this type of automation model. OpenAI offered to buy this company for 500 million just to get access to this data and actually say, hey, why don't I go and hire the team and do it myself? And you can see with Microsoft has announced their Game Pass here. Julio has done it before. NVIDIA with GeForce will come later. You can see how India is going to be a gold mine, for this type of data, particularly as the consumer when they higher quality, photorealistic, what is called AAA gaming in India, and that's going to be also a huge, boon in terms of capital coming to the gaming industry, in this country.
Yeah, thanks, Nicholas. I think we're all waiting for India to be the gold mine, not just in the data, but in the creativity as well. And Girish, a lot of your companies are building from India, building for the world. Talk to us about the readiness of where we are and how much of the surface are we scratching in terms of AI becoming a part of our workflows, and how do we stand on a global scale when you look at Indian studios and you look at some of the work being done outside.
Thanks, Abhi. So I think we tend to use the word techno-creative when it comes to video gaming as an industry, right? And so there's the whole technological aspect, there's the creative aspect, and there are these workflows which tend to sort of bridge. Now, today, if you look at it, video gaming as an industry has wholeheartedly jumped into adopting AI, different levels, different types of workflows. Some of them are, very bottom up in terms of, basic efficiencies. Some of them are more complex, in terms of world building, character creation, auto generation of characters. So, there's this whole, spectrum where you can end up using AI, and depending on which part of the curve you are on, which, how well funded you are, and how large an organization you are, you choose to do either many or all of those. Right? Today, if you look at it, the simplest use of AI is efficiency. Right? This could be something as simple as somebody saying, "Oh, I need to create a 3D asset. Let me just use AI to generate some basic thing for me and then work off it." Right? It could be something for QA testing. Right? It could be something for basic programming. Right? These are absolute bare minimum, which is not just being used globally, but even in India, I think these elements are there already. Right? But if you look at the more complex aspects of AI, where today it's already in use, and I use the word today because literally tomorrow there could be something else, right? And there could be some other way of evolution around that, right? But today there's a whole lot more complex elements that organizations are using. I think we are very far away from that as India, right? And I think part of the reason is access. Part of the reason is economics, right? Part of the reason also is the ability to think of AI as an individual use case versus an organizational use case. And I think to me, that's probably where the gap is in India, right? I think organizations are not, particularly video gaming organizations, are not thinking enough of AI as a 360-degree organizational workflow. So what happens is a lot of the individual programmers, developers are actually doing stuff on their own. Some basic stuff the organization tends to end up supporting, but not at a massive scale, which means that you are thinking innovatively how to use AI. Because like we've all been talking about, there's the creative angle, there are risks associated with it, but if you are not tackling those as an organizational level, you will always be in that gray area as to what makes sense and what doesn't. So if you ask me today, early stages for India, I think with the amount of number of studios out there and the focus on efficiency a lot of the Indian studios have because of their scale and funding situation, we will see a lot more adoption of AI than where we are today, particularly on the efficiency side. But right now, I think there's a long way to go on before we can actually scale up in terms of how we are actually.
Thanks. I think gives us something to think about, because rather than it being a personal superpower tool, it becomes an organization superpower tool. So, as leaders of the organization, we have to make sure that we have internal transformation within our organization to make sure that we're building AI as a part of our workflow. So not just with the programmer and the 3D asset creation, like Girish said, it's also about how the entire organization retransforms for the AI workflow. And I'd like to now give the mic to Chaitanya, because they are someone who truly respect the creative folk, because they train them and they build them for the creative industry. So again, I know they've done some great work, and we'd like to show that. But again, Chaitanya, if you can start with talking to us about the balance between creativity and automation, and then some of the work you guys have done.
Thanks, Aditya. So, like I mentioned a little while ago, the creative core, which is unchanging, doesn't change. Whether it's a film, whether it's a game, whether it's music, whatever. On top of that come your workflows. How do you take that idea or the visual or the gameplay experience or the frame or the tune that exists in the creator's mind, and how do you translate that so that everybody can see it? And that's done through two ways. One, tools, and second, our workflows. Now, workflows change and update themselves regularly. Every 5 years or so, there's a pretty much complete refresh of that. Every 10 years, the workflow looks undistinguishable from what it was 10 years ago. The tools change literally on a monthly basis, and with AI on a daily basis. So we have to understand that you look at the tools, but look at them as something that is going to change. What you need to really train yourselves on and understand are workflows, and then be on top of those while you continue to exercise your creativity. Now, this is the structure of how we are building our education and AI into our education. Obviously, because we do the entire media and entertainment spectrum, we're looking at, how does AI help me be the selfish person? Because without that, what am I doing here? Why am I even invested in AI? How does it help me? Now, it helps film and TV and animation in different ways. What I want to do is show you a couple of slides on one, what we believe where AI for video game design really helps. Now, there's a laundry list. I have kind of distilled it down to a few just to give you some sense of how wide the spectrum is when it comes to AI for video game design. So everything from procedural content generation, dynamic storytelling, and adaptive gameplay experiences. So that the same game doesn't feel like the same every time you play. This is both a creative benefit and a business benefit. You're increasing gameplay time, you're increasing significant applied benefits there. Player behavior analytics, player motivation analytics, a lot of almost all gamers now, their face is almost always visible to the device, right? If it's a PC, there's a webcam. If it's a phone, there's a front cam. How am I able to detect player motivation? Am I able to detect player behavior? Do I need to update and modify my gameplay according to that? Intelligent NPCs. So non-playing characters are getting more and more and more important in gameplay. How do I restructure my NPCs? How do I build my NPCs so that each player is feeling like it's an individual experience? That is both a creative problem to solve and a huge technological problem to solve, because now I have to create small action models built on the device which are learning from the player and modifying the NPC behavior accordingly. Game balancing. So gameplay mechanics. So in game development, there's the game art and what the game looks, feels, and sounds like. There is the game design, which is how many levels, what is the game being directed at, where do you break the levels, etc., etc. And there's game mechanics, which is the UI UX of what buttons, what you press, how do you do what that. Now, how do I make sure that based on the user's play method, how do I create the best game mechanics for an individual user? So if I'm right hand heavy, do I actually flip the controls for me, for my mobile game or for my PC game or for my console game? Can I do that? How do I do that so that I'm able to, make it even easier? Social dynamics. I mean, I can spend half an hour just on this slide. So immersive content creation. So retention strategy. How do I retain players? Cross-platform integration. How do I take, a user's profile, which is accessible through multiple databases, and how do I bring it into the game playing world where I'm able to give the user a more personalized experience? Real-time rendering optimization. This is already being used for a long, long time. And the last one, which is super important, because that's the one thing that will bring down the game industry, is if we don't self-build out an addiction prevention mechanism. AI can really help you based on behavior, based on face, based on other analytics on how do you create a healthy game experience, right? Now, this is just some of these which we're starting to build into our education. On the other side, on the visual side, one of the pain points that almost all game development studios talk to us about, because they all hire from us, is the cost. So we started to look at where can we use AI to make cost better. And the first one we looked at was on the visual side on motion capture, mocap. Mocap is expensive, we need infrastructure, we need $300,000 sensors, etc., etc., etc. How do we build out a parallel ecosystem? So we did one, right? Next slide, please. Oh, wait, I have to do it. Sorry, yeah. So we built out a visual AI-based markerless mocap workflow. What you see behind me is on the bottom right is my lab, is my Mr. Good Emerging Media Lab, and that's someone who works with the lab, is a Mr. Good alumni. This is being shot on a single iPhone, shooting RGB. And okay, let me play it and then I'll talk to you about the breakdown. So as you can see, he's not wearing any suits, no suits, no markers. He's got none of those IR reflective things, and it's almost real time. By the time your eyes move from Aman to the asset, it's doing exactly what he's doing. It gets fingers, it gets turnarounds, it gets crosses, gets everything. Now, this took the team about 6 months to build out. Something like this, we are able to now deliver at almost, in many cases, 1/10 the cost, but in many cases, 1/100th the cost. We are now at a position where the lab team is actually commercially monetizing this. We've already done betas for a bunch of studios and a bunch of animation studios, a bunch of game development companies, and we're starting to see to incorporate this into the ecosystem. Now, this is actually very easy. If you come to think of it, it's just genius kids, right? So none of the development team is over the age of 26. So little to no training time. It's a single 4K camera. It could be any RGB 4K. It could be a device, DSLR, anything, right? It's built on top of an open source pose estimation algorithm. Total cost, actual cost of developing this outside of the talent is $200. This is a one-time access to the pose estimation algorithm. Real-time output, and then integrates with Unity, Unreal, and Blender. This is the first iteration. The second iteration is we're working on a multi-camera single asset, so that we cover all occlusion. Right now, the hand is behind. The camera can't see the hand, so it is unable to do mocap for the hand. But if I have three cameras, then there is no occlusion. The next one we will move to is multi-cam, multi-asset. So hopefully within a couple of years, we should have a completely indigenous markerless mocap system built, which we can syndicate out to game development studios all across India for 1/20th or 1/50th of what it would cost them to put an expensive mocap workflow. This is intelligent, very intelligent use of AI. Over and above the Gen AI and over and above everything else, right? So this was an example of stuff that we're doing, and we're going to be doing more and more of this. So yeah, I have a slide after this, but I think I will take it up.
So thanks. So I'm glad we did that because it's more visual for you and it's walking the talk. What Girish spoke about, that we need to transform. So Twisting Woods has transformed their courseware and their instruction to make sure this is adopted. Narendra, I request you to bring us back to ground reality. Give us some data because you get a perspective from, as an analyst from data perspective. Where does the world and where does India stand from a data perspective? I know you've spoken about emotion and creative refinement in the past, but where are things really on the data perspective when we look at India as an industry?
So I think come back to a point that Girish raised. If you benchmark what the Indian games and esports industry is doing in terms of AI, we're not even probably on an overall basis, we're probably not even 1% of what, say, Chinese or Korean companies are doing. There's a game that just came out a couple of weeks back called Where Winds Meet. It's published by NetEase, one of the biggest game developers and publishers in China, one of the biggest in the world. And what they've done is not only use AI for environment generation and art asset generation and art asset refinement, but what they've also done is use AI for complete end-to-end non-player character NPC interaction across the board. So if you're not playing one of the few main characters in the game, all the dialogue that you hear, all the interactions that you have in-game and even outside of the game in certain aspects are handled completely by AI. But there's a contrast to this, and I think you need to step back probably around 10, 12 years. In around 2013 or 2011, a game called Skyrim was published. And Skyrim is one of the most well-sold and beloved games in the world. At the time when it came out, it was considered the pinnacle of technical development. It was considered the heights of what game development could achieve given current technology. But there were some quirks with the game. So for example, if you approached a certain type of enemy in the game and your player character was defeated by that enemy, they would whack you with a club, but thanks to the quirks of software development, you would go flying right out of the game environment and you could see all the assets all laid down in front of you on a map. It was a very bug-laden experience. And you would think when consumers come up against a bug-laden experience, they would say, "Oh my God, this is trash. I can't play this. Why did I buy this? I'm going to refund this." But gamers across the world, including in India, including in China, including all the other markets that we track, they absolutely love them because it gave them that human touch to the game that a perfect experience would not have been able to provide. If it was just, I whack the enemy a couple of times, the enemy dies, that's it, I move on, great. But just that added level, that's what game players, that that extra bit of love for the game. And when you see critiques of AI applications by gamers, and we see a lot of them, it's not that the application of AI tools are not appreciated, but I think the biggest critique, and this also comes back to something Nicholas mentioned about the enablement, is that everything seems a bit too perfect. Everything seems a bit too polished. And everything feels a little too stale because of that perfection and polish. So I think when you look at gamers themselves, there's two things here. One is, why are gamers playing games at the end of the day? A game, I think we all need to remember, is a media product at the end of the day, and it lives and dies by how the end consumer perceives it. And when we kind of take a step back and look at all the markets we cover, there are two main motivators for why gamers are playing. One, because they want to enhance their enjoyment. They just want to have fun. And two, stress relief. So wherever you're using AI in your dev stack, wherever you're using AI in your publishing stack, or even in many cases your marketing ops or your live ops, are you enhancing your players' enjoyment, and are you helping them kind of unwind, escape, immerse themselves? And two, are you coming back to the point I raised earlier? Are you making things a little too perfect for their liking? Because if you do that, three things happen. One, they lose interest very quickly and they move on to the next thing. This is kind of a progenitor for why we have so much slop these days. Everything's a little too shiny, it's a little too polished. Two, the moment they leave, your ability to kind of monetize those players decreases. And if you're not able to monetize players, well, you can, kiss the IP goodbye. And three, again, coming back to Nicholas's point, if you don't kind of develop with a creative vision in mind, or if you don't kind of apply the tools in front of you with a very original set of ideas and thoughts in mind, you do risk IP litigation. And then at the end of it, you do risk litigation that can eventually shut your studios down. And we see, I mentioned China and Korea at the start of this, at the start of my monologue, but we see in China and Korea there are lawsuits happening right now simply because of AI-generated IP copyright. I think the question really to answer is, how are you valuing your players? And B, how are you valuing your own dev stack and not just looking at AI and saying, I can use this is perfect.
Yeah, that kind of pivots beautifully into our closing. So we're almost to the end. So we have about 10 minutes to close. And I want to ask the panel now to think about the infinite data ocean is available, or the generative data creative ocean or content ocean is available to everyone, both organizationally and to the hot shots in the game studios. How do we make sure that what comes out of this is meaningful, sticky, and most importantly, how is it competitive? So I'd ask each one of us to pitch it, and we need to keep to time, so I'd request everyone if we can move on every 2 minutes. Nicholas, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think you just made a very good point. I think you have to focus on the audience, and you have to focus on the user. And if you believe that if you use AI to make the product better, this is fine. If you're using AI only to cut costs, etc., you're probably in a very bad place, which is the risk replacement, and that's what is being called slop in AI, whatever it's used in that way. And you're not serving your company, and you're not serving your end user. So the question I was asking the panelists is, well, if you have a budget of 50 million, are you going to cut your budget, or are you going to use AI to make an even better product? I think you should choose that.
So I think let me just connect 2-3 points that all of us have made, and that's I think the point that Harinder made earlier about ultimately this is a user product, it's about enjoyment, right? That's fundamentally why people play games to have a great time. Keeping that as a cornerstone of thinking, gaming has been around for 70 years. Before any of all of this that we are speaking about, developers figured out, even with the most basic technology available, how to make the users have fun. And I think that's the fundamental philosophy we've got to keep in mind when we talk about it. So as long as that is clear, right, then thinking of AI, how to ensure that happens, is in my mind a worthwhile exercise, right? And whether that means you make a better product, like Nikhil said, or whether you better your workflows to be more efficient, reduce your cost and maybe use that saving somewhere else, right? But ultimately, if you miss that point, right, it's a non-starter in this, particularly in the gaming industry, right? And we've seen this very recently in two instances, right? When metaverse, went through its cycle, right? The gaming industry already was using metaverse 10, 15 years back in terms of immersive environments, right? But when this whole cycle came through, the entire focus was on the technology, not on whether the consumers are having fun. So it sort of, fell down its curve, right? You look at Web3, right? When Web3 came out, everybody wanted to build a Web3 game. But tell me one Web3 game which is sustaining now because people are actually enjoying what they get. Right? So the point that I'm trying to say is that as long as we keep that centerpiece saying, how do you ensure that consumers are getting time, then you can think of AI as a very positive, innovation, as a positive evolution, and work around these problems. Right? Yes, there are problems around copyright. Yes, there are problems around creativity and a whole bunch of stuff. Let's work around them. But let's not lose sight of the fact as to why I'm building games.
So we have 7.5 minutes. That's the problem. Let's have fun trying to close it.
So I'm going to continue to focus on the education bit because again, all our game development students are game players. And what we want them to do is test out whatever AI-enabled workflows they're building out on themselves first. And their peers and ask them, are they having fun? Nobody is more brutal to each other than a bunch of game development students in the same class. So if it's boring, they will say it so with ample expletives. So that's a QC right there, right in your classroom. The other element of that is how do you look at on the game players, right? On the development side, there's one on the players side, and that's where there is a lot of interesting things happening, which are in your coaches, AI-enabled gameplay coaches. Now that can get into an ethical gray area. Are you coaching the player? Are you enabling them to cheat? So that is something that is going to be a problem coming up. We're already seeing it. So I mean that's the other bit to look at as a problem to solve tomorrow. But otherwise, I mean it's a great tool. It's a great support system. We should use it as that and make AI work for you. Great.
Manoj and
I'll check the time and I'll sum it up in 3 points. I think most of us have agreed on what AI can do, but we have a 3-pillar approach. The first one is AI human partnership, in which it's very clear that AI can be your placeholder, but you need human intervention to correct the loop and give the content the right place. The second would be customizing. Use your own data points, use your own studio and try to customize it to your local flavor. That will keep that differentiation. And the third one is a strategic rollout. Don't try to replace an existing workflow just because it is AI. Try to see if AI can augment it and better it. So generative AI can produce infinite world, but the world with the meaning can only be produced by humans. So therefore it is always an accelerator. That's what I think.
Yeah, I would build on Manoj's second point. I know a 2-man indie studio. What they're doing is extremely unique. when they want to prototype an idea for the game they're building, they go to Claude, they enter a prompt, build me an HTML5, a browser-based version of this particular idea. Claude generates the code for them in say maybe 5 minutes tops. They look at that idea, they play around with it in their browser, iterate a bit, and then decide whether that idea can be passed on to their dev contractors, and then build it as a proper feature or a proper pathway in their existing game. And this kind of brings me to the larger point I want to make in closing, which is you have to find your niche, because it doesn't matter what tools available to you if you're not applying A, the right kind of idea to it, but B, the right kind of context to it. Because in fact, considering the kind of data we hold, we see, for example, that gamers across all the 13 markets we track are aware of and very interested in AI applications. But even with all that, it doesn't necessarily at this point have a huge impact on what they're spending. And if that's not happening right now, people really need to find the right application for them so they can get them to spend.
Thank you. I'm very thankful to this panel for keeping to time, and I think each one would typically deliver a 1-hour masterclass, but thank you so much, each one of you, for keeping to time. If anyone wants to have a closing remark or and we may have to take a question from the
I think so we don't have time for audience.
Okay. So
That's 30 seconds. I think one thing that is interesting about this panel is the gaming industry has always been about, kind of engineers working with creative. So I think if you're not in the gaming industry, it's going to be a very good test bed to follow to know what's coming. Because Shankar yesterday from Geo said, I'm having trouble actually getting AI adoption, and a lot of backlash in my team. Actually, gaming companies do that every day because engineers are pushing for AI and creatives are pushing back. So look at what's happening in gaming. It's a good, it's a good thing to do for you.
So we'll take the questions offline because we would like to conclude. So thank you very much, everyone. You've been a wonderful audience and you've been an amazing panel as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. As I request our session chair, Mr. Aditya Mani, to kindly present a token of gratitude and appreciation to all the eminent panelists.
Surrounding sound is it? Surrounding sound is
And I would request Mr. Subhash to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our chair, Mr. Aditya Mani. And I would request Mr. Subhash to join the panel for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving into the proceedings of the next session, which is a very, very special session where we are paying a special homage celebrating Piyush Pandey, the soul of Indian advertising and its journey to the world. We would request you to remain seated. Just give us a minute to arrange the top table for the next session. session. Namaskar, and once again a very warm welcome. So there are some voices that just in sell products. They shape the culture. Some minds don't just create campaigns. They craft a collective memory. And some legacies don't fade. They become the folklore. Today, we gather to celebrate one such legacy. A man who gave Indian advertising its most authentic voice, its most rooted idiom, and its most unforgettable characters. A man who taught us that creativity is not just about cleverness, it is about connection. This is a special homage to Mr. Piyush Pandey, the man who made Indian advertising speak in our language, laugh without words, and cry without truth. And to reflect on this extraordinary journey, we are joined by three creative giants, each of whom has walked alongside Mr. Pandey, learned from his vision, and carried forward his legacy in their own powerful ways. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome on stage Mr. Sudhanshu Vats, Chairman, ASCI and Managing Director, Pidilite Industries. He is a respected industry leader and a brand builder. He brings a unique perspective to how Shri Piyush Pandey's principles continue to shape consumer trust, brand storytelling, and ethical advertising in India. And let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Prasoon Pandey, Director and co-founder, co-husband, and also the brother of Shri Piyush Pandey, who is a master of a visual storytelling and a creative force in his own right. He shares not just the professional insight, but also a personal bond with a man who redefined the Indian advertising. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Ms. Hepzibah Pathak, who is Executive Chairperson, Ogilvy India, a trailblazer in brand strategy and creative leadership. She has been a close collaborator with Ms. Pandey and carries forward the legacy of authenticity, empathy, and excellence. And together, they will reflect on the man, the mission, and the magic of Piyush Pandey and explore how his timeless values can guide Indian brands as they step into the global stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, join me in welcoming Mr. Sudhanshu Vats, Mr. Prasoon Pandey, and Ms. Pathak for this special moment celebrating Piyush Pandey.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure and very nostalgic for me to be at the CII Big Picture Summit. I'd like to, at the outset, thank Amita. Amita, thank you for this opportunity to all three of us, and also for thinking, I think, of this idea. It's a beautiful idea. And Big Picture Summit, I've been associated in its formative years. It's good to see it grow. Having said that, we want to make a sharp departure. I was seeing you call this the AI era, and the panel before was talking all about AI. But my partner, whom I'm going to talk about, had a very different take on AI, and maybe Preston could elaborate on it. So we are moving all the way from AI to everything human, everything here, and we want to leave all that behind. With that, it's indeed my enormous pleasure, and it's both humbling and it's for me an enormous moment to be able to share some thoughts about Piyush Pandey. Piyush, as many of you know, was first and foremost actually known as a legendary ad man. I think there hasn't been one like him, in my opinion. But more importantly for me, Piyush was a man with a golden heart. and I think you will see that reflected in our conversation. As I have two very eminent panelists with me, and no one better qualified to talk about him than Prasthut himself. Prasthut has had the longest association as a brother, as a great partner, as a comrade in arm, so they've had a great relationship in everything which they've done, and we're going to talk about it. And of course, Hex, who took over from him, and I think is still trying to step into big boots, and I think has had a very long association of over 20 years. So Piyush, I think it's first of all going to be very difficult to sort of talk about the persona in such a short period, but we will make our best attempt. We try to keep it really human, we keep it interactive, we also keep it, we are also in the Big Picture Summit, we're going to keep it far more audiovisual because his work speaks louder than he himself. But for me, he was a great friend. It's a personal loss. And of late, as many of you would know, I had started visiting him because of my association now with Pidilite. I would sort of regularly visit you to the other house. We would have chai pe charcha, coffee pe charcha, and talk about everything under the sun. And unfortunately now, whenever I pass through that lane, the car won't turn left. That's a personal loss. But I think he will live on. And his memories will live on. One of the biggest characteristics of Piyush, which are very hard to find in a human, is his rootedness. I have seen so very, very few people, if anybody at all, so deeply rooted, despite having been so successful, so popular. But I think he was deeply rooted. He could see connections everywhere. And, he had written a poetry which he was saying, Jaro se jure hain hum. So वो literally जड़ों से जुड़े और ये जिस तरह से वो जड़ों से जुड़े थे, that is what defined, in my opinion, was the first thing that defined him supremely well. And that's what helped him understand culture, but bring that culture out so beautifully, so naturally, into everything which he did. And I think ये जो बात है उनका जड़ों से जुड़े हैं हम, we benefited from it at Pidilite. His association with Pidilite, his bond with Pidilite was the ultimate bond. He made Fevicol famous. Fevicol made him famous. I think it was an incredible journey. And the good news is, in that journey, Prasthut and Piyush were both together. And I think so. Therefore, here I would like to first and foremost start by playing a short clipping. He's done so much work for Pidilite. Pidilite was family to him. But I will play a short clipping of maybe about 3 or 4 ads on what he did for Pidilite, and then I will come to Prasthut and we talk about that. So could we play the first audio-visual piece of a few ads of the work Piyush did for Pidilite? घर में रखिए ऐसे हमेशा शर्मा की दुल्हन जो प्यार के आई संग तू मेरे सोफा ले आई बड़को सरमाई का सोफा सरमाई का सोफा सरमाई बहन का क्या कराए सोफा पे नवा कपड़ा चढ़ाए बड़को विसराई का सोफा विसराई का सोफा Thank you. You know, Piyush used to say, partner, words have to sing, then only ideas will dance. And I think when it comes to being able to put anything into Shire, and there's no better than Prasoon. And as you saw in our last, this was the 60-year commemorative ad of Fenicol, as you saw, Shanghai Culture it's called. So I think, you know, he made these words sing and ideas dance. But I think the partner with him who made it happen is with us, and he's going to talk about a lot of this as we go forward. So I think over to you, Prasoon, and I think reflections of the journey here, a lot of this work is your work as well. Other pieces, you know, how was he as a creative partner, as a partner in crime, as a brother, and everything. So over to you to reflect on many of them.
As a brother, he was a bully. तो बहुत काम करवाता था. As a creative partner, he was unbelievable because we are all writing, and I used to envy that he used to get his ideas so fast. मतलब सोचने का टाइम नहीं लगता था. And I remember when we were thinking on very quick, and we were all sitting in Ogilvy's boardroom. And we were brainstorming on a Saturday from morning, and it became 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And suddenly Piyush came in, and he said, "Kya kar rahe ho? Chalo, Saturday ko kya kar rahe ho? Game pene chalte hain." And we said, "No. Well, you know, we have to crack a very critical idea for Fevikwik." So he, you know, just took a breath, and then he says, "Yeah, Fevikwik ka kya hai? एक आदमी आता है, डंडे के ऊपर 2 डॉट लगाता है, पानी में डालता है, वो चीज आता है." And our jaws dropped. We were sitting since morning living for it. And then he looked at us and he said, "Mast hai na? Chalo, that speed of his was incredible. And I think what was magical about Piyush is he loved everything Indian, life around him, the people, the way they live. Unless you appreciate what is around you and genuinely become a fan of that life, you will not notice the ideas in it. So it is because he's enjoying it so much that he'll say, यार वो बस के ऊपर होते हैं ना यार वो कैसे जाते हैं अपन जब जोड़ने जाते हैं, you know. So everything is from his life only, and he would recollect some image and he'd say, let's write around that, and I think you will be able to recollect these images only if you admire these images, if you enjoy what is Indian. And I think that is how he changed. You know, everyone knows that before Piyush, Indian advertising was rather westernized. He chose to celebrate everything Indian. He would see something that you commercial aapne nahi dikhaya, chora hai, so he would just see how little kids, toddlers, do not sit in a place. Now that is enjoyable for him. He said, "यार वो नहीं बैठता है उसे." So there is an idea in it. He pedagogue is to be okay. I think unless you admire the world around you, it's difficult to be able to think like that.
Absolutely. Thanks, Prasoon. And I think, as Prasoon said, one of the beauty about Piyush was, and at that time particularly, maybe it's changed a little now, to be fair, he was a truly Indian creative person. He would think in our local language. He would think in Indian. And as Piyush was saying, if you go back to 70s and 80s, I think the hangover of imperial colonialism was still there. A lot of the people were thinking in English and then translating in Hindi. अंग्रेजी में सुनते थे, फिर हिंदी में उसको translate करते थे. वो मजा हमें वही तो translation में मजा गड़बड़ हो जाता है. So I think that piece was enormous. But having said that, while he was fully rooted, और एकदम से वो हिंदी में सोचते थे, वो ऐसी जो एडवर्टाइजिंग देखी है, वो पूरी rooted एडवर्टाइजिंग होती थी. But अपने जिस तरह से सोचते थे, समय से आगे थे. और जिस तरह से उनको इंडिया के ऊपर वो था, लेकिन जो आजकल हम बात करते हैं about gender equality, about confidence, about feminism, about women coming out, वो उन्होंने 90s में कर डाला. And I think at this juncture, I would like to share with you the Shimona Cadbury's ad and ask heads to go to heads after that to talk about Piyush and his creative prowess and her journey with him. Can we play the Shimona ad, please?
कुछ खास है हम सभी में, कुछ बात है हम सभी में, बात है खास है, कुछ स्वाद है.
Ladies and gentlemen, 30 साल पहले की बात है. Now it looks a bit natural, but it was really ahead of time in terms of its thought. It's over to you.
Yes. So, something 30 years later and it's still so captivating, right? So, I think this was a very pivotal time for Piyush. It's very pivotal commercial for Piyush and for a woman. It was 1994. I think he just became National Creative Director then. And he was on holiday somewhere. Prasoon, I don't know, was it on holiday with you?
Yeah, we were in Hawaii. We had to go in a water school.
Correct. So he was on holiday somewhere, and the business, CDM, Cadbury Dairy Milk, was put on some kind of a review. And bit of a tight spot, and Ranjan called Piyush back from his vacation and said, "You need to come back because we need to answer this brief." And he came back, and at that time the category was for kids. And everyone was looking for what will it take for us to unlock and unshackle the brand and take it to the next wave of growth. That's when, this piece of work happened. Because it reframed for kids to the kid in all of us. So really, this was that commercial and it legitimized adult consumption. So big strategic shift to the brand. And this piece of commercial actually, it went on to create impact like we've never seen. It is the ad of the century. I saw many of you, you're seeing it now. We still remember it like the way it was 30 years ago. But I think this piece of commercial means a lot because everything that you did, it looks simple, but it has a lot of depth and soul. And that was the beauty of the man. Because, actually what I can learn from this, I think Piyush nurtured the child in him. He knew that it was the child that was genius, that was mischievous, that was silly, and that was brave all at the same time. And I think he believed the child could believe that it could fly, which is why Piyush could fly. He took many leaps on many brands, and we trained so many ways in which we do communication. Piyush was all about life lessons. Everything that he used to look at life, he used to absorb life, he used to encourage us to do that. And he used to tell us that on his holidays, somewhere on his way back, he saw a bunch of adults playing in a toy shop. And I think some of that got filed in somewhere that came out when he was actually creating this piece of work. Piyush, most importantly, felt that if you want to get share of market, you got to get share of heart. And the most important thing is to move the heart. And I think that is one of, this commercial is all of that, because it won hearts of people, and then everything else moved. So I think that's, every piece of work, every train conversation, every ride with him in the car is actually a lesson to advertising in life. So that's kind of what advertising was. For me, when I look at this girl dancing, and I've written about it somewhere, for me the spirit of Piyush is forever captured in this moment of unshackled joy and childlike spontaneity of this girl. She comes out, she dances with it, no one's watching, and I think that is the spirit of Piyush. And we hear the wonderful lyrics that he wrote. I think that is Piyush's philosophy. And we as people who worked with him for many years, he saw specialness in everybody, and he made them more special. And I think it takes a truly special person to be able to do that. So that is the magic of Piyush. And he used to often look at work and say, this is magic, but I think the real magic was Piyush.
Thanks, Seth. I think, that's the magic of the man. He's a magician. I think that's the reason to call him a magician, because जहाँ कोई आइडिया किसको दिखता नहीं था उनको आइडिया दिख जाता था, जहाँ कोई दो शब्द भी नहीं निकाल सकता था वो एक पूरी कविता लिख डालते थे. लेकिन like we were talking about his other things, that Prasoon was talking about how he used to observe everything. Hedge just talked about Piyush's, one of the fundamental traits of Piyush was his curiosity. He was always curious, always learning, and I think that's an incredible trait for anybody to have. And I think वो हर जगह पे कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते थे, connect करते रहते. और Prasoon keeps narrating a lot of those stories, and there is one we may want to talk about how, as a family person as well, when he's in a family setting, the ideas of knowing they're coming from what you are seeing in the family and with your family. And one of the ads he created actually came out of a dining table or in the family. Let's play the ad and then I'll go to Prasoon with that. Can you play the SBI ad?
इसी को तुम अखबार में छुप छुप कर देते हैं बिना. हाँ, क्यों? देखो, तुम्हारी भैया है. पागल तो नहीं हो गए? कितने के हैं? कुछ भी नहीं. अब बहुत शुभ दिन है, वो वैलेंटाइंस डे, इसलिए जो लोग प्यार करते हैं ना, एक दूसरे को कुछ न कुछ देते हैं. हम इस उम्र में कहाँ पहनेंगे हीरा? अरे हीरे को क्या पता तुम्हारे ऊपर?
CII Life Insurance की दुनिया कॉर्पोरेशंस धरती प्यार के बीच वैसी की कमी ना है.
Prasoon, over to you. हीरे को क्या पता तुम्हारी ऊपर?
Yeah, this is actually because everything in Piyush's ideas came from his own life and what he observed, and when this he observed himself, because we were actually in US with my mother, and it was my mother's 75th birthday, and Piyush and I was surprising her with the ring. And so my mother had said, "Ki is and Piyush is the one who said, "Ki mom, hire kya pata tumhari?" And as soon as he said it, he knew. See, क्या है? वो शख्स ऐसा था. हर minute में pearls of wisdom used to come up. But he was sharp enough to realize that ये जो मैंने अभी दिया है, ये कमाल की चीज है. So he reused it, 6-7 months later when this job came, and what we wanted to do is, see, it's not important. It doesn't have to be a grand ceremony जहाँ पे वो देता है. It's an intimate moment. It is एक वाइफ है जिसे सिलाई कर रही है, उसके बीच में वो हंसता है. ये उन दोनों की बात है. And at that point in time, a lot of people had asked us कि we were actually looking for a genuine couple to cast in the film because उसमें एक अलग chemistry आती है. एक जब वो बोलते हैं कि जो लोग एक दूसरे से प्यार करते हैं तो उसमें जो शर्माना है वो एक्टिंग नहीं है, वो वाकई में उनको लगाया जाए कि बस लाइन दी है मेरे हस्बैंड को. तो उसमें वो एक चीज आ जाती है, मिल जाती है आपको किस्मत से. And so a lot of people were wondering कि should the woman have been prettier? And we said, वो तुम्हारी वाइफ थोड़ा है, उसकी बेटी. उसको pretty लगती है वो, और वो वाकई में उसकी बेटी है. So you got to go with your belief and you got to do something natural.
Yes, absolutely. एक चीज और थी जो कि आपने देखा होगा, बहुत ही कम लोगों में वो पूरी होती है. Basically, being able to see the feelings or inanimate things, और हर चीज आपसे बात करती है, उनका मानना था. हर चीज आपसे, what you would feel is it's a table, it's a chair, but वो कुर्सी और टेबल भी उनसे मतलब वो कहेंगे मेरे से बात करती है. और जो उन्होंने एशियन पेंट्स के लिए काम किया था, and I'll go to next now, उसमें भी उनका यही था, हर घर कुछ कहता है. हर घर के अंदर वो स्टोरी भी रहती है humans, but even हर घर कुछ कहता है. So it's basically it's a little bit about the work which he did around that, which is of course again this thing. Over to you. And can we play the ad, please? If you play the ad, is there a one or two ads on that?
हर घर चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है. छत बताती है ये किसका आसमान है. रब कहते हैं किसका ये जहां है. कमरों में किसकी कल्पना झलकती है. इस फर्श पर नंगे पैर किसके बच्चे चलते हैं. कौन चुन चुन के इसे प्यार से सजाता है. कौन इस मकान में अपना घर बसाता है. हर घर चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है. एशियन पेंट्स, क्योंकि हर घर कुछ कहता है.
My God, it's just amazing that we see years later and it still resonates so much. I think this was a time when Asian Paints was moving from paints to wanting to own the space of homes. They wanted a thought, of how they can actually take this forward. And Bush wrote this piece on Hadar Kuch Kehta Hai, which again, obviously became the beacon for Asian Paints for the last 20 years. And it's so insightful because, like we said, it's all about life. And he showed you what's happening in people's homes. He showed you what's happening in people's lives, and this is and it's so insightful as well, because this is all about saying that the home is a reflection. A home tells you the kind of people that live there. It's so beautifully told. So Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai continues to be, a beacon for Asian Paints, as it tries to own the space of the home. So yeah, so that's the story for this one.
What he wanted to do is he wanted to remind people that Hamara Ghar is your own canvas. It needs to reflect your personality, your relationships. It does not need an interior decorator. वो उसकी personality. आप ये तुम्हारा canvas है, तुम्हारा घर है. You can feel free to put what you like. Nobody has the right to judge you on it. And that is so, to think of that 30 years back.
Yes.
Okay. Was phenomenal.
No, Prasun, absolutely. And after since many of you may know that Piyush was also on our board. And to Prasun's point, Piyush would walk into every board meeting with his trademark shirt, with his earphones, floral shirts or whatever. And because he basically said that this is who I am, and therefore, in that same theme, you don't do what others want you to do, you do what you want to do, who you are. And I think, Prasun, on this one, I also wanted you to reflect a little bit because aap ke saath gaye hain, you've seen a lot of glory abroad as well, but truly Indian. Some anecdote of that, I think even the Pericol film, which won the Cannes award there and so on, many accolades. So how would he respond to, I know he always liked his Indian food. He never liked pasta, as you know, but I think some more for our audience as to what the quintessential Indian. And I think rooted in culture, मुझे भी एक चीज याद आ रही है उनकी, आप देखेंगे जब 2003 में या 2 में he brought Ad-Asia to India. पहली बार Ad-Asia, this is again an advertising, the Asian listing which happens, came to India. And it came to Jaipur, आपका जो शहर है, तो उन्होंने कहा राजस्थान, so the way, the pride he was showing and the way he called also, he said, partner तेरे को आना ही आना है. I know कि बीवर वालों का काम कुछ चल रहा होता है, सब छोड़ के 2 दिन के लिए तेरे को आना ही आना है. So I think the way he would bring this in, so some thoughts and some reflections and some stories, Prasun, on Piyush, the quintessential Indian, the quintessential Rajasthani, the quintessential. कितने इस तरह से जो उसपे का प्राइड क्या उसपे compare about.
Wherever Piyush went, forgiving worldwide, already knew कि यार वहाँ पे पहले Indian restaurant होगा, because he's not going to eat anything else. And our relationship is so interesting because he's my older brother. So when we were kids, school जाते थे, he would cycle, मैं आगे डंडे पे बैठता था. And then later on in life, when we vacationed together, we did lots of vacations, just him and me, because जिस किस्म की हम बदमाशी करते थे, those could not be done when sisters were around. So, when, I remember we were role reversal हो गया कि we were driving all over Scotland, and अभी role reversal हो गया कि मैं drive कर रहा हूँ, पीयूष बगल में बैठा हुआ है, and he's the navigator and he's got the Michelin map. And he decides every day कि आज मेरा भी shift है, okay? And we deliberately did not want to do bookings because वो predictable. तो अपन discover करें. So every morning he would say, "यार, today we are going to drive 5 hours north to this village." And I said, "क्या वहाँ पे कोई अच्छा castle है?" He said, "नहीं यार, ये स्कॉटलैंड की castle जो है ना, ये राजस्थान के किले की जो अस्तबल होते हैं ना घोड़ों के, उससे भी छोटे होते हैं. सो कासल देखने कौन जाएगा? यहाँ पे ये दिख गया है, उस शहर के अंदर ना एक नेपाली रेस्टोरेंट है, वो इंडियन खाना देगा. So we drove 5 hours because he needed Indian food. And of course, wherever we traveled, we carried with us 2 things. एक चीज तो आपको मालूम है, which is भरवा मिर्ची का अचार, okay? दूसरी चीज कुछ लोगों को मालूम होगी, युद्ध की चीज है, which is called buknu. It is like a powdered chutney, and we used to carry it with us. And जहाँ पे भी कुछ अच्छा खाना नहीं लगता था, then we used to say, यार एक बर्गर मंगाओ, उसकी पैटी हटा दो, अंदर 2 ये भरवा मिर्ची डालो, ये खाते हैं. And so he's an Indo-Bhai.
Prasun, I remember in Cannes, he took buknu and he put it on a pizza, one of those really, artisanal pizza, and he folded it into a roll and he was eating it. So that was like his buknu and him. And he could write a book on Indian restaurants around the world. I remember once he called me and he said, I found a restaurant in Slovenia. He found an Indian restaurant in Slovenia, Okra apparently. So he was like always, and he insisted on bhindi, dal and some rice, his favorite food. He would insist, Piyush is that kind of guy. What he likes, he wants to share with you. So you must like what he likes. So even if you don't like Hindi and dal, you have to learn the Hindi lyrics. You have to eat the food the way he wants you to eat it, and then, well, you end up liking it because that's the magic of the man in work and in life. His enthusiasm for what he has to share for you, you fall under that spell. You know, I've seen clients fall under that spell when he sells work to them because they see the stake he has in the work, they see his belief, they see his energy, and they're ready to take that leap with him. So that's just amazing.
The other thing which was incredibly amazing about Piyush, और मैं अभी प्रसून से पहले बात कर रहा था, उन्होंने उसको और भी पर्सपेक्टिव में डाला, पर पहले मैं आपको बताता हूँ, I was thinking about it. When we were there for his funeral in Shivaji Park, सौ लोग थे, हजारों लोग थे, and we were talking to each other. You won't believe the feeling every person carried, and that's what we felt. That Piyush was his or her best friend. This is another very rare thing. You know, you want everyone in the room to feel that he was my best friend, and he would narrate a story, he would narrate a personal anecdote which would have happened. And Prasad was recently telling me this happened because he used to feel anything he's associated with as his team. You know, and as you know, he's a cricketer, he was a cricketer growing up, playing for Ranchi, he's an incredible cricketer himself. So, but overall, always a team player in that sense. So, चाहे वो DB की टीम हो, चाहे वो Prasad का Piyush हो, या pre-graded team हो, चाहे वो Pidilite की टीम हो, वो अपनी family है, अपनी team है. And it extended, and that's what Prasad was telling me, it extended all the way to चाहे वो Jaipur हो, चाहे वो Rajasthan हो, चाहे वो India. This was his team, his country, his nation. And I think his pride in the country and his desire to do things for the country was incredible. In the last minute, I would say. Because more recently, we had gone to a village in Gujarat. We were traveling, some of us from Pidilite, and seeing the kind of work which is happening. And he was so curious and he's so enthused to sort of lift everyone up. He said, "Partner, ये फोटो खींची तूने, तू मेरे को भेज देना. ये फोटो खींची मेरे को भेज देना. मेरे को एक आइडिया आ रहा है, चलिए क्या कर सकते हैं." So I think that again, and next tells me that he used to love making some of these kind of campaigns as well. So I'd like to play for you the polio campaign from the man who was quintessential Indian, proudly Indian, did everything for India, and I think his memories will live on. So can we play the polio ad, please?
हममें से कुछ लोग अपने बच्चों को पोलियो की दवा नहीं पिला रहे हैं। बताइए, पोलियो जाति या धर्म को पहचान कर व्यवहार करता नहीं, तो फिर क्यों अपने बच्चों के साथ व्यवहार कर रहे हैं? देखिए, एक बात आप सब लोग कान खोलकर सुन लीजिए। 5 जनवरी और 9 फरवरी को एक भी ऐसा बच्चा ना हो जिसे पोलियो की दवा न पिलाई गई, क्योंकि अगर देश में एक भी पोलियो का नया केस नजर आया तो ये हम सबके लिए बड़े शर्म की बात है। चलिए ठान लें कि पोलियो का नाम निशान है।
अपने 5 साल तक के बच्चों को 5 जनवरी के दिन पोलियो बूथ पर जरूर लाएं।
We want to talk about it, and many of you know he had a great friendship with Amitji as well. So I think they would always keep talking. Any idea they would share, but heads over to you, and then also on some of you.
Yes. We all know he wore his love for the country on his sleeve. He put our culture in the advertising, and he put Indian advertising on the world map. But the thing he loved a lot was to contribute to the good of the country, and he's done a lot of work. There's the Midday Soul around, a piece of work around inspiring unity in the country. There's work that he's done with the Richard K. AIDS Foundation. There's national skill development work that he did. So lots of work. But the one that he was really proud, and you will see in some of his interviews he talks about it, is when in 2014, India was declared polio free. And with humility, he always corrects us when we say, he says, with humility, he says, I was so glad that I got a small chance to be able to contribute to the work and to contribute to this outcome. And and he salutes all the field workers, all the doctors, the government, and all the people who are at work to make this thing possible. And like Vasu always says, the last couple of weeks we've spent so much time with Vasu on some stuff and hearing lots of new stories from him as well. He says he has this ability to have this one thought or this idea or this concept that is so simple but so deep. So I think he has this idea of saying, what if we use Mr. Bachchan, but we don't use him as the angry young man, but we make him the angry old man. So it was really a reframe because now he's a patriarch and he's scolding the full country about, not doing what they're supposed to do. And only Bachchan could have pulled, and all of us will take a scolding for Mr. Bachchan. So I thought that was just pure genius and it's something that he's very, very proud of. Yes.
Thank you, Russell, anything you want to on the friendship?
Okay, anything to do with social work was very dear to him, and he would always tell me, उसके बीच में एक literacy campaign free में करो, ठीक है? And so it would be literacy, educating girl child, doing polio. Polio he was very happy with this because the country became polio free, and of course he felt yeah. उसमें कितना भी छोटा part आपने play किया, you just feel great that you were part of a huge exercise which did such a phenomenon with our kind of population. If you can become polio free, that's fantastic. But these were all very, very close to him. He would make time for it. He would make time to talk to students. He used to love talking to students, to youngsters. And in fact, he used to blow me up if I didn't do the same. So, if I, even to go to Cannes they wanted me to be the jury president. And I said, नहीं यार वो तब बड़ा वक्त लगता है उसमें 10 दिन लग जाते हैं. So he would call me up and he would say, क्या बकवास कर रहे हो? You have to give back to the industry. 10 दिन लगते हैं तो लगाओ.
That's true. I think this is August 15, 2025. Some of the pictures you sent it to me. Internet से बना रहा हूँ. So I think it's very hard to describe Piyush in such a short period. I think we'd like to sum up by playing a short clipping again to give you a glimpse on who Piyush was. This is one of our tributes at Delight, and I'm taking this opportunity to share with you to show कि वो जो multi-faceted word use करते हैं ना हम कि बहुत सारे talents हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें कर सकते हैं. तो in the end देखिए Piyush Pandey, can we play the Piyush Pandey this piece? Piyush in all the views for you, all the colors, the colorful man, the man with the golden heart. Just keep it there. Thank you.
किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निशान, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उठा, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है. मिटे जो प्यार के लिए वो जिंदगी, जले बाहर के लिए वो जिंदगी, किसी को हो ना हो हमें तो एतबार, जीना इसी का नाम है. रिश्ता दिल से जी के एतबार का, जिंदा है हम ही से नाम का. रिश्ता दिल से जी के एतबार का, जिंदा है हम ही से नाम का. कि मर के भी किसी को याद आएंगे, किसी की आंसुओं पे मुस्कुराएंगे, कहेगा फूल हर कली से बार बार, जीना इसी का नाम है. किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निशान, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उठा, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है.
gentlemen. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, what a touching tribute to this legend. As I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Rajan Navani to kindly do the honors of presenting a trophy to Mr. Piyush Pandey as a homage to the legendary Shri Prasun Pandey as a homage to the legendary Shri Piyush Pandey. I would also request Ms. Amita Sarkar to kindly join this very special moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dance together in fond memory of Shri Piyush Pandey. We also honor other dignitaries on the panel. Once again, thank you very much indeed for that moving tribute. In honoring Mr. Piyush Pandey, we are reminded that most powerful stories are not just heard, they are felt. And the most enduring brands are not just built, they are believed. May this legacy continue to inspire every creator, every communicator, and every Indian brand that dares to speak from the heart.
CII is so deeply honored and I'm so happy we did this. Nobody spoke of Mr. Pandey's mustache. You missed it, Sudhanshu. Yeah, we of course showed it in the end. I think it was indeed very, very touching. Thank you, everyone.
Requesting our dignitaries to come together for a group photograph. Can we have a picture of Sri Piyush Pandey ji in the backdrop, if possible? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving into the next session, which is a plenary session on champions and change makers, India's big bet on sports as mainstream entertainment. Step into a session that celebrates not just performance but purpose, not just competition but culture, not just sport but the spectacle. India is making a bold bet on the sports as a mainstream entertainment. From cricket stadiums to kabaddi arenas, from Olympic podiums to e-sports platforms, sport is no longer just a pastime. It is a platform for storytelling, identity, and national pride. This plenary brings together visionaries and champions who are transforming Indian sport into a force of aspiration, inclusion, and economic momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead this dynamic conversation on champions and change makers, India's big bet on sports as the mainstream entertainment. Leading the dynamic conversations, we are honored to welcome a business leader and sports visionary who has been instrumental in shaping India's sporting ecosystem, both on the field and in the boardroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for our dignitaries to join us for this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that joining us in this panel would be Ms. Deepti Sharma, who is the Indian cricketer player of the tournament, ICC Women's World Cup 2025. We'll see her shortly on the stage, sharing her wonderful experiences. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome on stage our chair and moderator for this session, Mr. Shashwat Goenka, Chair CII Eastern Region and Vice Chairman and RPSG Group. Round of applause to welcome Mr. Rajan Lavani, Co-Chair CII National Council on Media and Entertainment, MD and CEO Jet Synthesis. And ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to welcome Ms. Deepti Sharma, the Indian cricketer player of the tournament, ICC Women's World Cup 2025. Who's been a true game changer, has been a symbol of great grace and global recognition, proving that Indian women's cricket is not just rising, it's redefining the game. And may I now hand over to our session chair to carry forward this powerful and impactful conversation along with Ms. Deepti Sharma. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. And a very good morning to all of you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, especially at a moment in time where sports and entertainment are synonymous. Sports is taking over entertainment in India, if I can say so. Cricket, football, kabaddi, hockey, and now cricket and badminton. But let me start with a few numbers hovering around cricket because they capture the cultural moment that India is living through. The IPL today is one of the world's biggest entertainment products. 620 million digital viewers in 2024, with almost 1.5 times that in 25. 169 million watching the final on TV, much more than the Super Bowl has ever had. And the season reached, crossing over 500 million unique fans. When we move to cricket overall, the 2023 ODI World Cup recorded 1.25 billion cumulative viewers. And the India and Pakistan match alone drew over 300 million live viewers, which has been amongst the biggest sporting events on the planet. But here's the real shift. The Women's Premier League is breaking every benchmark. Season 2 crossed 140 million viewers. The first 15 matches delivered 103 million TV viewers. And this year's opener crossed 30 million alone, the highest ever for a women's league match anywhere in the world. And while stadiums and broadcasts explode, sports, gaming, and digital fandom are growing even faster. India now has just under 500 million online gamers. It is one of the world's fastest growing sports gaming markets, growing at over 35% annually. With over 185 million fantasy sports users and esports viewership, which is projected to cross over 100 million by 2027. In short, India isn't just watching sport. We're playing it, we're streaming it, we're gaming it, and we're doing it. Sport has become entertainment, identity, digital culture, and one of the most exciting business ecosystems of the next decade. And to unpack this transformation, we have two people who are shaping it in very different ways. First, my extreme left, Mr. Rajan Lavani, Chairman of Jetline Group at Jet Synthesis, who is building India's interactive fan economy through gaming, esports, and digital entertainment. And to my immediate left, Ms. Deepti Sharma, one of India's finest all-rounders, part of the champion Indian Women's World Cup winning team, and a WPL star. Can we have a round of applause? With that, let's dive right in for what promises to be an extremely engaging. My first question to you, Mr. Lavani. What makes sport today one of India's most compelling entertainment categories? And how has fan behavior transformed over the last decade?
Thank you, Shashwat, for doing this and bringing a very different dimension of entertainment, linked to sports. And of course, Deepti ji, very warm welcome. आपने जो कर दिखाया है, what the women's team has done is going to be a role model for creating. I think every man,
opportunity. So thank you and very warm welcome to you. But sports, when you talk of it, it gets this applause, right? Because there is something about sport that is different when it comes to entertainment. Because unlike a film or anything else, where you can predict a little bit unless it's a very deep mystery, till the last nail-biting moment, what that result is going to be. It plays at the edge of that human emotion. And I think that is what has made sure sport across the world, has always been something that has entertained people. It also brings about unity, because you are, watching it together, and when you look at leagues, your cities, come together, and it's an identity. It has also got what you rightly said, Shashwat, a team spirit behind it, or if it is an individual hero, like people will go to watch Vikti, now onwards, whenever she is playing. So there are many angles about fan engagement, fan following, which actually sports is able to deliver. Today, probably at a scale which is as large, I would like to dare say larger than what even, film and, other forms of entertainment is able to do. And I think that's the excitement. So today we are talking about Big Picture Summit, and we've just had the Women's World Cup win, which I think generated views and excitement as much as any men's match has done in one championship. More, it's so exciting for India as a country. So I think there couldn't be a better time for us to be having this discussion in India, in Mumbai. When we talk of future of entertainment.
तो दीदी शुरुआत करते हैं आपके माइलस्टोन मोमेंट से। आई थिंक वर्ल्ड कप जीतना हर एथलीट का सपना होता है। जब आपने वर्ल्ड कप ट्रॉफी हाथ में ली, तो उस पल का सबसे गहरा एहसास क्या था? और क्या चीज थी जो आपको इस जर्नी में सबसे ज्यादा खुश करती है?
Thank you, Shashwat ji, and hello everyone, first of all. और जैसा आपने बोला कि जब आपने ट्रॉफी लिफ्ट करी तो आप क्या सोच रहे थे, क्या माइंड में चल रहा था, तो बस यही था कि इंडिया में हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप, इससे अच्छा कहाँ ऐसा मोमेंट मिलेगा जब आप अपने देश में खेले, अपने क्राउड के सामने और इन फ्रंट ऑफ योर फैमिली। तो उससे अच्छा मोमेंट कोई नहीं हो सकता था। और मैं चाहती थी कि ये ट्रॉफी मैं अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए जीतूं, और आई थिंक वो ड्रीम भी पूरा हुआ। तो काफी अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि जब आप फैमिली के सामने ट्रॉफी लिफ्ट कर रहे थे तो एक इमोशन भी था उधर, और थोड़ा सा इमोशनल भी थे, बट एट द सेम टाइम वो जो खुशी थी वो मतलब मैं वर्ड्स में बयान नहीं कर सकती कितना खुश थे उस टाइम पर।
और आपने एक और रिकॉर्ड अभी हाल ही में तोड़ा, WPL में आपके 3.2 क्रॉस की रिकॉर्ड बोली लगी। वुमेन्स क्रिकेट के लिए आई थिंक एक बहुत बड़ा मोमेंट है। तो ये बात आपके लिए क्या मायने रखता है, और क्या आपको लगता है कि इससे विमेन्स स्पोर्ट्स को और ज्यादा कमर्शियल कल्चरल स्पॉटलाइट मिलेगा?
डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि मतलब हमेशा मेंस में ऐसा होता था कि लोग इतना क्लोजली ऑप्शन फॉलो करते थे, लेकिन अभी पिछले 2-3 साल से ऐसा हो रहा है कि वुमेन्स क्रिकेट भी उतना क्लोजली फॉलो किया जा रहा है, एज वेल एज ऑप्शन भी कि किस पे कितना ज्यादा बिड लग रहा है, कौन किस टीम में जा रहा है, उसका क्रेज हमें खुद को भी पर्सनली बहुत होता है, और जो लोग देखते हैं उसको उनको भी रहता है। बट अच्छा लगा जो भी देखिए, मतलब यूपी से बिलोंग करते हैं और यूपी टीम में ही वापस से गए, तो अगेन एक अपॉर्चुनिटी वापस से मुझे खेलने को मिलेगा वहां से। और मतलब ऑब्वियसली नंबर्स का उतना मैं सोचती नहीं हूँ, बट अच्छा लगा, उतने ह्यूज नंबर्स में बिग हुआ मेरे लिए, फैमिली को भी अच्छा लगा। और जैसा कि आपने स्पॉन्सरशिप के लिए बोला, डेफिनेटली WPL एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जो हर प्लेयर को हेल्प करता है स्पॉन्सरशिप के लिए, और जितना भी कवरेज मिलता है, चाहे वो सोशल मीडिया से या जो भी उनके हैंडल्स हैं, उन पे डेफिनेटली हेल्प करता है ये सब जब एंगेजमेंट उनको मिलता है।
And I think, I want to just draw attention from the fact that today sports beyond the game is becoming a lot more about storytelling and branding. And so I have 2 questions, one for each of you. So Mr. Lavani, first for you. So how is digital content, gaming and tech shaping athlete brands today? And likewise, how is it shaping fan connection with these athlete brands today?
today an athlete has an opportunity to connect directly with millions and maybe 8 billion people through multiple platforms because आज हम सबके हाथ में फोन है, सबको you can reach in an instant anywhere in the world, बस वो moment है. And I think वो जो celebration होती है ना, the moment of victory जो sports में होती है, so very बहुत मायना रखता है कि वो जो second, वो minute में वो जो shot खेल के जो वो championship आपने उठाई, अगर थोड़ा ऐसे हो जाता था तो वो miss हो जाता. That moment, वो जो connection है, वो जो human connection जो हम बोलते हैं ना, पहले possible नहीं था. आज सब देखते हैं digital, so the emotions involved with an athlete today are far greater than ever before. And what we have seen evolve over the period of time, and we work very closely right from Sachin Tendulkar, from the earlier days, and today when we talk very often that same moment, that this kind of connection was what it would be. और दीप्ति जी और जब आपने वर्ल्ड कप जीता, वही मोमेंट हम बात कर रहे थे उसके बाद कि आज का उसका जो पावर है बहुत चेंज हो गया. So today the athlete connection is become much larger. Second is because of that, brands are now very interested in reaching those consumers. ये जो consumers हैं वो टीवी नहीं देखते हैं इतना, पेपर नहीं पढ़ते हैं इतना, तो उनको reach करना भी बहुत मुश्किल है, especially Gen Zs. तो through these mediums they are able to reach. And आप जो athletes की जो आज fan following देखा आपने बोली इनकी बोली, the auction price was that. That also means now you are more valuable not only to the team, not only to WPL, but to your fans and to the brands who want to reach those brands. तो अगर आप देखेंगे कि ये पूरी जो इकोसिस्टम है, एंटरटेनमेंट स्पोर्ट्स को कंबाइन करके जो आज है, वो पहले कभी थी नहीं, और आज with artificial intelligence, और that's the main theme of ये पूरे seminar, the entire summit. I can say that the gentleman sitting here is a fan of hers. He's a fan of cricket, or he is also watching using organic toothpaste, and therefore I can direct and personalize that brand experience and the entertainment and the consumer experience very differently. So उस AI के साथ तो ये और exponentially बढ़ेगा. So I think we are in a very exciting time when it comes to all of these aspects.
Absolutely, and I have one follow-up question on AI, but I'll come back to you. But Deepti, आज players नहीं है, वो public figures भी है, brands भी है. आप कैसे डिसाइड करती हैं कि अपनी स्टोरी का कौन सा हिस्सा फैंस के साथ शेयर करें और कौन सा हिस्सा ना शेयर करें, और ताकि कनेक्शन भी बना रहे और गेम पे फोकस भी बना रहे?
देखिए, मतलब मैं तो हर एक ये अपना शेयर करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि बिना फैंस के सपोर्ट के पॉसिबल नहीं होता. आपको जब भी आप ग्राउंड पे जाते हैं, या आप नॉट ओनली ऑन द ग्राउंड, जब आप अपने अपने सिटी, अपने होम टाउन में जब वापस जाते हैं, तो ऐसे वो वेव करते हैं, उनका इतना सपोर्ट मिलता है. जैसे कि मतलब अभी मैं वर्ल्ड कप के बाद जब मैं घर गई थी, तो काफी अच्छा मतलब रोड शो हुआ था, बहुत अच्छे से पहली बार वेलकम मिला मुझे अपने शहर में. तो उस टाइम फैंस लोग इतने सारे आए थे, तो मतलब मुझे ऐसे इमेजिन करना मुश्किल हो रहा था. मतलब मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था कि ऐसा हो सकता है, बट थैंक्स टू फैमिली ऑल्सो, जैसे उन्होंने मैनेज किया इस चीज को कि मेक श्योर के दीप्ति को अच्छा फील कराना है, जो उसने किया है देश के लिए. तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि उनका फैमिली का सपोर्ट उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है जितना कि आप टीम में अपना 100% देते हैं, क्योंकि उनके सपोर्ट से ही हम आगे बढ़ते हैं.
एंड उस मोमेंट पे जब आप वापस अपने घर गए थे एंड इतने सारे लोग, इतने सारे फैंस वहां थे, उस समय आपको कैसा फील?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था, क्योंकि जब हम वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल खेल रहे थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत प्रेशर रहता है, लेकिन जब हम लोग जीत गए, उसके पहले हमने नर्व्स को बहुत अच्छे से कंट्रोल किया हुआ था, कि हमें पता था कि प्रेशर वाला गेम है, लेकिन जब हम जीत जाएंगे तो वी विल सेलिब्रेट एज अ टीम. उसके बाद में हमने काफी इंजॉय करा. आई थिंक हमने इस पार्टी का बहुत टाइम से वेट किया हुआ था, और हम लोग प्रैक्टिस भी कर रहे थे, कैंप्स भी अटेंड कर रहे थे, और जिस चीज का इंतजार था वो भी पूरा हुआ. फिर जब वापस घर गए तो सबका प्यार, सबका ये लाड मिला मुझे वापस आगरा जाके.
Coming back to you now, you spoke about tech, AI, and how that's in a way bringing people closer to sports, right? How do you think tech can deepen emotional connection with sports and unlock new revenue streams for teams, leagues, creators, and teams?
I think as I was mentioning, and it's just started that on the personalization part, right? So I think everything starts with the end consumer or the end, citizen of a country, and सबका एक affiliation होता है either through a country, through a city, through a state, or either it is to a creator or to a league. You build some affiliation, out of some storytelling that you have heard. Now, technology has the impact of not only enabling you to engage and interact directly in a much deeper manner, but also to experience that very differently. As today, what we are seeing are immersive experiences that are completely shifting the paradigm in way of which you are able to not only visualize the sport, but experience that sport. The collaborative spirit that you see in a stadium, ये सब साथ में बैठ के जो live experience हो रहा है, आज वो थोड़े fan, kingdoms are created in different places. The hub and spoke model are being done. Large screens are being put out in restaurants and others where people are coming together to experience. And even on the digital platforms, we are seeing there's a lot of, you can share a high five with somebody as you're doing that. So technology is actually increasingly playing a much larger role in the experience side. But when it comes to, as I mentioned, to athletes and to leagues, we pioneered these sports in India. And who thought that we will get an athlete, who will probably win an Olympic medal for your country on a digital gamified platform? What you are doing is you're playing cricket, and I must mention this because yesterday Uday was talking of how the transition from Test cricket to one day to T20 to now 100, and e-cricket, right? What we have this global e-cricket Premier League. It's a 5 over versus 5 over. You still have people playing on the two platforms. And out of millions of people who play, we trained the top 100, 1,000, drafted them into teams. And they were streamed on Star Sports. While IPL was going on Star Sports 1 and 2, Star Sports 3 was showing GPL. So, हमने new heroes of a new sport. So next digital or technology current next sports भी करेगा. Not only sports training, sports training में तो अभी artificial intelligence का बहुत प्रभाव हो रहा है. कैसे आप bat कर रहे हो, कैसे stand कर रहे हो. But more than that, it's creating new sports. So the digital and the technological wave today is at an unprecedented pace that we've never seen before.
So do you think it would be fair to say that people are moving away from just passively watching a game to watching the game and actively participating through AR, VR, esports, fantasy sports?
No, absolutely, and in esports particularly, especially games which have now got large player bases and are being recognized with large prize pools and similarly large auctions. A lot of people watch their creators and others to learn how to best play the game, because digitally you're playing that strategy and also जो देख रहे हैं, they're actually learning how to play the game better. So there are multiple aspects to this besides just the experience of feeling that in an immersive environment, is also getting better strategically in how to play a game and learning from others. And I think that's the new excitement which is driving streaming and all at a different level and creating new heroes, which is again a big part of this new creator economy. And then the creator becomes an influencer because people follow them and trust them. Then you have brands also chasing. So it's a very virtuous kind of a cycle that we see.
दिखती एक एथलीट के नजरिए से और खासकर एक फीमेल एथलीट के नजरिए से कौन सी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है जो आपको लगता है कि इनफ नहीं है एंड आपकी पूरी जर्नी पे क्या क्या डिफिकल्टीज आपने फेस करी एंड उनको आपने ओवरकम कैसे?
तो जब मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया था फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट डे, तो पहले ऐसा होता था कि मैं बहुत छोटी थी, अराउंड 9 इयर्स की थी. तो उस टाइम पे एक सर ने यही बोला था कि आपको डिसिप्लिन मेंटेन करते रहना थ्रू आउट द आपकी जर्नी. तो आपको एक ही किट होता था, वाइट किट होता था, और उसी को पहन के मैं जाती थी और एक ही पेयर रहता था. तो जब भी ग्राउंड से वापस आती थी फिर उसको वॉश करती थी, फिर के नेक्स्ट डे के लिए पहनना है तो उसको प्रिपेयर करके रखती थी. और ऐसा ये तो फर्स्ट डे. और सेकंड ऐसा था कि एक ही बाइक से जाते थे मैं और डैडी. उनको पहले जॉब के लिए ड्रॉप करते थे एंड देन फिर मुझे ग्राउंड पे ड्रॉप करते थे भैया. तो ये सारी छोटी छोटी कठिनाइयां रही है मेरी जर्नी में. एंड लकी कि उतना ज्यादा कुछ ऐसे नहीं रहा कि मुझे बहुत कुछ फेस करना पड़ा. बट स्टिल फाइनेंशियली भी प्रॉब्लम थोड़ा रहता था पहले की, क्योंकि डैडी ने जब तक जॉब स्टार्ट किया था अपना, एंड देन सडनली ऐसा था कि मुझे क्रिकेटर बनना है, क्योंकि भैया खेलते थे, बैकग्राउंड ऐसा था। तो ये सारी थोड़ी सी डिफिकल्टीज फेस करी है मैंने, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम अपने मन को ऐसे रखा कि नहीं, मुझे स्ट्रांग रहना है, जो भी फेजेस आए मुझे हैंडल करना है। और उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा है फैमिली का, क्योंकि हमेशा उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है, चाहे डाउनफॉल हो, चाहे मैं बहुत अच्छा कर रही हूँ, ऑलवेज उनका सपोर्ट रहा है फैमिली का, स्पेशली पेरेंट्स का। तो मतलब जो भी ऐसे हार्ड टफ फेसेस आते थे, तो मुझे ऐसे फील नहीं होता था कि मतलब मैं अकेले फेस कर रही हूँ ये चीजें, चाहे वो मैच हो सकता है, ड्यूरिंग गेम हो सकता है, या नॉर्मल लाइफ में भी हो सकता है। तो हमेशा उन्होंने सपोर्ट करा है। तो फैमिली का सपोर्ट एक्चुअली बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है, जो कि मैं चाहूंगी कि जो भी प्लेयर्स हों, जो भी यंग गर्ल्स हों, अगर उनको फैमिली का सपोर्ट मिलेगा तो डेफिनेटली अपने ड्रीम की तरफ जाएंगे फिर।
और इससे एक और दूसरा सवाल, जब पहली बार आपने फैमिली को बताया कि मुझे क्रिकेट में करियर बनाना है, तो उन्होंने आपको क्या सलाह दी? और दूसरा, जब टाइम्स अच्छे होते जैसे अभी चल रहा है, तब वो आपको क्या सलाह दी?
देखिए, सबसे अच्छी बात है कि जब मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया तो उस टाइम पे उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी मेरे को मना नहीं किया किसी भी चीज के लिए। उन्होंने कहा कि आपका जिसका इंटरेस्ट है आप जरूर वो करो, लेकिन जो नेबर्स होते थे या जो भी लोग होते थे, वो पेरेंट्स को हमेशा नेगेटिव बोलते थे कि क्रिकेट लड़कियों का गेम नहीं है, आप कहाँ भेज रहे हैं, पता नहीं क्रिकेट खेलेगी या नहीं, स्कोप है कि नहीं, मतलब ऐसे काफी नेगेटिव बोलते थे। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात थी कि उन्होंने उनकी बातों पे ध्यान नहीं दिया। उन्होंने बस यही चाहा कि नहीं, हमें अपने बच्चे को सपोर्ट करना है और हमें पता है कि वो एक दिन डेफिनेटली खेलेगी। तो मतलब मैंने उनका सर हमेशा ऊपर रखा और बस ये रखा कि जैसे वो सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, ऐसे ही मैं चाहती हूँ कि सभी को ऐसे पेरेंट्स मिले जैसे उन्होंने मुझे सपोर्ट किया है।
Mr. Navani, building on that, so while family support is very important for an athlete, it's equally important for coaching, scouting, competitions, etc. So what, in your opinion, are some systemic changes that India requires to build a strong talent pipeline for sports?
I think like we see in every sport, actually in India, हमारे sports clubs, they always come from tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think it's so clear, whenever we see, because the hunger to do well, to be able to create that, and somewhere we miss that, I think as a country. So like when we took a choice of investing in cricket, in the sport, not only on the electronic side, in the Maharashtra Premier League, we acquired a Ratnagiri Jets as a franchise. We won the first 2 seasons in the men's, and this time, for the first time, we had the women's. So Maharashtra is the first state which set up a women's Premier League, and we won a team, and actually our colleague Smriti Mandana is our captain. And I must say that Smriti, we were talking उसके बाद कि जो gap जो state के जो level का of WPL was there, and what is actually at the national level, and then at the World Cup level, there's a lot of catch up to be done. And I think जो आप कह रहे थे, it comes down ultimately to the grassroots and how are we viewing this. So what we did differently, we said the clubs or the local clubs that are there at the state level, typically they charge the players, etc., to be a part of it and all. We made it meritocratic. We said we will sponsor at grassroots level. Even though we know that today we are not going to be able to monetize this, but it is important to be able to start that at that level, to be able to ensure that the best come. And second, we do it at the youngest age. So right from under 14 to whatever, we change the paradigm. So first, of course, nobody supported us. So we were not able to buy a single club. So many of our players who also play in the Ranji Trophy said, no problem, we will stand by you and we will start a new club. But for that, we had to win 16 matches in a row to be able to qualify. We, of course, won it luckily, and today we stand. So, I think it needs this bold decision. So whenever I get a chance, I talk to everyone who is at least at the grassroots in cricket to change women's cricket, even men's cricket, and to get the best out. We need
Why are we waiting for what government should do and what others will do? I think private players who are invested and believe that sports is important, and today we are seeing that across corporate houses. I think it is important for us to take that initiative to demonstrate how that change can happen. And I think like how business में करते हैं, बाकी चीजों में भी करते हैं. If you stay invested, for a little longer and a little deeper, the outcomes will come naturally. And I think that's the spirit with which we believe the future should, play.
Thank you. And दीप्ति एक क्वेश्चन अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं एथलीट के नजरिए से कि सिस्टम में और क्या-क्या चेंजेस जरूरी है कि हर स्पोर्ट में एक स्ट्रॉन्ग टैलेंट पाइपलाइन बनता रहे.
देखिए पहले कैसा होता था कि उतना सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता था, चाहे वो गर्ल्स क्रिकेट खेलने जा रहे हो या डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट में खेलने जा रहे हो, तो सपोर्ट बहुत जरूरी है. उसके साथ में ही जैसे मैंने बोला कि अभी इतना सारा स्पॉन्सरशिप मिलने लगा है, इतना सारा मीडिया का कवरेज अच्छा मिलने लगा है, तो आई एम श्योर कि जो भी यंगर्स जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन में जो आने वाली हैं उनको हम डेफिनेटली इंस्पायर करते हैं काफी, सो दैट कि वो अपना जो भी स्पोर्ट हो, एनी स्पोर्ट्स, वो अगर सोचेंगे कि हमें डेफिनेटली कोई ना कोई स्पोर्ट खेलना है और अपने लगन के साथ खेलना है, तो डेफिनेटली बाकी चीजें तो होती रहती है जब वो अपना माइंडसेट अगर एक जगह रखेंगे.
आपने यंगर एस्पायरिंग एथलीट्स के बारे में अभी बात करी, तो अगर आप पूरे देश में देखें तो लाखों लड़कियों के लिए आज आप एक रोल मॉडल हैं, तो आप उन्हें एक चीज क्या कहना चाहती हैं जो उन्हें स्पोर्ट्स में ब्रेकथ्रू लाने के लिए और कंसिस्टेंसी के लिए मदद करे?
देखिए जब मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया था तो माइंडसेट बहुत सिंपल था, बहुत क्लियर था, और जो सोच थी, मतलब जो मेरा ड्रीम था, हमेशा मैंने बड़ा ही सोचा है और हमेशा पॉजिटिव रखा है अपने आप को कि जो भी सिचुएशन आएगी आई विल हैंडल, चाहे कोई भी सिचुएशन हो सकती है. बट जैसे मुझे चैलेंजेस अच्छे लगते हैं तो मैं चाहूंगी उन सभी गर्ल्स के लिए, जो भी यंग गर्ल्स हैं, जो भी आगे खेलना चाहती हैं, मैं चाहूंगी कि जरूर खेलें, लेकिन बस अपना डेडिकेशन, डिटर्मिनेशन एंड डिसिप्लिन के साथ खेलें और हमेशा जो सोच है उसको बड़ी रखें, जैसे कि मैंने रखा, तो डेफिनेटली आप हर एक चीज हासिल करेंगे अगर आप पॉजिटिव रहेंगे विद ऑनेस्टी.
And Mr. Navani, question to you is, when you look at sports today, it's beyond just a physical activity, it's beyond just entertainment as well. It actually is a strong reckoning of soft power, right? So how do you think India can use sports more strategically as a global soft power?
I think cricket is probably our strongest soft power to the world, and because while we do believe that India has, of course, many sports that we play, but cricket is just disproportionate to everything else. And I think, if we are able to focus and build upon that, there is no two ways that, we will probably be able to leverage it the best. And I think what is happening with cricket now being included into the LA Olympics, and I think it's a big time for India, and to be able to see, because now, as we see around the world, as countries are building their cricket teams, not only do we have Indians as a part of those teams everywhere, but the coaches, the entire Indian ecosystem that has built the Indian cricketers is now being used and deployed around the world. So what it is really doing, it is giving a peek not only into India's sporting heritage and culture, but also many other nuances. जैसे आप दीप्ति बैठी हैं, दीप्ति जी की story is today going to talk around the world, because Olympics में जब ये when her story will be told, it will be told very differently, because पूरी दुनिया will watch it. अभी तक what has happened, cricket has been limited to maybe 15 countries, 20 countries. Now with this it happening, I think it's a large. So sports is a very large part of the soft power, and we see other countries use it here. Hopefully with cricket, we will be able to make a much bigger dent on that.
And in talking of power, you've also spent over a decade building many platforms for India's youth. So what is one fundamental mind shift change that you think young Indians must embrace to truly lead the world in the next decade?
I think it's a single biggest shift. I think Deepthi also mentioned it a little bit, is tapping into your inner power. I think there hasn't been a bigger need, at least
in the world than to be able to unlock अपना own strong strength, power from within. And I think therefore when we talk about creators, we talk about athletes, we talk about any young person trying to achieve anything, even in the creator economy and all, I think having that positive mindset, having the ability to take care of yourself, because situations around you will keep changing, everything will happen. It is how you have an attitude towards that will shape it. And we as Jetsons have invested deeply in that. We run India's largest mindfulness platform, Think Right, and through that we are seeing how we can actually bring about a very deep change, because it begins within an individual, and from there how it kind of changes. So I think that is one very, very large part that we do, and then the expertise and whatever the effort is needed to unlock that aspiration and ambition, and to how to coordinate and collaborate as with others is also a very big skill. So there are multiple skills that need to get unlocked, and that is the opportunity. And I think when we see platforms, cross platforms, across different interest-based communities like music and gaming and e-sport, we are able to create ecosystems that kind of drive the growth of it. So I think it's very exciting.
And how do you think Indian platforms can take over the global stage? And what is required for us as industry or business people in developing Indian platforms to ensure that you become that global brand when it comes to sports?
I think, as you said rightly, IPL is one such, physical, of course, platform which the world has experienced on sport. But when I come and I look at it more from a digital standpoint, a large part of the other platforms that have got built are built with significant investments and over very long periods of time. So whatever we do from India is a catch-up, and we need to understand that and appreciate that early on. And we need very large global partners and collaborators to make that happen, especially if we want to accelerate that. I think sometimes we miss that. So we have taken a very conscious call to work with some of the largest global partners who are not only interested but deeply committed to investing in India, and together with them actually accelerate the pace at which we can make a global mark much deeper and stronger. And maybe for the next decade or so, that is the way for India, before you will see Indian platforms all over the world kind of becoming a position. But the journey has already begun and it's accelerating very fast.
And so partnerships are the way to go. Absolutely. Diti, एक एथलीट के लिए, एक प्लेयर के लिए डिसिप्लिन बहुत जरूरी होता है, चाहे वो खेल के दौरान हो या ट्रेनिंग के दौरान हो या तो आप अपने ट्रेनिंग रूटीन के बारे में हमें कुछ बता सकते हैं, और आप डिसिप्लिन कैसे मेंटेन करते हैं? क्योंकि जैसे जैसे आप सक्सेसफुल होते जाते हैं वैसे वैसे बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज आती है, बहुत सारे लोग अलग अलग चीज बताते हैं, तो आप अपनी सोच को सही जगह पे कैसे रखते हैं एंड उसमें कैसे डिसिप्लिन?
पहले तो देखिए, जैसे अपनी टीम में भी कोचेस वगैरह जो भी बोलते हैं तो मैं बहुत अच्छे से बहुत ध्यान से सुनती हूँ कि क्या बोल रहे हैं वो। मे बी मेरे अच्छे के लिए बोल रहे हैं कि मुझे मे बी टेक्निक वाइज हो या ट्रेनिंग वाइज हो, मुझे क्या इम्प्रूव करना है अपने गेम में और कैसे मैं बेटर हो सकती हूँ इन टर्म्स ऑफ फिटनेस को लेके। तो आई थिंक हमारे जो ट्रेनर है उनसे हमारी बात होती रहती है एवरी वीक क्या किया है और कैसे बेटर करूँ और कैसे स्पीड वर्क पे और फोकस करूँ। तो आई थिंक अगर आप अपना डिसिप्लिन रह के अगर आप करिए कि लाइक से फॉर एग्जाम्पल मुझे मंडे ये करना है और नेक्स्ट थर्सडे और वेडनेसडे ये करना है, ट्यूसडे, तो ज्यादा अच्छे से कर पाएंगे जैसे मैं फॉलो करती हूँ। और जैसे फिटनेस में एक बहुत बड़ा रोल रहता है आपकी डाइट का, तो अगर आप उस पर ज्यादा फोकस करेंगे कि आपको कौन सी चीज आपकी बॉडी में सूट कर रही है और क्या आपको बेटर खाने से आपको मतलब आपको फिट रख पा रही है, तो वो उतना इम्पोर्टेंट है जैसे कि आप फिजिकल फिटनेस करते हैं। उतना इम्पोर्टेंट आपकी डाइट है, जो कि अभी लाइक यहाँ तक मैं पहुंची हूँ तो डाइट ने मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा एक मेजर रोल प्ले किया है कि रनिंग के साथ स्ट्रेंथ जिम वर्क के साथ आप डाइट को फॉलो करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि वो ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। थोड़े लोग सोचते हैं कि अगर रनिंग कर लेंगे तो ठीक है, रनिंग हो गया, लेकिन शाम को चलो चाट खा लेते हैं या ये सब खा लेते हैं, ऐसा सोचते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। जब आप रनिंग कर रहे हो तो आपको एट द सेम टाइम डाइट पे भी फोकस करना उतना इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो कि मैंने फॉलो किया है।
थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग दैट। आई थिंक आप जो बता रहे हैं कि 24 घंटे डिसिप्लिन हफ्तों के साथ 365 डेज ऑफ द ईयर आपको पड़ता है, तब जाके ही सक्सेसफुल हो सकते हैं। Just talking of discipline, Mr. Navani, question to you is even on the business side, right? There are many opportunities that come up, even if we limit it to just entertainment and sports today. And every opportunity seems like a good opportunity, or there are enough people jumping on it, so you don't want to, miss out. The fear of missing out is there, or you want to be part of that bandwagon. So how do you bring in that discipline of this is what you as a business leader need to do, and this is what you don't need to do? And I'm asking this question because I think it will be very important for all the people here who are trying to create businesses in the space of entertainment.
I think you raised a very interesting point, because at the end of the day, the opportunities are always limited only by your imaginations or the aspiration of a company. But I think, as is often been said, right, going deep into something, but being globally at the best level is probably the right way to look at any opportunity. If you can go deep into something and actually be able to, produce something which is at a world-class level, I think that is truly, the right way of building leadership in today's digital and entertainment world. We've seen digital platforms where the winner takes it all. We've seen that happen, and today it's very hard to build probably one platform that will have 2-3 billion people, connected, especially if you're starting out. So the way we look at it is we look at, is there an interest-based community of about at least 100 million? How do we go deep? How do we understand the community? How are we able to deeply provide whatever it needs, both from an entertainment standpoint, and to us, we look at entertainment and building that connection as the starting point of our relationship with that community. Because today, for the first time, we have an opportunity as a media and entertainment sector to actually disrupt many businesses, which have been, delivering commerce and other things to them without having the power of storytelling. So you think about that, the physical businesses of those added storytelling and, digital as a way of, getting to them. When we look at our businesses, when they're digital first, we can now actually use digital far stronger to be able to move them into the physical world as well. But we need to be deeply invested in communities. We need to have a deeper understanding. And if you look at a cross section of that with AI, and then map a daily life, right? Like a mindful person who also plays, a particular kind of game and listens to a particular form of music, then becomes your ecosystem to move into. So I think for us, we've been looking at affiliated thing, but very important for every business to go deep and establish, a much higher level of penetration.
And डिसिप्लिन की बात हुई, आपने बताया, सर ने बताया, डिसिप्लिन के साथ साथ कल्चर भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। एंड ये क्वेश्चन स्पेसिफिकली टीम इंडिया के कल्चर के ऊपर है। वहां पे टैलेंट भी है, हुनर भी है, विनम्रता भी है। तो आपके हिसाब से सक्सेसफुल टीम कल्चर बनाने के लिए क्या है?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भी टीम है, जैसे लाइक पहले जो टीम थी और अभी जो टीम है, लाइक कुछ ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है। मतलब अभी हम लोग थोड़ा ज्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं, क्योंकि मतलब अभी छोटे ही प्लेयर हैं, सारे काफी यंग टीम है, तो थोड़ा सा ऐसे ही मस्ती मजाक भी चलता रहता है ड्रेसिंग रूम में। तो हम वो चीज को एंजॉय करते हैं और एक अच्छा मतलब एटमॉस्फेयर बनाते हैं कि जिसका जो कंफर्ट जोन है उसमें अगर रहेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है। और मतलब ऐसे मस्ती फन करते हैं हम लोग, क्योंकि बिफोर द सेमीफाइनल हम लोग एंजॉय कर रहे थे। ऐसा नहीं था कि हम लोग प्रेशर ले रहे हो या समथिंग, कुछ कि हमारे कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर है जो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं, ऐसा हमने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सोचा था। एज अ टीम हम लोग बहुत पॉजिटिव थे और बस यही था, अगर ये मैच जीत गए दैट मीन्स कि हम लोग ट्रॉफी के क्लोज जा रहे हैं, तो मीन्स ये माइंडसेट था। और हम लोग एंजॉय करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोग बहुत सीरियस रहते हैं। टीम में डांस करते रहते हैं थोड़े लोग, और मतलब स्पीकर पे म्यूजिक चलता रहता है, अपना गुनगुनाते रहते हैं, तो मतलब फन करते रहते हैं कि वो भी उतना इम्पोर्टेंट है. आप एंजॉय करेंगे तो आप डेफिनेटली आगे जाएंगे आपके कंफर्ट जोन पे.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think काफी important messages उसने की. To stay positive, don't forget to have fun, and to take one step at a time. अब 2 सवाल हैं आप दोनों के लिए, quick rapid fire before we wrap up the session. तो आपके हिसाब से पहले मिस्टर नवानी 2035 में आपको क्या लगता है कौन सा इंडियन स्पोर्ट डोमिनेट करेगा?
तो मतलब ऑब्वियसली क्रिकेट तो है ही, और मैं चाहूंगी कि जितना ज्यादा हो सके जो भी यंगर्स है इसी स्पोर्ट को चुने. और मुझे लगता है एनी स्पोर्ट में कोई एक स्पोर्ट का नाम नहीं लूंगी, क्योंकि मुझे लगता आई एम श्योर कि ये वर्ल्ड कप के बाद सबके मन में ये आया होगा कि मुझे डेफिनेटली जाना है तो स्पोर्ट में ही जाना, नो मैटर व्हाट, कौन सा स्पोर्ट में जाएंगे, बट जो भी आप चुनेंगे मुझे लगता है वो अच्छा डिसीजन होगा आपके लिए.
I have one selfish thing कि क्रिकेट को ही एक्सटेंड करके हमारी जो सिमुलेटेड क्रिकेट जो अगर वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स हुई तो और हमारे गेम पे अगर लोगों ने दुनिया ने खेल के मेडल जीता तो आई थिंक नथिंग कैन बी ग्रेटर देन दैट. बट हैविंग सेड दैट आई थिंक द पावर जो आपने बोला ना, अगर ओलंपिक्स जैसे इंडिया में आया, यू नो वी स्टार्ट, आई थिंक इन एवरी स्पोर्ट वी हैव द पोटेंशियल. वी हैव 1.4 billion people. We are the youngest country in the world. हमको जो रोकता है is only our aspiration and ambition. Every woman, and today with what we are seeing with women's cricket, I think every woman, every young person should strive to be able to create, you know, an opportunity both at an individual level or at the team level. So I am very happy.
And last question आप दोनों के लिए. I think स्पोर्ट्स को जो एंटरटेनमेंट बनाता है वो हमारे फैंस. तो आपके हिसाब से इंडियन फैंस की एक चीज जो दुनिया में सबसे अलग है?
मतलब नॉट ओनली इंडिया बट हम जहाँ भी खेलने जाते हैं हमें उतना ही सपोर्ट मिलता है, क्योंकि जब भी दूसरी टीम आती है सबसे पहले तो वो टीम से कम डरती है, फैंस लोगों से ज्यादा डरती है, क्योंकि इंडियन फैंस उनको एक तरफ इतने ज्यादा दिखते हैं कि उनको ये नजर नहीं आता कि हमारा तो सपोर्ट है ही नहीं, ऐसा सोचते हैं. लेकिन जब भी जाते हैं, लाइक अगर मैं डीवाई पाटिल का आपको एग्जांपल दूं तो हमने वहाँ पे 2-3 मैचेस खेले थे, तो स्पेशली बकेट हेड करके हैं, वो हमेशा एवरी मैच में वो जाते हैं, तो काफी अच्छा लगता है. और जैसे वो चेयर अप करते हैं इंडियन टीम को, समझ में आ जाता है कि वो लोग आ गए, मतलब उस हिसाब से वो चेयर करते हैं सबसे अलग. और आई थिंक बहुत क्लोजली उन्होंने वो मैचेस देखे हैं, इंडिया में हो या बाहर हो, उनका सपोर्ट इंडिया से ही इतना जुड़ा रहता है कि वो वहां पर भी आ जाते हैं, मैच देखते हैं, सपोर्ट करते हैं.
And I've thought of this question before, and I think it's devotion and reverence. And you know, India में अगर आप देखो बचपन से ही घरों में हमको हमेशा प्रार्थना से we dedicate, to gods, to whatever, and we carry a sense of devotion from the heart, right? And I think when we see real world, heroes, and we see others, that same emotion comes out because now you're able to see people in physical world. Both the statues mein hote hain, others here, when you see that human emotion of Indians as fans is unprecedented, and I think that will drive greater superheroes.
Absolutely, I think what both of you all said, I think is a true tribute to Indian fans and fans of India in both ways, right? And I think that's what will really, and I think it's them who will take this form of entertainment to the globe to become a global soft power in a way. So with that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Deepti ji, Mr. Navani, thank you so much for joining and for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for coming here. आपने सब चीज़ share किया. I think काफी सीखने को मिला. Can I just request the both of you to stay back on stage for your thoughts for this station?
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for that wonderful session. As I invite on stage Mr. Gaurav Banerjee, Chair CII. So I would request Ms. Amita Sarkar to kindly join Mr. Goenka and Mr. Navani to honor and felicitate Ms. Deepti Sharma with a trophy and a show. Thank you very much indeed. And we would a standing ovation, as Ma'am said, for our young talent, our champion who is here with us, motivating all of the youngsters, all of the women, girls to do as well as she has done. A small token of appreciation, memento, a remembrance of this very special moment. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated and be there with us as we straight away move into the next session, which is a part of session on digital. Is digital the future of print in India? Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the session that touches the very soul of storytelling in India, the printed word. For centuries, print has been the bedrock of journalism, the guardian of democracy and the mirror of society. But today, as screens multiply and the attention spans shrink, we must ask, is digital the future of print in India? To explore this question, we are honored to welcome a journalist whose voice has shaped the public discourse of our over 4 decades. A chronicler of India's political and social evolution, a mentor to the generation of reporters, and a pioneer who embraced the digital without abandoning the value of print. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Shekhar Gupta, the editor-in-chief and chairman of the Print for the Power Talk, and I also invite Ms. Amita Sarkar, DVT CII, who would lead this conversation.
I just request a 5-minute time period when the team settles in the crowd, so we could start just after a couple of moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few more minutes before we invite Mr. Shekhar Gupta and Ms. Amita Sarkar back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome on stage for the power tour, Mr. Shekhar Gupta and Ms. Amita Sarkar. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome both our dignitaries on the stage. Mr. Shekhar Gupta, who is Editor-in-Chief and Chairman of the Print for the Power Talk, leading the conversation, Ms. Amita Sarkar.
Please come. I thought the only way to get the hall full is to have him come on the stage and start speaking. He told me to keep his introduction very, very short. And I think he really needs no introduction. Mr. Shekhar Gupta is an award-winning journalist, columnist, anchor, and talk show host. In 2017, he became the founder and editor-in-chief of the Print, India's fastest growing new media platform, known for its non-hyphenated journalism. So when we were deliberating of calling you for the Big Picture Summit, we thought we will give you a topic that will really be a glue and make you say yes, and therefore we thought of the topic is digital the future of, we call it the print, and actually it worked. So I think in his nearly 5 decades career, sir, we really cannot call you only a journalist because you are much, much, much more than all of that. So without any more searching for any more adjectives, I invite you for your keynote address. And thank you very much for coming all the way from Delhi for Big Picture. Thank you.
I'm just speaking here. Thank you very much. I know that this is a pre-lunch moment, everybody is hungry, and that's why I particularly appreciate those of you who are here, because you started early and so I understand. So thank you, Vita, that was still a long and flattering introduction. But these days, usually the editors, when somebody writes anything lengthy or says anything lengthy, so instinct is to cut it out. But journalists get so much value these days and so little praise that when you get it, you take it. So thank you very much. Now, about this subject today, I think the subject, the topic itself is 2 decades out of date. Why so? Because 2 decades back, in fact 2.5 decades back, the death of print media was foreseen and predicted. So 1999, I can tell you the date it was, that was the night of which Indian Army on the battle of Komodik in Kargil. So June of 1999, that is only June 1999, we were at the World Editors Forum, World Editors Forum, and World Association of Newspapers, which happens at the same time in Zurich. At that time, and all 3 days, the sessions were about the rise of digital media and the death of print. And that was globally foreseen and globally predicted. That was 26 years ago. But even now, if that was going to be true, then the digitalization of the New York Times, the paper, Washington Post, Financial Times, the Economist, the Indian Express, the Hindu, Business Standard, none of them should have been around. But the fact is that this time, in India in particular, but globally also, the one truly successful and profitable business model in news media is still the print newspaper. Or what is called sometimes a little bit of dismissiveness as a dead publication. Because 3 die for newspaper to be produced, for newspapers to be produced. 3 publications have outlasted the interventions of mortality. Now, why has it happened, and what is it that might happen in future? So, first of all, that's the reason I say this question is a little bit outdated, because all newspapers are prospering. We were promised, in fact, a future bolder and more best restless, disturbed that we have seen so far. So what happened? What happened? Today, if you see print newspapers, salaries are going up. All of them are hiring more journalists. They're also adding more pages. They also have more ads. Of course, it helps that the state governments now want to put out these ads, also with the Prime Minister's picture, and they are finding more and more excuses to promote themselves, which is very good for the media because this is what it will promote. This is straightforward, very advertising, and also for print, the old statutory advertising is still there. So chairman's reports, IPOs, C4 pages of IPOs from pages, all of that's there. All of these combined will be still a very formidable proposition. Now, change is rarely linear and simple. Change usually comes through constant revision and it's messy. The fact is that media will die one day. That will not happen this Friday. Right? It's not happen this Friday, next Friday. In the course of time, because that's the way the world is moving. In the course of time, it will die, but it will lead to something else. Also, I don't know how you will make a day or even on tomorrow, because digital itself keeps changing. Now, AI is changing many things. The problem with digital is not that it might kill print journalism. The problem that I see with digital or online journalism right now is that it might kill journalism itself. Let me put this in 3 quick points. Number one, it can take nuance out of news. Nuance out of news means news cannot be like a football match or a hockey match or even a cricket match where one side scores and the other more than the other. Even if you score one more than the other, you win. News is not like that. News has a lot of nuance. So that news goes on the limit. Number two, there are algorithmic audiences. And because you want to reach algorithmic audiences, you are basically converted. How that happens, I will tell you. If I think that every problem in this country is caused by, say, a minority, right? Suppose I believe that. I hope nobody takes off these 20 seconds and puts out Shekhu saying that. Because that is exactly the problem this time finding it. So, if I believe that, my algorithms will only feed me with stuff that conforms to that point of view. And I will further say, मुझे पता है, कैसे पता है, मैंने देखा है, मैंने कहाँ देखा है, मैंने Instagram में देखा, मैंने WhatsApp में देखा, और then increasingly publications that put out that stuff, I will be seeing that because algorithms will do that. Similarly, if I am somebody who thinks that Hitler is the cause of all problems in our country, I will show enough if I only start saying that everything that is wrong with the country is because of Hitler. If I don't like Indian corporates, if I believe that Indian corporates are behind all our problems, then and I read it, bit of that, write a bit of that, then the same animals will be free to start saying these are corporate model is a tip of a part of here. Similarly, if I believe that anybody who questions the corporates or questions the liberal economic policy is an urban muscle, I will be affected also. I believe that everybody is an urban muscle. And the third thing is, this has led to the emergence of a new animal, a new mutant, which is called news curation. Now I see applications all the time from young journalists saying, I am a content writer. And the news curator. What are these people? So what this has done is, this has truly dehumanized journalism. This has sucked the soul out of journalism. Some numbers, all big media organizations now run sweatshops where in any shift, hundreds of young people come, most get below minimum wages because they given short-term contracts, and all they are doing is watching TV, watching news agencies, watching social media, etc. And creating those little stories, the train network stories, that that's called news curation. So you're not really doing any journalism, but you're just picking up stuff from here and there. And the question is, how many do you put out in a day? 700,000 other organizations that might put out 7,000 in a day. And these are all very young people who are doing this, and they don't call themselves journalists, they call themselves news content writers or content producers. In fact, when I see their applications, I know that all the applications sound the same also, so the applications are also written by AI, right? And sometimes they say, I have got my target on so much traffic, but the target section is kept blank. So the person is even forgotten to. So that is what sucks the soul out of journalism. That's the third point. Then we come to audience behavior. Audience behavior, reading behavior, news consumption patterns are all changing, and delivery pipelines are changing. Delivery pipelines are changing, so online is responding to that, and it must. The print is now also choosing new delivery pipelines. At the same time, we want to follow the 10-tree model, which is good journalism in a good fashion way, but use faster, quicker ways of getting across to people, which is through online, social media, etc. Challenges keep coming, and we deal with that. To not recognize that the world has changed, we give no times for people in early 19th century Britain who thought machines were going to be enemies of humankind. And they were the ones who were going on destroying and dumping textile mills and other industry factories, thinking that technology, engineering, new factories are bad for humankind. They were called new times. So to not acknowledge that there is change will be right, that is not good for everybody. It is harder to accept the change, welcome the change, embrace the change, and guide it by not sacrificing quality. That's the challenge. You just have to make sure you extra budget. So online does not equal journalism. Online will not equal tomorrow, and therefore tomorrow it might take a long time, but online is killing journalism as it should be. That is the big danger, and that is something that we are living through right now. Because it's the same thing. How many hits did you get? How many views did you get? And because what the keywords are today, Google keeps on changing its algorithms, and that is always a challenge. Once again, the trick is to step back with the principles. Because readers today have shorter time, shorter patience, is distracted, and is loyal. Also, the reader today views more than reads. So, readers today, the reader they use and hears more than reads, scrolls instead of plotting. How to deliver to this reader and catch that reader's time and attention is the challenge. As far as the print is concerned, it's liberal, libertarian, it believes in strong India. And why doing that? We like to come to shouting news. I'm not trying to turn back the clock, because the way the clock is done is actually been good for us. Because what is print done? What is digital done? Digital is lowering the entry barriers of people like us. Otherwise, we start with newspaper for fake, hundreds of crores, big printing presses, lots of people, and maybe 3 generations for a brand to be established. Digital has start 2 zeros out of everything. 2 zeros out of investment required, 2 zeros out of people required, and 2 zeros of maybe two generations out of 3 generations required. You can done so. This suits us. Why should I be fighting this? Why should I be not leveraging it? We have to figure out how to leverage it, yes. At the same time, the basic principle we have to keep in mind. And the basic principle is that to accept what has changed. And second, to insist on what should not change and what shall not change. So that is where we are. I kept to my time. In fact, I've saved a little time because I don't take your questions. And those of you who stay back from this, I'm at your command.
So the first question from me, then I will come to you and other. I just feel intrigued that why did you call your body is it your intrinsically you are with a mindset of being a French person and the editorial means the world for some of us. So why the name Birkin?
Well, partly what you're saying is right, but there's a tiny story there. This is now the 85th birthday of Sharad Pawar. Stories. I mentioned that because the story is linked to that. The 75th birthday of Sharad Pawar was celebrated in Delhi. There was a big meeting at Bigyan Bhavan in Delhi where the Prime Minister came, Sonia Gandhi came, all leaders from left, right, center, they were all on stage. They were also invitees, sitting in one row for editors. So I said, and this is Sharad Pawar, everybody would come for it. And he was turning 75, it was his special birthday. So I was saying that look at the power of Sharad Pawar. Everybody comes for his birthday. And I said, when I was driving to the Gambler, I read on my phone an article by somebody who's a very well-known editor, very well-known, respected editor, who's supposed to be serious, and who said that all these people are coming for Sharad Pawar's 75th birthday, that means Sharad Pawar is going to be the Modi government's candidate for president now, president of India, not president of NCP. And I said, I can understand people who are amateurs saying this. But people who know politics, BJP has a majority of its own, BJP has its own numbers. Why would they give the presidency to someone from another party? And least of all to Sharad Pawar, who is not even in their ecosystem, where Sharad Pawar is part. Right? He is not going to become president and do nothing with that office. So there is no question of it. So how does someone like so write this? MJ was sitting next to me. I was just reflecting to it. And MJ said that's the problem when people go online. Serious people, when they're in print, they take things very seriously. Once they go online, you over the entry barriers. And then I thought, maybe that's a good point. So even if you go online, you have to keep the same basics of print. Sometimes at least news is late, you take time. If you see Pop Siguru, we did not say Karachi has been bombed. We did not say there's a boom in Pakistan. We did not say the news is hiding in Guantanamo at that point it was all very heavy. Whatever we publish, either way we do something, we take it until there was confirmation and until we will also show that any publication do not endanger anybody's life and national interest. Those are the values of old-fashioned journalism. So that is how the link is basically.
The values of print being carried forward through digital. Can we get, yeah.
So the audience got it all.
It's always a great pleasure to listen to you. I think writing on a yellow pad is also something that is preserved for posterity. I wanted to pick your brain on the same subject. Content, which most of us create, is meant to be consumed. But journalism is meant to be trusted. So this is the difference in the way that journalists create their content. And I think how do you protect the truth telling? As things move more into this automated world, India does not need more news, it needs more trust. And I was wondering what your views are, because we see that more and more the way in which journalists can go is more community-based, right? It will be regional-based, community-based, subject-based. How do we bridge these divides, and what is the way by which you're saying we should leverage that? You mentioned that we should leverage the new tech, because it's going to happen. So how do we preserve these values? Well, everybody can get tech. Think about it, it's so accessible and so cheap. Anybody can get tech. But anybody can get trust, but it takes a lot of doing. It also takes time. You can't get trust in 2.5 weeks. Trust it takes time. And that is built through the years and years. And by setting the right conventions and traditions, so that is where we are. I think trust is the most valuable brand value right now in news media. And once you have that, you have to work for it. It's a constant challenge. But that is what makes it so much fun. What guys talk of the 2 zeros who that trust is the question. Well, all the rest of you, the large audiences in India, they appreciate your performance. And after all, in India, there is no more guaranteed press freedom. Press freedom only became an accepted principle after German history. When people of India were much poorer, when this is nothing very, very cheap by censoring the press, and they said, we don't like this to happen again. So trust is being like that. The freedom of Indian press is guaranteed by this social contract. Not by the law or the Constitution. The Constitution gives you the same freedoms as it gives you or anybody of the Sheffield Union. It's Article 19(1). That's all.
Yeah, just you can take just one more, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Secretly, I've been leader for a while now. And in across all forms of media, whether it's we will have a lot of impact in the future into various verticals, industry verticals. Education is one field which I'm part of. This is a greater one. I haven't seen that much deep dive into feature writing, deep dive into education philosophy, knowledge of elements and education philosophy changed over the last 1,000 years. Whatever kind of core values, how do you look at that? So, why do you think that there isn't as much deep study, journalistic study, historical research, and well, I think it's a complex field, and education is always very political. Universities are political, so correspondence get formed in university politics, strikes, teachers associations, students' union elections, stuff like that. Also, it's tragic that our public universities have declined greatly for quite some time. But what you're saying is right, and I think we should pay more attention to education. And we are doing already with earlier ground reporting, for example. Because last week we had a very good story on how, and I noticed this happening in the Hindi heartland, that the new coaching centers which are coming up in every village of some size are not UPSC. They are for the recruitment of ugly needs to the armed forces, or for BSF, Central Armed Forces, state police, railways, and these are working class candidates. That's also kind of education. Education is very different areas, and it's a fascinating story.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry we do not have more time. Maybe it was that online. I would like to see the energy of being this better than others. And I want to ask you, do you miss your hardcore giving days?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that we were much larger newsrooms, right? And you could cover a lot more. Now, because we are also new, but we get larger. So, for example, I'd like to have a proper sports section, which we don't have. But everything takes time. We don't have a proper business economy, finance. I think there is a big story right now at the intersection of corporates, finance, banking, regulation, and markets. Right? There's a big story of governance there. I think that we are next area. You can add technology to that. That we are next area of growth and investment, and then at some point soon we will expand. We do some sport here and there, like column basket, PT column basket, or something. Right? But I think it will take time. And that is saying yes, I was at the same time the satisfaction of having set up a new institution just outweighs everything else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, inviting on stage to kindly do the honor of first taking a very special guest, Mr. Shekhar Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to thank him for the wonderful insightful all he had. And before we move into a very, very thoughtful session, plenary session on reshaping the glass ceiling in showbiz. This is a session that celebrates courage, creativity, and change. A session that honors the women who didn't just walk into the room, they reshaped the room. Who didn't just break the glass ceiling, they built new skylines. In India's media and entertainment industry, women are no longer waiting for permission. They are leading the stories, shaping stories, and setting standards for leadership inclusivity and impact. This plenary session brings together some of the remarkable women who have redefined what it means to succeed in showbiz, and by confirming but by challenging norms and creating new pathways. And we lead this powerful session, the first part of it. Right, the round of applause was Mr. Sony co-chair, CII National Council of Media Entertainment, and fantastic and along with her, Mrs. Madan M. Baba, Chief Resources Officer, Sony Pictures Network India, who is tracked to Europe and culture architect to raise critical sound into our inclusive leadership in people for its policies that transform organizations. And over to you, Sony, to kindly lead the host.
Thank you. Thank you, Roland, and it's so lovely to have you here with us. Maybe I'll just get us warmed up with a quick level of introduction from her. Mary, of course, currently leads human resources at Sony, but her private staff is over 20 years. And she's been leading and taking charge of building human resources, people and workplace agenda in many global MNC organizations, whether it was American Express, whether it was Coca-Cola. And it's such a pleasure to have you here and share your perspective as well. Why does I brought us up into this conversation? Maybe I should have rapid fire. Now to you. So, tell me, who is Mary she's brought it with? She's a favorite traveler who loves to explore the world around with her family, of course, and in that travel loves to explore the world itself as well. One thing that people know about you. In my most personal lifetime, I would just like to put my feet up, watch some amazing content, which is basically the content strike, and thanks to the content created just a bit. And tell me what do you think is your superpower? Business has to stop, but I see my smile. It's my invisible cloak, which helps me take a deep breath. Get optimism back in life, but any anger or sarcasm scene, that's going wrong. So scientists, is it all? That's fantastic. What a lovely superpower to have. I will try to do a good thing. We'll talk about the more serious topic of leadership. What happens first and foremost, given your 20 years of experience in very different topics, how will you distill all of those learnings into maybe a few strategies that you're now trying to implement in Sony, and what we're going to do here from that to apply in your corporate life? Sure. This is what's working for us at Sony Pictures. I just put a few statistics for all of us. And I'm sure, we're all often creators, but at the same time, stats hard for us. 1.4 million Indians, 48% women representation, out of which close to 20% are working as well. Being closer to media and entertainment, we are today generating employment for 500,000 people, not just in Mumbai, but across the spread, India and in various formats. In this world, however, in this industry which is striving on emotions and on experience, we have less than 28% women at C-suite levels. And even furthermore, for the heart of content creation, we have less than 6%. And I think with that baseline, makes me very important that not just me, but I see many things happening across the industry, whether it is our peer groups and other organized setups like Amazon, who's created a gender study, to Netflix, which promotes gender equality by funding specifically media-related content to us back at Sony Pictures, where we've taken a stride to say that for every voice that gets created at a leadership level, there are 10 more female colleagues who get the courage to really stand up, talk about their beliefs, and really demonstrate that by bringing stories to life which are extra. For us, a couple of things that have really worked well are very hallmark program things that has generated leadership potential capability by a life cycle journey. And that's been very powerful for us because we can work amongst peers, it really gets you the strength to take it on to the next level. And more importantly, our talent pipeline, both external and internal, promotes gender inclusion specifically by actually additionally intensive diversity people who are able to break forth more women body to work with us. The story does not end here because for me, women representation is one part of it. But it starts with a very key word, inclusion. And inclusion is the way we tell our stories. And that's been at the heart of creating more content by us, in which females are not just protagonists, but they're also playing lead activist roles to break the society forward. So some pieces of present. Fantastic. And there's a lot of food for thought in it. And we're over with other levels, and I was recently catching up with who's the author of What Levels and Half Truths. And one of the stark realities that she's been tracking over the course of the decades is on the positive side, women participation in education has never been higher than before. On the negative side, the stark reality is that women in boardrooms are still conspicuous by their absence. So what do you think can play a role in changing and shaping that? Sure. I'm sure you and I have been through some of those worlds ourselves, and I'm sure we have to create a way for many other problems around us. One of the things that I have firstly observed, and one needs to do more of, is remove the inflexibility bias. By design, it's not just media, but across industries that I see. The inflexibility bias harms us, which means that a female colleague will not be available for a working session, will not be available for something which is out of term for work because it's presumed she's not available. So that inflexibility bias for me first has to be removed across organization. Where you do get an opportunity. When you do these tasks, can you come for this networking session? Can you come for this event? Can you join me for the working session? So that inflexibility bias is very pertinent. The second one for me is managing the three ends of our lives. Right from marriage to mobility to maternity. And I think very few organizations, and I'm very proud to say I work in one of them, we're able to balance these three threads, which helps both us to not just ride through the corporate ladders, but ride in it as well. You asked me a personal story. I can state it with absolute honesty. For close to 7 years now, I have one food in Delhi and one in Mumbai. The snack was an amazing organization culture that helps me thrive through it, manage it to my higher guides, and helps me organize either sides. And so this specific aspect of all of us in our corporate culture need to abide on and on more, because this is where the fall to the cracks happen. When you mentioned the statistics on education, yes, there is a very high participation of girl child in primary and middle school, to some extent higher school as well. But where it drops is college, where it drops is early levels of the organization, because somewhere these three ends are not given the importance of the thread. And the last one which I firstly put out, which should help us furthermore, is a lot of people college should themselves have the courage to ask for what they deserve and not wait for the organization to tap them on the back and give them what they believe is right for them. Thank you very much. One of that personal story was a black widow to you. So, I just have enough time to take a few questions from the audience from the hotel. Can you pass on the mic to them? Hi, my name is Amanda. I have a question based on age biasism, and I say this because I see that corporate young people are chosen for some specific roles, but I think that should open up. It has opened up in other countries, but it should open up in India. There should be no age biasism, there should be more capability and ability to do a certain work. I completely agree with you that we misconstrue biological age to cognitive age. And it's very important in not just the corporate setup, but in every aspect of life that you're working on, that your cognitive age should define where you are. And also my little bit of advice, given that I'm moving towards that side of the success story, which is presumed to be that keep yourself upskilled, keep yourself agile, because you're young at heart, it demonstrates its discipline. So rather than taking the biological age as an advantage point at a point and a disadvantage once you're down towards the other side of qualifying, just use that to upskill, to keep it, and continue to actually showcase your mettle. Because if you're young at heart, I guarantee you, I think the world is still lost. Actually, if I would just add to that, I would say, look, age is just a number. Biases will always exist. I remember that when I joined the workforce, there was a lot of biases saying why is there a young person trying to teach consulting while that one was older than you. So this will always exist. We need to just forget all those and focus on our own. Often that's the trick. Thank you very much for please special let's go to you join the class. I thank you very much for being here with us, for sharing your insights and for being an inspiration for so many young boys and women who are present here and also listening to you. Thank you. And a small token of appreciation for you. A small token of appreciation for you. And as we still move to our fireside chat, we would like to invite everyone to keep it kindly stay back as we will be leading this fireside chat.
welcome, Susan.
She has built the power of emotional drama and distraction to voices, to characters and innovators who were once invisible. However, once again, it was consoling and happy this fireside chat with Ms. Eva. Thank you so much. I was so lucky to have him here. I know April needs no introduction to this gathering, but let me still add a few words to when you are very pleased to have us here. I started by saying that April is known as the quantum Zara and the first line managing developers, as we know, would be the promoter and joint managing director. But the thing what warms my heart is that she's also one of India's most powerful and influential media figures. And it is such a pleasure to have you here. It's also very delightful that you're also making the country proud. India is the recipient of the Padma Award back in 2020, and recently has also achieved very significant global recognition with the Directory Award at the 51st International Media Awards in 2022. So, one thing that I wanted to open with, when I met you a few weeks ago, back at your home, you were talking about the unconventional and inspiring staff that you've had in the industry. And that obviously had a lasting impression on me, and I'm sure that will be something that the audience would like to hear. So let us think about where this was all start. What was the origin story? And what inspired you to get into content creation? What was the first influence and the early journey? So even if I have the art experience in a large student to smaller, usually I take a small student to a large. But in fact, I started when I was 16 and a half, when I had this idea of starting a production house. Because I was just helping out, was called Dolphin Chemicals at that time. And the gentleman backed out. And I had that, I don't know what to do this, and I was like, well, I get invested. And then I took a pilot of mine and I was seeing what to do. Like, a lot of people had met me doing that, but a lot of people believed that I was too young, too privileged, and too, sort of reach to the job with full integrity. So I think I really proud about every initiative I had. That's why when I actually dropped a pilot, signed the paper, came on the paper, and I had seen those on that popular company, and with my mom's name putting so. And that pilot got taken and it became a branch. That's how I whole journey of convincing people into the government culture of drama. And when you gave me a chance to do drama for almost like 6 years I was struggling, till Rajnikant, the ultimate superstar years, got me appointed in the South, and I really my first show in the South, which is a different language. And we created a more prime slot and put it together as a prime time. And we made one of the biggest shows on Sun TV at that time. And whenever the meetings were given to the Sony chief at that time, which was Bhavas Gupta, and he saw and he said, who's making the shows out? And so I had a meeting with him. How are you doing your coming show? And I said, because I was the same. It was a really issue in there. That's how I got my chance in drama. And then started my dramas with hindsight was 2020. But it's a super inspiring story, and thanks for sharing such a personal story with this audience. When we first introduced the concept of KCA, coming back to the heart of the memory journey, we wanted to make sure you always were providing how Indian families would spend their evenings for nearly a decade. So what was the cultural vacuum that you were instinctively feeling? Was this a very research and data add? What got you there from the early start to being the designing part of the industry itself? I think it's I don't know how to articulate it, but I can, because it's instinctive of course at that time. And a lot of crazy instinctions like, what is this world that family structures for? And I would like, my mom has a problem with the husband-in-law. Somebody else has a problem with the husband-in-law. Somebody else has a problem with the husband-in-law. And it's a universal emotion. Why do people realize this? What society does is they expect men to do whatever they have with their sons. And it's natural because it's so well. But girls are expected to be uprooted from the home they live in, away from the motherhood. They can't just adjust to everyone as they're doing. All the family they're doing. And then living with them for 30 years is now beginning to say, well, she had to do it with this girl who's just coming. She knows the dad and no one knows what to do. And she said, continue to do that. It's not natural. So what is natural is expected of men. What is unnatural is subjected to women as a society norm. I said, this is interesting. It's not that every woman does that, or every woman does that. It's unnaturally expected to be digitalized. And so I decided that this is an interesting concept, and that's how therapy happened. After the research, I realized that once you catch a primary emotion, you catch a phone. That is very powerful, and I think sometimes research helps you, because no one of the research would have gotten people to this emotional. Exactly, we have all of my friends in media will hate me for this data like but I think research is usually of what happened. It can never confirm what happened. So I'm not sure that KP was so successful. But when we try KP too, we are not equally successful. This is a good more. About the new season, what is the way to say and what is going to change? And I know that putting on what you say is a new twist to a very integral primary story and character. So what we started this time, that my very first episode to remember, I was in New York with my son. And I'm standing here. I don't know why is still single cookie. Of course she will go. She will cooking shakes now. So just need to try in the kitchen. So she really stuck to what she calls her baby. There's no problem with that. But there is some illusion to the character. That time of my life, and I remember telling him, I said, are you choosing to wait? He said, what? I said, yeah. Because insecurity is as much a part of the show as the women's. As a woman, as it's make us stand on a scale and get shocked at the weight and say this scale is not working. And we've done very well. And that's how we decided that this is how we're going to bring this character. Pabla is not fit. Pabla, he gets concerned that we saw with our mothers. The world was doing technically virtually without realizing it was somewhere feeling the insecurity of the other person. And narcissism and family usually are the most important thing. So, and we talk about this so often. So I was like, this me, this a part of this me, and it was like that. As you say, we talk about the broadcast viewers. And TV soaps, of course, have been very focused on female audiences. But when the digital shift started, the digital world, first with internet penetration, but then many other metrics were actually more favoring male watch time. And I'm hopeful that now we see a big rise in connected TVs, and we're only touching nearly 100 million households. How do you think, visual change storytelling, from the TV era to the video audiences, and really a lot of the audiences on the connected TV screens, because this is some of the prime audiences, urban clusters. And personally, I'm very big to the men on television. That has been helping to build the digital medium. So I haven't really catered to female-centric audiences, female audiences, really like really catered to men on television. This is because I'm focusing my life between subscription-led programming and advertising-led programming. Advertising is more favorable to women, subscription is more favorable to men. But with connected TV, finally digitally provides a space for lovely, old, and vast, beautiful stories for women. And people start discussing women in different spheres of society, working women, mental processes, stories that are not fun or very still now. Urban, soft romances, even because of the Indian 10 years ago. Finally, we have those kind of shows, movies, on out there in the market, because connected TV is going to bring advertisement-led programming for the urban mass woman again. Personally, I'm not late to see that I'm following you from the sidelines, but just to give a little bit to leadership, and there's a lot of research that leads leadership, that the traits of leaders become pretty visible from early childhood. So what does India's early childhood like? What are some of the influences that most shape your leadership beliefs and that you put into action today? Actually, I had a very good leadership. My child was, I wasn't finding my way around. I had a privileged background. My parents were very good. My father was an actor. I always said it was important that as a child, so I came to them. But I think when I learned about visuals, I see my mother never was. And I felt that gave me the strength that today if I walk through the world, I don't feel that I'm supposed to keep quiet. Secondly, in my early journey, of course, I was very aggressive at work, and aggression and ambition in women was considered a bad thing. And when it was considered a bad thing, you excel. Become a good woman, you're supposed to make everyone happy. Psychologically, you're told that that's how women should behave. They should see the happiness of everyone. I mean, democracy is great, but we have jobs where you need to decide for everyone. And sometimes be the bad person at a job. And that is the leadership you need to inculcate inside you, because you need to take a decision. You just go for everyone at the same time. It is not to get everyone's, not to get a popularity vote with everyone. And I think one important way to do that, when your own self-worth doesn't come from validation from others. And that's where the true leader learns to stand up on his own, stand up on her own, and make her own decisions. I will just remember that story, because I think if I ask the stories, just to show off hands, how many people are inspired and have learned a major lesson from their others? Okay, it just speaks volumes. I think we all owe it to the brother in the house, to reshaping the community who we are, whether we are leaders in our organizations or otherwise. So, amazing story really on that. And today, like I said, from our voice, often we are very leadership is talked about being fearless. So, how do you talk about that when you think of why risk-taking and fearlessness into this industry which is often being associated with the organizers doing it. And then shift gears a little bit and maybe share the reality that the industry is still a very well dominated one. And coming into that industry with this fearlessness and strong voice, what are some of the advantages, disadvantages that having eradicate? Because this industry started with data and what happened before science these were and all you need one of these steps a lot. That's why the advantage of them. You need to make a decision and what you need to do and then face the consequences. Because the consequences are not yours. And when I look at it, when I think about the way there's a video of the People's Club. It exists. There's backstabbing, there are conversations that happen, tagging people that you were a part of. You want to be here, this is question there, you want to have things on there, because you only meet people that they matters very much. So you're not going to be in your own circle of very successful, strong women. And we need it to them. And that's what I'm thinking, I'm trying to do that all the time. I think we need more women leadership roles, like you have done. And I think that's where I will have to really coordinate work, really come with teams. Here's a seat of the table. Come on with your chair, I have stuff with me, we will get down on the chairs and coming. But I don't think it's just put my chair in there. What is it? One table. I love that. I'm sorry, so short time, specifically related to people, you look at the questions from the audience. Yeah. And first and last question.
This is about what are some subjects you create in Hindi for South? This was simply we discussed some.
I love things you do. You can make me anytime. I'm good my friend. I just mastered the processes and unfortunately, it's just like the processes. But we need to post that once it's through. That's great. Me and Daniel are pretty much working on that. It's a great And then we will now request everyone to please stay back with us as we move into the next part. Which is the next frontier of India's entertainment revolution.
Excuse me.
So we are going to talk that takes us behind the scenes of India's gaming revolution. Where digital storytelling meets the strategy region, and where platforms are not just distributors, but regulatory ecosystems. In this conversation, we will explore how India's OTT landscape is evolving with new managers to integrate brands from major giants to benefits. What does it take to build a state? A state that resonates with the moving hearts and travel across borders. I'm pleased that I am looking back to strong hands with complete storytelling from creation to critic. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Nikhil Bhatt, whose revolutionary elements of planning India. A visually content strategist, he has been instrumental in shaping some of India's most compelling and successful original series. As you get entertainment, and also the members of the Singh, the editor of India magazine. And ladies and gentlemen, together we will explore the craft, choices, and challenges behind India's most popular originals, while learning the next chapter of our streaming story. So over to you, Mr. Bhatt, as the Singh.
Thank you so much. I love you. We're going to keep this short speaking opening cycle for all of you. So, it's been quite a journey for digital streaming. And you've been with it since the inception stage when you started seeing international platforms coming in. There was also a honeymoon period, which was a pandemic, 2 years where streaming platforms were thriving. Now, I think many people think that the game is over. Reality has hit with a slowdown of sorts that started, and then you hear about projects being in limbo, Bollywood being relit, you hear about the need of a star, or the eventual relit of actors who have followers, and you hear about indie cinema, independent cinema, independent storytelling not getting platforms. As someone who has been there since the inception, and now in a position and seat of power, how do you see the streaming landscape from then, which is around 2016-17, to what it is now?
Answer this briefly, I don't think it is only graphing anyone. So it's going to be very difficult for me to answer this on behalf of the entire industry, but I can answer this on behalf of the individual. There are, in fact, instead of being slowed down, this is probably the phase of the maximum amount of growth that can be seen. There are several signals to it. In the last 1 year, about 25% of the people who stream content on revenue have been completely new to the service. That gives a sense of how well it's being adopted in the country. Second, the number of shows, movies, unscripted shows, regional content that we are going to greenlight or have greenlight in the launch of the next 12 to 18 months is the highest ever that we've done since our inception of the country. And we not only do those, we also announced that we will be theatrical movies. So today, I think we have 100 different shows, originals, at different stages of negotiation, production, post-production. So rather than slow down, actually it's a massive ramp up. And that's the sort of reality of the business. And there's a lot of experimentation which is happening across genres. I want to address your question on cast, and that's narrative. Sure. I just like to challenge the narrative.
So much has been written about how streaming has provided an opportunity for fresh talent in front of the camera and people who were not getting that opportunity and making more opportunities. So that's the reality. Second, the way we operate is you always start. And like sometimes in India, we have an actor, you always write on CVs on Indian in the past. A great example is the entire cast of Mrs. British were not stars. Now become stars after 3 seasons or Jenny Panayu. This is a fantastic show on the first level called which I'm not going to into the so the reality is that we're not looking to vast techniques, we're looking to vast technology. In some shows, yes, fantastic people, that's and the families to be a lot of space it's so which over this year received so much love, really enjoys it. It's a few series which because so when you like it's those will be girls. So if you put that facts, it's reverse. But I've had really good experience of some of the people here if that's something that they're experiencing at the industry level. It's possible that I can answer from a primary perspective. This is a time for exception. So, it's been like I want to ask you, how many have seen the new seasons of Look? Okay. And Child? Okay. So some of you know what Peter is doing and doing so well. It's been a radio again, but these all shows, and we basically ensure every 4 months you get an IP. These IPs that were created pre-pandemic. These shows have one of the guys, big amount of memes, reels being created, characters who become household names, and I'm an example into this as well. How do you now make that time where you're alone with your team, find that next big beast, that food that keeps burning, the kitchen that keeps burning the food, year after year. That's the sense now that there is a next big idea. That's a really important question. Basically, creating successful technical ideas is difficult, but I think it's even tougher to sustain it and make it grow. And the effort that we put in has resulted in the fact that whether it's Panchayat, Papa, family, myself, and a bunch of others, every new season has actually grown. It's grown the number of people who watch, and exponentially. In some cases, we now have 3 or 4 times more people watching your show versus that person. And that's important. And then the new audience joining in the new seasons, new audience joining the franchise. If you look at the last 12 months in particular, we actually had pretty good around in terms of new ideas. So let me talk about a few. Probably we had a fantastic season 1. Uganda, fantastic season 1. Claw, and restricted space. All of these are shows that are gone into second seasons, which we believe will be even bigger than the first season. We had great success with a show called Traders, which was our big first non-scripted hit, and we were very happy with that performance. And then a few weeks later came this much discussed and debated show called Much Nagarjo and Twitter, which has become a little bigger. So those ideas continue and they sort of improve the brand. What I can do is focus on the inputs. That's what something we can control. And a couple of things that we do there is we spend a lot of time in getting the writing absolutely right. And sometimes the complaint is that it takes too much time between scenes. Because that's what it takes to get the right. Yeah, like season 2 have 4 years, but this one is 4 years. Yeah. So you have happy. When my reason it's true. It does take that much time. The second thing that we really focus on is on authentic storytelling. How should the characters in the world building feel totally authentic? That's that story. I think that's another very strong input. Backing passionate creators for their
the shows and movies that they really believe in. And finally, we're making diverse events across genres. So it's not chasing just one type of success. It is, different genres. And then behind the genres, we also look for, themes. I think Hall is a great example, which is...
I kind of get my all of you do. I don't watch Starlight and you should try and see the show. It's a great better show. And if you want to see that, I want to job and get that done.
And you go to the show actually is about what the people learns in terms of how young have to deal with trauma, they overcome trauma, even in different cities and small cities, those challenges, but a lot of people use that show actually addresses and what real world is. So all of that was our inputs, and then we hope that translates into fantastic.
Since we are talking of genres, what happened maybe like earlier, there is this general sense of perfection and which became sort of like a reality that crime thrillers work. Just as OTT. Everyone was someone making a crime thriller in a small town, you'd be like, we had the but I guess, especially since the two shows that you mentioned this year, Off and particularly, you sort of see that now genres are sort of becoming broader. Do you find yourselves more open to shows in different genres and there is a sort of inertia setting in more media than some violence there?
I think especially for the younger audience, which was the first ones to adopt streaming and really sort of grown up on that, their repertoire of consumption of genres was always very wide because they were watching shows from all over. So I think the challenge in the beginning was more from what we could do as creators, and the belief was that it's easier to write a binge show when it's a crime and a thriller and the twists and the turns and everything. I think over time, what's happened is that the creative fidelity has gained confidence that you can write a really compelling HPV show based on authentic characters and world building and not necessarily into that plot devices. So that's happened. But we're seeing a couple of very interesting shifts. The first one is the adoption of ideas or stories which have set the people meaning to them. Because you may forget a show or a plot, but you won't forget what that show or the story made you think. We spoke about Croft being a fantastic example, Panchayat is also a great example. Second is there is a lot of resurgence of rooted Indian stories, especially stories set in India. Last year we had Tipaya, we had Gram Chikitsale and Panchayat, all three were like fantastic hits and they come from a similar medium. Third, we made that effort to it in the previous session, but female narratives are being accepted like never before. I think streaming has done intentionally, and I would say crime video a huge effort in that direction, because if you look at our movies, theatrical movies, they largely the service engaged with and our television shows have largely confined them. Streaming is when you're seeing real women agency who are not just confined to they're doing things outside ambition, they're not characters, they're representative, and whether it's Sunny or Baha or former short speeds or even in shows like Family Man, there's a sort of representation of different characters, even though they may not be able to sort of face the show.
And it's even like there was two different ideas, right?
I think that's another theme. Unscripted is a space which is really gaining traction, whether it was papers or too much. So that's another documentaries that are very good. In very big style, cinema related. So these are things I think that really sort of experiment. And I'm really glad that audiences are accepting multiple genres as well.
So, when we got the rules session and we had the gentleman make a pitch, very smartly so. Everybody wants they want to present you an idea that hopefully drives with you. So, I want to ask you, what are you looking for? What are your team and creators looking for? क्या होना चाहिए pitch में? क्या नहीं होना चाहिए dialogue में? Because it's a short formula of success. It's a lot of words and that place. So what are you looking for? Especially because the ecosystem is growing. There are so many new creators now. What does it take to highlight the show?
That's a great question. Start first by answering this a little more, what's the correct word? If you go by our past history, we've done, let's say, TV series, about 10 to 12 series, you're talking more than a year, but round about. For those 12 series, we get pitched about 500 to 600 ideas every month. So, we have to curate from those 500 ideas what are the top shows, and then we co-create with our creators, at the deep involvement with them. So just the math is such that almost 95% of the time we're not getting but that's not because the idea was good. It's the new is not personalized. There are multiple reasons. Starting personally. Sometimes it's to do with is this unique or pipeline do we already have something? Is it the right thing for our brand? Certified storytelling. Is this a story which is whose time is right or like this cost? So there are multiple reasons. But I'm not so sure that everybody who's here then we are absolutely as open taking ideas from people governments as we are with established players. In fact, the two shows that we spoke about the most today, call again. The way it comes from Shubhan Saloma, this was their first as their first production as one of the important so which just showed them how this book. Fantastic first season, we announced the second season for weeks of launch. It's just about one production. Call, which has been she was before the this was the first as the show. And again, fast people. So, flash ideas, build connection, where the person on the other end has done a lot of work, are very clear about the story that they want to tell, have invested in creating a fantastic Bible, and you can feel it when you talk. That's the most important. It doesn't matter where it sort of comes from. And I can tell you in the last 6 months, there are at least 6 to 7 stories between movies and series that we created, which is either a completely newcomer past, or first time writer, or first time reader. So this is not just a statement for the, it is actually based in fact, and these are shows that you will see about in the next 12 months. So we're completely open. But I just want to tell you that because of the ratio of ideas that come in, what we can do, it is what it is. I can't change the matter.
So I want to make it on is there a word that you do like here in a pitch meeting?
I'll tell you what, while collaboration, spirit of collaboration is very important. When someone says, "Aapka brief kya hai?" और उस हिसाब से हम आपको content push कर देंगे, that's a good thing. Because it's not coming from a space of I want to tell the story, and if you don't tell it, I'll take it somewhere else. That shows me conviction that this is a person who really wants to tell this.
The last question since the topic is next time here. We can do a bit of forward thinking. What we need is spirit and impact on Charter territory. And that potential, that's something streaming has not done yet. You've done unscripted, you've done talk shows, documentaries. But what makes you think streaming can do that doing?
There are multiple areas to explore that's the beauty of storytelling, but if I were to name one thing, I think we haven't told a great story of a true blue Indian superhero. And this is not something we're learning from the West or trying to adapt from the West. We have such a fantastic culture, such great mythology. Can we create our own homegrown superhero on streaming that becomes the next big thing that inspires people, that inspires kids? That's what
Sort of like the bones.
I want to go anything which is dead. It has to be inevitable.
Thank you so much, Nikhil, for being here and for entertaining us at night. I know the sound could be much 100 and too happy very much about 2021. And hope 2026 also has something spectacular on that. And thank you so much for saying that. Thank you very much for you kindly come out to the members of the presenting the government organization to all dignitaries of the family members. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are ready for lunch. The lunch break is of 20 minutes only. We will go ahead with the proceedings of the next session sharp at 2:30. I will request everyone to kindly be seated back in time. I know it's a little less time, but we are running against time, so we would really appreciate you all to be back in time and be seated at 30 minutes. With the session on sports, the Indian guests on the village. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch and try to be back at that. We'll put it in the next session. Thank you.
from sightseeing to sightseeing. At the heart of this transformation is digital innovation. Soon, AI will not be possible when visitors plan trips with states and accessibility requirements for AI trails, visit virtual museums, and make seamless statements all on the That's also investigations, interactive maps, workplace evaluation, and AI storytelling. Real-time dashboards confirm visitor trends and drive HR, data decisions, investors, a single portal ensures transparent, cross-rapid reports, and real-time data. Skill hubs and apprenticeship programs are creating.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you're very welcome. I hope you all enjoyed such a stand so far. Everyone appreciates post. We are also continuing with the proceedings of the next session, which is on e-sports building in the stronger village. So we have another section that looks to the future, not just of entertainment, but of competitive living within a future where engineers exports. India's esports ability stand shoulder to shoulder with Olympians. Gaming is not just play, but precision, performance, and implementation. Esports is no more than a niche, it is a company. With over 500 million gamers, India is poised to become the world in esports or powerhouse. But again, we need more than passion, we need infrastructure and investment and vision. This library, which we are also speaking, brings together architects of technology, leaders who are building the systems, platforms, and power that will take Indian esports from local leagues to global leaders. And ladies and gentlemen, to do this session, and this is really the conversation with Mumbai, which is really reminds me at the forefront of the gaming and esports revolution. Let's organize together as the British hand. Teach everyone of synthesis. Is joining us. Meanwhile, we would like to invite our panelists. I like Mr. who's the global strategist and deep insights in Asia's gaming markets. Let's welcome Simon Mukherjee, founder and CEO of SportTech. He's the pioneer in SportTech innovation and building platform that bridges grassroots talent with global opportunities in esports and beyond. And let's welcome on stage the global director, CEO of ING Esports, welcome sir. His academy at everyone and the world represents the voice of India's emerging esports. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome together Mr. Vishal Gaur, CII who's a leader in engineering hardware and performance tech and brings critical insights into the infrastructure backbone and building the leading esports training tournaments. And welcome Mr. Sudhanshu Sinha, CEO, Meta and gaming innovation will offer futuristic programs on immersive environments, digital and technology development and convergence of AI and esports. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest joining us on this session. Let us welcome to everyone, Mr. Mumbai, CEO of Big And again, I'm the privilege of chairperson to thank you for this very powerful conversation. Over to you, sir.
I know it's a post-lunch session, but do our best to keep it interesting and keep your eyes open. Thank you so much to everybody for joining in to this session. My name is Girish Menon. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at Jet Synthesis, and we have been involved with the entire esports ecosystem in India for a very long time, and have been very instrumental now, in terms of how the esports landscape in India is evolving, and something that we are all very excited about. Today, what we are talking about essentially is why esports is becoming more popular in India, why there are more tournaments happening, players participating, prize money exchange. It has been a phase of evolution, and I think the last 4 to 5 years has seen a huge pop up in all of these metrics. But the question that we need to be evaluating is, as esports becomes more mainstream, as it becomes more mainstream in the sense how sports is evaluated through Asian Games, Olympic Games, and other global events. How can we as India start not just participating, not just competing, but really make a mark on the global arena in a space where we probably are relatively late entrants as compared to what's been happening in the rest of the world, right? And therefore, the question is, how can esports move from entertainment, from competition to national pride, right? How do we get there? I think that's something I just wanted to have a conversation with our members out here today. And we've got some very great mix actually of panelists who can give us different perspectives. There's a government perspective, there's a perspective from teams, there's a perspective from organizations involved in the infrastructure training, and there's an outside perspective from another who can give us a perspective from an analyst and something background. Right? So with that, I hope this is a very interesting and engaging session, and just we are going to facilitate the intro from everybody, talking a little bit about what they do, and also one full sentences on what is the vision that they see for esports in India, and how do we think it's shaping up over the next couple of years. So, can we start? CII is a university engagement with customer PC users, targeting users, and PC users from contribution from streaming to everybody who's using machines for building something which is a very good the vision CII the world massive data something to give us the shape of us. It is resonating on we have started making our principles of global element in seeing the countries representing India and global intelligence and stuff like that. And in another 2 years, they should be having these words as, like you said, mainstream industry, which is not just about the results of development, but 6-7 different legal different partners
this ecosystem, getting developed and becoming larger than what it is today.
I am Rohit Vacha, founder and CEO of Reshaping Esports, running the esports team and a leading background company based out of South Asia. We build world-class teams from India to represent India at the level. I think over the weekend we played like our World Championship in Stockholm. We were also in to make it to place top 3 World Championships in India in non-violent esports segment. Apart from that, we have like a monthly reach of over 150 million, and we represent about 32 large content creators from the gaming space.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ankush Punya. I am joint director in Industry of Information Broadcasting. I'm also very based startup accelerator as its CEO. What we do with the Village is we are a dedicated startup accelerator and incubator program for the startups of the BDC and SaaS sector. This is a dedicated accelerator for the Indian entertainment domain. We set up before this there were dedicated incubators and accelerators for technological parks for defense based project. But this is the first time we are having a dedicated accelerator for the media entertainment sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rajesh Sumna. I am CEO and founder of my own tech. We are trying to build an ecosystem wherein we build infrastructure for social gaming as well as competitive esports, and we are trying to integrate physical world plus digital world. So we are trying to create an infrastructure ecosystem which is 360-degree tackling to the industry and move in the form of digital. So we are verticals like gaming as platform solution provider, developer vertical and talent management where we are part of competitive gaming. We also looking for the first solution, which is coding and analytics solutions are there. Industry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Gupta. I was part of the gaming activity. I represented India several times. I'm also a robotics engineer. I'm creating competition infrastructure for sports in India through my company Sport Innovation Lab. After several months in the ecosystem, any athlete, any coach, athletes in the multimedia, I have been able to supervise about any of the work that we're trying to do for the company.
Yeah, my name is Marinder and I work as a senior analyst and as part of business development team at Eco Partners. And for the past quarter century, what we've been doing has been tracking the games, the video games and esports markets across Asia, specifically those emerging markets, China when it was going to expand into India once they established themselves in the groups. And now India. And I think if I can kind of set the tone for this conversation, one particular India metric that I think may be of interest to some people there is that we have around 500 million gamers so far. 6 out of 10, so around 300 million, engage with esports or the titles on a daily basis. So I think for us it's very exciting that even as there is a recognition of the games and esports industry from a regulatory perspective and increasingly from a state-led policy perspective as well, one of the things we are extremely keen to kind of watch the development of is how gamers on the ground activate themselves and become part of this larger industry.
Thanks so much. And thanks everybody for the next views. Couple of broader perspective in terms of how I just want to launch the company. While esports is super exciting and at the same time very wide topic to discuss on, I think for gamers, focus of advantage is saying that if you want to be globally competitive, if you want to be, having ambitions of winning medals for India, there will be esports. what will it take to get us there, and your perspectives on that, because it's a, like I said, it's a very interesting and wide mix of participants, pretty much covering all aspects of what it takes on all this, right? So to keep that in mind, I'll just sort of around the bandwidth with some of our thoughts and questions. But please feel free to chip in wherever you have any other thoughts that you would want to comment with. And from that perspective, I think largely let's start with, I think, when the government made its announcement for the gaming policy, while one big silver lining of the big exciting space was the government's intention to make esports into a large play for the younger generation in India. But obviously there's a lot to be done there, there's obviously policies to be made and stuff around that. I think broadly, if you can make us with a couple of thoughts around one, what is it that you think that the government can actually do to help, like, all of this will happen through private initiatives, but what is the government you think can do to help, open up the entire esports landscape in India and make it as mainstream as a cricket, for example, right? And secondly, particularly from an infrastructure perspective, right? Physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure perspective, what do you think that the government can do? How do you see the whole public-private play coming through in this scenario?
Thank you, Girish. And I would like to emphasize one thing first. Before doing anything, apart from the government, individual, what we should see in that, we should love that, right? So what esports is currently, कुछ करना तो उसके लिए esports का वीडियो गेम है, एक कंपनी उसके लिए बिजनेस है, जो उसके रूलर्स है उसके लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म esports है जिसको हम क्रिएट देखते हैं. All these things started. The esports era was a street fighter game आया, that was the first face-to-face esport जो गेम बना. So government ने जैसे government का क्या इसके तरफ बोला, सबसे पहले तो क्या तो मैंने कहा कि you should have that. अब आप देखोगे तो current government है हमारी, from honorable Prime Minister to my secretary Mr. Sundar Raju and my Mr. Vaishnavi, सबको टेक्नोलॉजी ओरिएंटेशन है, देखने सबको टेक्नोलॉजी को बहुत ज्यादा पसंद है, इसको कम्युनिटी दे रहा है. एंड जब आप इसके साथ प्यार करते हो तो यू ओरिएंटेड टू डू दैट थिंग्स. सो esports अगर आप देखेंगे एक साल में, पिछले एक साल में काफी ज्यादा चीजों में मेरी डेवलपमेंट इन दिस एरिया. इफ यू सी दिस इज ओनली द वेव समिट हैपेंड इन मुंबई 2025 in May 2025, and that was when we launched a global esports championship for cricket and football events from India itself. So what government is doing, first of all, as you say, from example, yes, they find what is the company of gaining technology, esports. So government is making the possibility to realize the esports proper taking it. And then, apart from that, it's just not a policy rule. The government is now doing innovations, illegal innovations, like I invented a very serious startup. So what we do, we nurture the startups that are developing these animation, video games, graphics, and software and comics. And what we do, we give them opportunities to showcase their products through base cover. Everybody can list their products and on base cover, and from there they can get buyers. And we connect the new companies, esports companies, the ABDC, the gaming companies to investors, so that they have a good traction to see. And then, as well as the infrastructure part, we have set up a city along with 900 incubation centers to help these startups to go. And all these startups were also the scale-up companies, the companies which are already here, were also offering them support through various programs, support their programs as well. And one all this because of that, and I personally myself started playing these games to understand the ecosystem, right, and learn what the ecosystem and I learned to games from. To see the level of literature, the global level of literature for that. So we are doing it, government
this curriculum optimizer, and of course, when the guidelines will come, we will have a clearer picture, and it shows the government through policy initiative, through innovations, through R&D support, and through funding and grant support, we do mention the startups, the ecosystem overall, and you will see a positive role of government in promoting e-sports, which are non-addictive, and very healthy for mental and physical development of India as well as Indians. Thank you so much. It was really heartening to learn that it's really big in terms of looking at the government's using and the guidelines are being clear. And we do also see many more positive outcomes because with these sectors, this is evolving, there is going to be development support and we really need this sustainable ecosystem and not something which is falls off after a point, right? That's it. From your perspective, so in that sense, when we talk about say big goal or competing globally and really globally and very consistent, right? In that sense, as the second point, you run a team, you manage that, you train that, and then they should have a very exciting move for us. So from that perspective, I'm interested in knowing two things. You just mentioned impact on Stockholm, where you've been competing and work at RP. What will it take for this to be a regular occurrence, right? What will it take that every time we go out, we are regularly competing globally and every time we compete globally? You are up there with the Russians, you are up there with the Chinese, you are spoken about the same thing, right? What will it take for that? And how will you go about identifying and retaining that talent? We have had on a consistent basis, not one time, in one time, and that's so how do you work through that?
So I think, for starters, I think every team is always in competition. Like, no team is ever complete. And just speaking on the whole All-Star example, we played the World Championship 2 years ago. We came 7th there. And last year we didn't have like a good run, but this year what we did, we tried to do a lot of programs in Singapore. Tried to get our players to play with talent from Southeast Asia, because there's always a problem in India where team is higher and the quality of talent is like the practicing the big games. Like we are getting a lot of practice playing with the next team. And we wanted to try and change our perspective and we put these guys in Singapore and competing with Japanese teams and stuff like that. But I think for India, regular groups, I think so whole stopping all India, at least the region of no position provides. So every game has this important to make up. Basically, in a wide game, it happens that you're using so I mean, it goes very far. So what we started doing is obviously our bootcamp, so all our agents of circuit, we compete and we train our additions to bootcamp. Then we started doing these intensive bootcamps now where we actually send our players abroad and we try and train them. Like last year we also won language in India and we were representing the entire Southeast region in the Ascension tournament, and I think we like that we do the best on India and Mexico also, because we actually, after winning the English, we shifted our team to Thailand and started practicing from there. Initially, after the second lesson, initially there used to be a lot of worry about retaining talent when we were much smaller as an organization. Right now, it's like, I think whenever organizing talent enough, we're getting them enough. Getting endorsement and candidates to work with. Incentivized from a company point of view, I don't think it ever really becomes like a challenge to, create a talent. But yeah, like apart from that, right now I think infrastructure is a
very innovative, especially just so much quality of practice and everything that our teams get. And we are trying to bridge that gap by, doing international group and everything that I spoke about.
Okay, thank you much, Rohit. Samantha, I want to actually come to you as a follow-up. As Rohit mentioned about, training and international boot camps and all that, and so on, ultimately boils down to skill, right? And how do you create those pathways to develop those skills? And again, how does the whole skill development and skill identification not be flash in the pan, not be opportunistic, but there is like a process to ensure that this happens, right? And you see in sports, right? You see with cricket how as you go deeper and deeper into the country, right? And particularly to the idea of how the sheer quality of talent that emerges. Now when you look at some of the other sports also which are starting to make a difference, you see that as you go deeper into the country and as you're able to create more opportunities, you see much better quality of athletes that come out, and that obviously maintains the quality. So from that perspective, how do you see this whole, skill development, identification, and retain those professional pathways around in the esports? So, coming from the sports sector, you understand a couple of things. So, sports has already built a lot of frameworks and policies which exist in the system. So the moment you look at the government infrastructure which is already built to support sports, so your sports are already there. You already have talent, scouting and development frameworks which are there in place. You also have coach development pipelines, SOPs, coach training platforms, sports science support. So that is SNC, psychologists, analysts, and others. This entire ecosystem is currently missing from the esports scene. So currently where we are looking at gamers actually moving to become esport athletes. So from a casual gamer, we are looking at them becoming athletes. We also do not have a complete life cycle anyway of esport athletes who will go on to then become coaches, which is traditionally how it is done in sports. So somebody's career is a coach. In their post-performance career, they can choose to be an academic sector, they can choose to be a coach, they can choose to be an SNC high performance. So all of this needs to be replicated and a pathway is only being formulated and built for esports. Government of India also came out a top scheme, targeted coding scheme. So the moment you say top scheme, you already have athletes being funded to rise to the top. So similarly, we would have esport athletes to rise to the top. For this, you would also want to have metrics of measurement. So skill gap analysis, which is currently there. So for the three platforms, be it mobile, console or PC, you will need to have different metrics of performance for esport athletes, right? For example, to play XD, so suppose it is Call of Duty. Now when I want to play Call of Duty as a in-game performance, what do I train on as a trainer? So do we have trainer platforms available? So for my agility, or if, for example, if my metric to measure a skill is able to 10 taps a second, how do I train myself in that? So I need to identify what kind of a gamer or what kind of an esport athlete am I? What are my measurement metrics on how do I train? So which game do I use? Not specifically the game, because you are then immersing yourself deeper into only that environment. So like you have to be a successful athlete, you need to practice other sports. So can we have trainer or simulator games to be built around? Similarly, for becoming coaches, the coach's job is not to be an excellent performer himself, but to be able to draw that performance from his student or his protege. You would need to bring that as a perspective on board. That's what people to be mature enough to say, because currently, because of me as a gamer,
as an athlete, it was all about me. I was center of attraction. But can I give that as a post-performance career and train somebody else into the same genre of game that I'm planning to play? Also, that has to be a standardized approach. So you need games which are not commercially available for commercial publishers. You need games which are neutral, which cannot be endorsed by only one organization until the entire governance structure, schemes for gamers, athletes. So that kind of schemes that would be the way we currently look at athletes being taken out early and then incubated in science centers. And then they have 12, 14 years of to perform and to be part of the Olympics. Something like that will have to be built around the same and also innovation. So, can we look at esports as a part of children games? So, that will be one. So, to give that one perspective. Also, probably awards for खेल प्रोत्साहन for organizations which are promoting esports. So that will build areas. Absolutely, that's something that you mentioned. Some of the points someone mentioned is it cannot have very difficult ways to integrate esports with what already currently existing in the sports infrastructure. And then obviously you know something which is more specific for esports as we go. Thanks so much, Sandra, for this. Just to get perspective from you, that's the infrastructure as one of the gaps that we could resolve. While there are other aspects around skills and digital infrastructure in terms of being able to analyze the speeds and all of that. But one other aspect is the whole equipment infrastructure, right? And while India traditionally is a mobile gaming market, but if you look at the global esports landscape, it's not a mobile esports landscape, right? It's more driven by PC first and then console and then obviously console. But I think it is a very important aspect of what is needed from a future global business perspective. From your perspective, as you mentioned, you build on the agencies focused on those configurations that are needed. How do you actually see the role inside those to be including sort of visual nations for democratized? So if you look at how long is the rejection communication was in the first country comes to people. This was one big thing, say, 7 years ago, before the mind happened, before the period and everything became so accessible. Compared to the countries, they are PC first, and what I was supplementing that contributions and stuff. Which also makes it able to be because of the mind, understand the nuances of technical aspects of the PC. It aspires to become a PC, peaceful activities, that's where the whole world is. Even just esports is growing in lots of things happening when it comes to learning. And this is something that the PC is. The challenge is to understand what's what's CPU, which machines will require competences, preferences. This is where the industry and people like us and I would go with safety net, government does what it does. The private institution needs to aggregate these guys. What we did right now was industry is looking at selling one PC token. Now, put that down, use or something. It doesn't have that kind of PC whatever relationships like people who want to everything. He ends up trying PC whatever is better. He goes out on market, he buys a PC, takes it home, and then he says, this is not something which is giving me enough prestige or all my skills to develop these sort of things. you already get that visual because now we can talk about this and say what must be seen as a point. What we do is following the entire traditional heroes who have represented India, which also seems to have had that this person does not merely go back and work on it because he was in truth. You have happiness and then all that stuff. So infrastructure and like I just saying people who said, we are trying out. We are telling people to ACC as your tool. And like you give an example of idea like cricket. You can't expect any dedicated proposals that will grow on an idea or global proposals because that's the right thing. You can't compete with one another as a same lives here. So that's something. And then how do we get that? How do we get that? We are trying to deploying external tools, which allows us to grow and increase our hardware, which I should slow down. So I think that's something.
Great, thanks so much, Michelle. So actually just one aspect from you is about the whole grassroots development of the stores, because that's something that we said in terms of building out the participation fund, right? How do you see that playing out the roles, different things that need to happen for these schools to become deeply integrated into the playing culture of India, so to say, and how they therefore identify newer and newer network?
So as I said, esports is as in development is that and that. Yes. If I talk about mindset, developing a mindset also, and institutions focus on that because we have abundance of talent. In every level, there's playing, but finding it at a grassroots level, there has to be a structured system. And there was a scenario, and then a survey that is not playing at the things are not done because of and to have a structured system, we need to start it right from school, colleges, community, as you mentioned, in fact, again, we used to be very other events started in Ghana. Now we see schools, colleges, everything are getting into different events and they're really taking that. So to make esports as an area, has to have a structured, real format. I will play sports at my school level or at my community level. I will graduate to some league structure, I will play city level, I will play state level. And that's how we gain trust and confidence in the esports industry. And also the players to further grow and take that as a career. And I think the social structure will also get developed because with the confidence in the different activity happening at the government level also, policy level also, and seeing that esports can be treated as career, and that's how the entire ecosystem will get built. So I think there has to be a real structure which facilitates esports right from beginning to get it up to national level, international level, and like you mentioned, esports in there, and the entire direction we need to start on. So that is the impact on governments is very, very important.
Thank you so much, Dr. And then, from your perspective, I think we are only talking slightly inside out, saying this is what we want to do, this is what we want to solve for all of that. I think looking at slightly outside the perspective of like you mentioned, you guys covered a whole bunch of markets globally for the last 20 years. Where do you see India today, both in stage of evolution and in stage of competitiveness as compared to, say, some of the global markets?
I'm very thanks, so I can't make this quick. But I think your first question was about where we see India today. The proof of concept for esports is that, I mean, Judge to Sky, Norway, Podcast, and teams such as Roberts and Rantan, Safety, and all these other talent management agencies, actually, they've already demonstrated that not only is there an abundance of talent, but there is an able and willing audience for these folks in the country. And through individual achievements such as those of Revenue, and in individual achievements such as I can't remember his name, one the Pokemon and California a couple of months ago. Outcomes are possible. If you compare, however, with China, Korea, and Eastern European nations, as people know with the Eastern European nations, I would say that there will be a quarter together with the business concept. The 3 quarters remaining depend on 2 things. One, the public and private sector working in tandem, not just to put together, not just widening funnels from casual player to esports athlete, as you so rightly said, but also to put in place a formal goal for things like salaries, talent management, district resolution. Really qualify it. If not from a government perspective, then at least from an industry standard perspective. And two, I think one final thing I would say is you have to keep in mind that at the ground level, in India specifically, because not only look at esports as something to be an individual activity to achieve, but also as an economic opportunity for themselves and their families. And the moment you kind of recognize that and align your own self with that incentive or your organization with that incentive, suddenly there's a lot more to be had from that view. So yeah.
Thank you so much. So maybe just picking up what you were, like I said, very different around the 360 degree perspective around the sports. And I think if I was to summarize what I understood from this conversation, you're saying you've got a talent, you are somewhere in the early stages of evolution of the sports in India. So we will take a certain amount of time to figure it out. But what we need is one structural approach and processes to actually identify, build, and scale the talent, right? And then to get the infrastructure for setup around it. To make this into a much more mainstream position of opportunity and therefore see with what the other things happening around mainstream sports. So therefore make this not only financially an option for people to look at, but also along with the passion that is already there, we also make this a financial option. And finally, with the government as the world guidelines are much more deeper, public-private partnership to make this more scale and more of a sustainable scale, which will then make competing or giving the earlier business and one-off kind of situations, right? So thank you so much for all points and inputs and emphasizing the engaging session for all of you. Thanks for your time and for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are going to speak Mr. Subhash sir, Secretary ID Chair. Yes, and this morning on the CII IBGS to come up to the owners of presenting the topic of gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to have the message here. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how we give our thanks to everyone. But I'm going to session now, and also moving to the next session. This is a moment to raise the topic of the next session. Stopping comes up. Stopping comes up. Stopping comes up. So this is a responsible and centuries of storytelling is there in emotional breakup. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the section that asks the question, as the role of an authority, one has element as to what? The role of the machines, where we bring to the national data for storytelling. As artificial intelligence, it gives consumer revenue jobs, spirituality, precision prediction, we are contemporary arts. What remains within the room? What is the role of empathy, humanity, and social matters in the world of algorithms? This is dedicated together for the careers most pertaining storytellers and creative thinkers to explore the growing relationship between technology and imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, together we will reflect how we can harness AI not to replace the human voice, but to amplify its depth, diversity, and dignity. Let's come together to welcome on stage our distinguished moderators, Mr. Amy Bose, the CEO of Extract Studios. Welcome to you, sir. And welcome our distinguished panelists, Mr. Dinesh, who is still director and screenwriter, Cinemas Entertainment. He was systematic at October for his narratives and serious storytelling. Brings a deep philosophical lens to the conversation on revealing about science in the age of AI. We welcome Mr. Anand Kanti, he is a professor in development and psychologist and master storyteller. We invite Mrs. Nita Kuchel from the CEO, Unlimited, a global content strategist and producer, brings insight into how AI can be used for AI-access. We invite Mr. Suman Bharani, natural women and communicated thinker, Mumbai producer. He is a vision director of Mumbai's cinematic precision and emotional depth. And finally, let's welcome Mr. Ranjit Sir, co-founder of 10 years research AI, a pioneer in the research of AI and also storytelling. And without wasting any more time for this session, I would like to hand over to our special chair, over to you, sir, to get involved in the conversation.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished listening to panel on sports criteria and the supporting genre that we are going to talk about. Let's go ahead and easy and scientific. It's safe to say. Some of my panelists have been asking questions you will have to ask this morning. Some questions they were asking, one was asking whether there is no audience or no audience. And fortunately, we get the presentation that we have will be answered. So we're going to learn to put on our thoughts. I'd like to just start by saying that we are in the moment. Everyone on this stage and many of you in the audience are seeing that storytelling is mutating at a pace which is faster than we ever imagined. We have writers, directors, distributors, and people that are engaged in visual effects and are creating platforms in AI. And the goal of the topic that has been put together is that great power comes with not just responsibility, but question. And that question is the question maker. And that's what we have to talk about. Today we have, as you said, very different perspectives on stage. I'm going to start by asking everyone to relate to your rounds. If you can keep us both on the minutes and with this respect, I it was over because practically you want to put the questions to the floor, because I'm not sure there are many people who want to talk to us as well. So I'm going to start by starting from my left, not just because we are in the area, but going down. What does AI need to do in what you do? If you can start with that and then we'll get later into the conversation.
Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you for being here. What does AI need to be? Okay, so I'm coming from the business perspective of AI. I've been a producer of factual content largely and a distributor of content for 18 to 20 years. And I feel AI is, if I can just speak back a little bit, I'm going to use a few minutes, but going back to my radio experience many, many years ago, I think at that time when we moved from live radio to pre-recorded segments, there was a huge change over there, where people became getting used to this entire different segments where the voice was traveling between different cities, where radio presence was not really present. I think we are at that precipice for AI today, where the industry today is looking at it and saying that how much should we incorporate in our content? How much is ethical? What kind of AI, training methods are being used? I mean, how development is this AI? Is that being, is it with consent of writers? Are people getting compensated for it? There are so many questions to AI. So today, I think we can probably discuss about all of that. And specifically with businesses, I think as long as we are mindful, it's a fantastic opportunity for us to produce really, really great universal and beautiful content which can be consumed by things like that. Thank you.
So you are taking this side. I'm going to work. It's really, it's just really, because of the amount of water, the require to, one of these machines are very important. But that's not consensus. I used to say, and I think it's great exercise. It's a great research to, in the future, maybe it will help me make a film, which I don't know if it's a make. So maybe we do this kind of, because the managerial aspect of filmmaking, there's a, it's like an army of operation. So all of that is fantastic. It will be beneficial to this big entity system that has been created for us as a system. So many people who serious about jobs and graduation systems. So you can reduce your cost, you can keep reduce limited because this got it's gone out of proportion. You can look at a lot of things. So even in terms of your idea of your film, of what you want to do, I'm just saying if you're from Bengali, which isn't going to be very expensive and conventionally now, in a sense, look at the beauty. Look at in a sketch form. In terms of kind of a story, which is in a sense moving back, things like this, more than scratch film. In a sense, the fifth draft of the script can be scratch film. So then you focus on someone and everybody else can sit together. And then basics are better and everything's right. And another discussion is getting more. It will be really much more imaginative discussion of technical and technical. I think that all that is great. If you allow AI, when you become lazy, it will take over. And then if you stop using your brain, you have to control it. You have to know what you want. Because if you tell it, give me something like somebody does this, or does this crap. And also you people everything. Correct. Right. So you have to be very mindful of what the world wants. Right. But you can get it. Allowing for like this, give me references as well, that's what I see. Right. You would not know anything if you are mindful of but it's very scary. And I hope people are themselves sitting as big companies, they don't need regulators, they don't need this, they don't need that, but it's scary you need regulators. In writing, there are two regulators, and not four regulators. Thanks. Moving to second capacity, so here's the working 2 minutes. How do you ensure that this acceleration doesn't affect the originality? How will we ensure towards just ensure that the regulators inside algorithms and these aesthetics? So maybe you can talk about that in one question.
So I'm judging has been from pixels to dots. So I see when we move from offline to online to digital center, cameras to mobile, social networks and online. So it doesn't really electricity and fuel. You have to use it as a tool. You have to use it like everybody has this thing of driving and so this is a new companion. You can write it, it is your best assistant. So what we have done in Nigeria areas is a platform from India where we integrate more than 330 tools together in a one platform where you can start your image, video, audio, singing, upscaling, even changing organization, everything just one platform. So it's a very good choice. Yes. And you have official partners with a lot of modern makers and like PCs and Pythons and all of them. We can also create agents which facilitate artists to create whatever they want in the imagination. I have with the because they say that you don't have songs in your mind. It's a creative tool. You have to drive the creator. You drive the tool. And we are empowering artists. We are not removing artists. We are not tools to remove the artists. Like every technology has happened, people who have developed the technology have grown. We are also showing the same. We are actually offering everything in one platform in India so that creators can actually create everything, but they could not create a content in India. Example, which is written from Mr. Shwan's CII has written a book called Raja Independent. And this has happened with me. He so writes of that film twice, different large production houses in Mumbai. And it comes to light because the production was extremely expensive. Also, because of our judgment, I said that he could not, the film would never saw the light. He made a last few years to working on the film AI and will be released next year. And for artists, it's completely AI film. These tools are actually empowering people and creativity is not, a specific tool people just pushing your model. It is now personalizing it, you have personalization, localization, and empowering artists. That's what our platform is also.
Super. Wonderful. So, maybe those are going to be for picnic, we have basket, everything that we wanted and then we went off to the beach. So, what do you do is exactly that for picnic, because I'm to now. We're going to ask you this question about who want your takes as to learn about AI. The question that I really have to provide out to ask you is that if you are an AI generated film with a national award, who should want stage to see it? So I think you can answer that. Also, so the process is not like AI because sometimes it's a little piece I'm never using because of its length, not because of its, awesomeness. So please. First, that was I think I can speak the production of how We did a short 5-minute film 6 months ago on virtual reality. Because I feel virtual reality is suffering from shelving. And now nobody talks about AI. And so we done it on AI, and it's on the Bhagavad Gita. So from Ram, I want to speak for 2 minutes about Krishna. And what I was thinking is, what if on the Kurukshetra battlefield, if Krishna is stabbed on his shoulder, and he turns around, and there is AI sentient being over there, who says, as I speak about consciousness, because we're getting there soon. And even I think if you're not using AI, or if you don't follow AI, you're not learning a species, you're not existence, we're a species. So we are all currently, hopefully not species, but different species in a way in which it's being. So we're going to actually, the word of technology comes from a Greek word called techne, and techne means art. And so everything we have in cinema is liberated us because of technology, because of sound, or color, or cinema, editing, or translucence. And I think currently AI is something that's going to liberate us. So we're here to embrace that. Who is international? That's intelligence and soundbite, I suppose. But for the moment, hopefully the filmmaker or whoever gets the national award, but at some point, it is going to be the evolution of that species, and that evolution is going to go up. So, thank you so much. Coming to Anna, like in the 18. And Anna is just a beautiful title. There's also not anything today, right? But we won't get there right now. My question to you is that you're supposed to write books. Why do you think that we say that on the literature? Because we've also been involved in films and television and TV shows and all that adds to your storytelling. So in this world of prompts and all the things that we're doing a lot of talks about AI uses AI. How are you your muscles getting this process? Let's try to take on this story. Actually, I'm really excited about AI. About things to say, many of my other friends will beat me up for this. I was right from the beginning, the problem with my books, except the Bahubali one, none of them, not traditional soul, but none of them had that experience. Now, lot of people are coming back because my books are of huge scale. Like my first book was shared and I want the point of view Aman, or Business point of view, Bali, Bali's reality like so all these things I got option money, but after that, but after that, now, with AI, all these things like this is not just movies and concerns you can do that now. Section of Bahubali came up by all the used to have out people in the English one, so that is a like that. This is what actually. This is what I is coming. Something to be shared. It's my personal opinion because we have already been using AI for the last 10 decades. We have been using grammar, we have been using grammar. We have not concept about that. That's all. And before wrapping up, let me just answer the point. I use AI in writing. I use it as something good. So what I do usually is, I use a scene and ask in the company in 10 different ways or 5 different ways. You use a scene and ensure that you use none of them. Because what I understood using it is because you just give me that easily. So you give me an answer which 99.95% of the people who want to like it or something like that. So I want to make an activity. Because that made it easy. I use usually sees. So I make sure that what is included in that I usually see. That's why I say. So instead of used to every scene it gets accelerated. And I can now communicate much more faster and better goods. So I have recently in the last 10 years since I published $18 in print. Then I got around 1,400 of television, films, 500,000 catalogs, stage plays and radio shows. Now I increase my output, but that's also what is necessary. Fascinating. Okay. I just want to change the conversation just wonderful. I used to run one of the largest production companies for animation and visual effects, which goes down and really worldwide. And what we have been doing as Astro Studios is to figure out how can we do what we did before, using the intelligence. I don't want to AI because there's a lot of stuff that is used in the process. Here's what we have seen in the last couple of years, this transition. And then we really in terms of iPhones, etc. We used to say that last 10 years, we used to say that last 1.5 years. Because no one really cares whether the iPhone, they use AI or not. That's not the case for someone that is, about thinking about copyright, and touch AI. So since my vision, I think we just don't want to say all fashion. Maybe if we build a system, if we build a phase, it's completely with story and colors, etc. It's fantastic because you're seeing something before it's done. I think it's what Susan was trying to say. Before we get into something that was like you're sitting there working on a lot of people. But really, if you see the movie before the movie is there, I think it's fantastic. That's really the best news I ever had. Thereafter, it goes into what we call AI phase. So every single frame that you will see of the stuff that we can talk about, like Mufasa, Lion King, or whatever it was, you have what are pieces, complete systems for the audience, right? And that will make us say maybe we got that. These have a good amount of technology in the learning for more than 2 years. These also getting AI now. And that's somewhere in between. So the start of the Astro Studios, the Steve and people who are really experts for very senior, that was fantastic guy, who used the AI system to say, this model that has come out, or this picture that has come out, this book that has come out from AI, it's now also not a success because AI today does not have this ability to be able to use large screen formats at all. We cannot really completely as if we are going to where AI is easy. You can do it, but it will be what it should be doing in the normal world. I think that's my idea on that. And what to try to find if you want to look at the analytics like that. Now I'm going to ask Bharat to move into another question. And I'll start with you. How are you going to look at the future of the neighborhood? We mentioned that when it comes to production, we need some things with technology. More than creative, the issue of all this production manager. So short time of for example, as a great business because it's just really big television. What I see in this was this season, and I see all that data to start to make one season so much sharp. So how are you looking at this? Is it experience as a production area, or you look at that as a creative area, as a management to like for you?
I mean, you should have a very good position. And maybe still not very knowledgeable on the technical which is phenomenal. So you could do all in all aspects. You could even take post-production, for instance. And I can take, as a musician, not a great musician, but a musician, and a sound person. And I think we can sit together and go scratch design. Right? This is something which is very lacking in India.
India was going to be that. So you have all kinds of science. South Asia. You can communicate with the background people today. No one knows how to write music. Most of the music is not write music. That's great. So I can talk to this is what I feel. I think this Sufi and those who have done this. Sufi and innovators that's spiritual base. I want something that's happening that with these words. Right? In a sense, somehow, it's not very good. It's not really good. But I can tell you, music innovators is very. Now it's for you to understand. I said I'm a music director who understands aspect of it. But it's just my, it's my communication, my communication that I want now. You know, absolutely. It's professional systems. It will eliminate the cost that they are now making. Anything in the point where they are so perfect. It's a whole thing. Systems will get people open up my imagination. This also sensory. Correct. Because I don't support so now you have mentioned something which was also, and we will continue our exclusively doing things in the media session. So, where are we ask in the future? So I want to speak from 2 minutes on something that is going to happen to me, which is our colonization. So, earlier they came and conquered our land, and then we were able to save India. Then we came and conquered our mind with their food and their clothing, and all of their conquering our data. So I was part of a jury on the first CII test which happened 2-3 weeks ago. And when they said, what's the advice that you can give us for next year? I said, first, I think that the biggest compliment I have to currently is that if you look at the common core of the amount of data that there is, let's say that there are 300 million web pages. And there is English dominates 40, I'm speaking in English, which also makes me feel bad, but 44% is dominated by English. Out of which, let's say if English is spoken by 7.5%, the data that is available, which is Indian, specifically Indian, is 0.2% data. That means that the stuff that is being given to me by AI currently is a different form of colonization. So my biggest problem right now when I'm using AI is how to job I'm going to be, and as good because obviously we work as students that are out of students and rooted in our culture. But I'm finding that I'm not able to actually use AI as Indian as I planned. I'm using it a lot. There is no option, and I think it's the question that everybody is asking is the woman in engineer the artist of the law? Businesses, that is 0.04%. Of the data that is available. That means I saw a film about the Convergence in the group, which is on Netflix, which I was is a director. This movie is about artists of the West. It's about the Indian Jharkhand, who's a data annotator, and it tells you about the problems of how are we actually collecting that data. Is it sorting? Is it data mining? I think I asked you to simply impose what you this is mentioned around the cultural aspect of the story at the conversation. I'll come to you because you deal with of the stories that I was still become aware of that's what you do. And therefore, how do you see cultural authenticity? If the story has a great cultural authenticity, very centered around India, our stories and our people. Because we are right from a certain target market, you're right everywhere. And it's difficult to take this across the world. How do you see all of this changing? Do you see that stories will be influenced by what markets will do? There are very few Indian stories in film and television that are outside Alaska, generally speaking. So, we'd like to talk a little bit about knowledge collapse. That's a knowledge collapse. Okay, which is when it's a gradual narrowing of information. Because 60% last pizza, then what will happen is that you will eventually get what's my favorite food, pizza. So how do we get this? So reshaping how is she going to basically make sure that she can distribute the delivery? This technique is the question. Thank you. Yeah.
Trust me, we have distributed a lot of companies using the program. So this now, it's been responded and we've done it very, very successfully and I'm purposely involved in it for the last 18 months. Specifically one area that I'd like to really address is the Indian stories abroad. I mean, of course, all of the international stories were there, just like what Ron was saying. I think both of us essentially what I understood and I believe in it too. Is that they have chosen a particular type of content. So essentially, if you're looking for something that is English also. India is unique in its hyper-diversity, its cultural intensity, and also its ethnic presence. I think you hold this very, very close and melodramas. And the way we do that, we are able to take our stories and we've done it successfully in African and Middle East markets especially. And not just diaspora, we've taken it to mainstream audiences and then in the US and Europe. So it happens when you have to work at it to make sure that the human element remains in it. So specifically for one, we have used, like initially mentioned, AI is largely used in very, very short form content and I don't know the long form content, whether it's factual or it's dramas and entertainment dramas. But we are using AI today in helping make the pitch documents. So while you create a lot of content, how you have actually put it together in the pitch and transport it outside, showcase it to people, being able to do it with culture that exists times. So it's not about understanding, but being able to understand. So if I want to sell a format to Mexico, which we have done, it is easier to get that for me in terms of social industry. Yeah, we can actually demonstrate that we can have those
allow the Indian. This is just anywhere Western India. All I'm using from school, script developers, script age, script analysis, the way you write script, the GI structure, all this stuff. Look at it. There's a software intelligence that is expected to you. Even if you're even if you think something like what you say that this is fictional. So you have to be careful. It's you who have to control it. You are the artist. I mean, suddenly somebody says now, like music is dead. Because the musician is dead. Because you don't have disabled anymore. You don't think that there is disabled anymore. When music is what if you give it the way this is like give me a instrument something for the shorts and like this? Well, the relationship is there. I think the stories is not a shooting goal. It's something that you have to rebel against. It's something that because it is coming from an Aristotelian structure, it's not coming from a Rabbinic structure, it's not coming from a something. It's coming from something which we have all been indoctrinated and we only handcuffed into. And a lot of this is Western mix of their stories. I and completely from our ways of telling stories. As this the idea of mixing songs is going. And so all of this is something that we have to embrace and in fact use in AI in a way in which let's see how we can be culturally rooted. But just come to you really from practitioners, right? You are creating tools and tech for practitioners. So how are you seeing that we can do something that can help to preserve what we want to preserve? Or making sure that it becomes faster, better, quicker, bolder, and hands-on Western.
So, see, I have been an artist for a long time, and I've spent, I was really working as a CEO for 6 years, so I worked with more than 2,500 artists. And I know that artists when he's creating, they think in their native language. Maybe I learned something in native language first. Which is why I read it when we are, the first thing that we did was a multilingual prompting. So you can actually prompt in any language on the platform and you can get the same result. You can get the result when even you put in a prompt in Punjabi or yes, you can. You can get a Punjabi output if you want the reference. Just to answer my question, we also built an image mapping on mobile, which was completely built on your data sets. So it created the most beautiful gorgeous image of Shriram. It created a culturally relevant mass CPR. Okay? Because this is a time where, other people were giving which look like Greek. So those kind of things, the data sets, the cultural relevance, the emotional relevance, that can be preserved if we make some fine certain things according to our cultures, and that can surface transition. But that also a lot of support from government. I don't really wish there was something out of India. We are putting a lot of success whether we are trying to build that, whether we are trying to use I simply believe in power. If we get a better funding, we can really make a very responsible which can actually be very cultural relevant in India.
When we now create a proposal from CII that can go to AINB or to AINB, to the PMO, to a proposal from the minister, between electronics, IT and INB. And all kinds of proposals to scale any data story. $25 million that the data centers in this proposal scale. So when you're talking about it, that's the storage space, that's the law for we're talking about data. And I think there is a way for us to look at something that will benefit all industries. Like if you can tell a story in images using AI, it is not restricted to any things. It can be a products, it can be a Indian level. Or an Indian being entirely moving forward looking society. So when you say Indian stories, it's the story for now. And India is very diverse. So there is a whole problem here. Aspects of this lesson I was talking about. I personally deviate structure. I use formal storytelling, the source, feelings, or those aspects. There is a specific thing there for storytelling, Mahabharata is used. This is simple, this is how to get a character, and there's a process of everything. Just use the you tell me that something like this going here, that's successful and then in the so you tell them stories, you don't make any of this research structure and nothing. This way teach, I used to teach storytelling in some film institutes, other places, it's very difficult to, I don't know any of these things. I studied engineering and failed in it. So I was studying storytelling, other than listening stories from my childhood, to my father was a storyteller, so now my Puranas. So my storytelling comes from there, and I have been the concept of Dharma is very difficult. Construction of systems and communications are not in the structure. You can break this structure. Because the stories are Indian way. Because in the stories, you ask to do with the technology of the world from Pakistan. Technically, is nothing but Indian assistance from the technically is well. Like so many stories across the world that started by my Mahabharata homepage. It's a huge thing. We have been telling stories. I think in future we also changing about the user tool. My envisaging a future in 10 years. Indian industry, Indian storytelling, Indian dominating. So basically those people who have access to this diverse conversation will therefore use Indian storytelling methods AI to produce more international content. Is that just a joke? Past lives, we are all part of some data sent to us. And that was known as application. And therefore, what we really talking about just now is that what makes us versus what makes that data or that feature that you're using that data. And because we are made of our past lives, and the AI is made of its past life, and that past life is perhaps what we fed when we are infected. Right. Let me come to you. This is also you see from what you know how this is seen, right? So I just want to understand from you that as we look at this crossroad, which is the conversation dynamic between human imagination and machine regulation, right? How would you take as this looking at which distinguish the view of AI in which to versus a document which we have done that in 5 years' time, we will have done as much AI than that. So it's a question of contracts and contracts in the AI. This is still building and we want many of us and that and everyone else. People put that what was AI. So we can really give a little bit about your take on this.
Sure. That's where the important part of the AI is the transparency. If we are transparent on what we are using AI for, and I think more than anything is if we do all of it and we look at the production process itself. I think just like in any other collaboration or association, the intent is very important. There are so many stakeholders in making a series or a film. If all the stakeholders are aligned in the honesty of the subject that we are trying to produce, be it tactical, spiritual, or whatever, I think we can have a sweet spot where we have AI efficiencies, managing into the best of features that they can take and build and offer that more amount of content to the market and that. But what usually is this receiving the content, whereas we are the people behind it, making it such that the responsibility lies with us.
I was just with the and 36 seconds I'm not sure that we can take a question because we have a very well dressed gentleman of the first floor and fantastic on camera. I really like to remember when we start after this question. It's not like that we want specific, but we can ask the question. So good news from everybody. First off, especially for you, We've expressed our opinion about how we think of AI and synthetic filmmaking, right, from the creative aspects to the technical aspects. So, the question is, were you, I mean, you're young, but were you, few years younger, starting with AI filmmaking, how would your outlook be and how would your opinions be if you started producing movies using AI? See, the creative people, I make films of those, there's a monster inside me. Conventions to start something, right? Conventions like that. So I think if whatever I do films so that the things are done by AI. I mean, it's a technical area. Asking, even movies. It's very difficult to use highway or 14-year-old can do script shit. Anything that happens, it's highway TV. So why would you do it if not for this observed constitution of the something? And that's the only way of happens here. Oh, it's just something that I did. It's watch. So if you, it's like, maybe you don't know this thing of some city. So your baby is born, there's no son, all those things. I guess it's a little bit of but the process is much better because she's coming into the reality. I don't like to control it. And it's very it's precision. I don't know why this is Indian government. Every culture will want us to show. Every people will be want us to say. You can tell stories in India across the world. And whoever reject some beliefs, whoever reject cancer when it comes to the West, I want. So I'm not sure it's not possible to produce a session, but I'd like to just say that when I heard that proposal, I'm sure you will too. When I want to replace creators, but creators who use AI responsibly, we replace them with that. That's definitely going to happen. Okay? And I'm sure you will have to make a it's not money. It's a compass. It's a very where we have to go next. It's like we can have different from everyone here. And then also to the future where human imagination is really and technology will amplify. And that's the conclusion of that. Thank you very much. And this book is Mahishasura's story. Mahishasura's which is the final session.
Overall,
some of you know what's happening in consumption economy. Still remember when the digital economy is there, OTT economy is there, the economy consumption is there. Conversation is going on with us about which next concept we are going to. There's a combination of for sure, effects assessment selling, for sure, Sean was using us to build content, to build large corporates that we do. You know that now that Mumbai is going away, India is going away, India is going away, India is launched, there was a show, there was a fashion show. I'm using this very well. Large shows like MIT also shows. This is what's happening in the overall process business. I'm sure you will to get started what's happening in this space and then we're going to convergence. In the convergence.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to get the opening notes started. I think let's get Mr. Joseph on how you got from Michael Jackson to getting Coldplay in the early while the global citizen came in, and to build this entertainment business and to see the concert economy has come through. What gain, what things, how you're seeing this part of the industry of licenses in here. Those who should see this
Good evening, everybody. First, and thank you, Atma and CII for putting together such a fabulous big picture. Let's actually together, everyone, please. Nice round, big, fantastic work because it's been 2 days of non-stop action for them, and a lot of thoughtful sessions with some of the best industry leaders from the cross sectors that come together. Fantastic, very well done. Also nice that you're not based on film stars. You're based on actual content and actual business leaders. Thank you. The concept business is as old as old can be. Longer before even this room actually is young. That's why we can do unadopted and multiple stars going across the world that happened well back before 1990. Now longer before even we started as a company. In 1996, the big landmark that went to levels, of course, Michael Jackson. But all that, there were many conferences, the Beatles, Bon Jovi, Wishbone, and you name it, all those concerts took place. And it kept migrating and moving forward. So you had concerts across the space. What really transformed the concert business, and especially in today's day and time, is not just a concert business. The word, it's a seven-letter word that got added to the concert business, called concert economy. And just the fact that that seven-letter word got added to concert, that made it something that's valuable to an economy, and you're looking at it as an ecosystem from country points of view, from city points of view, and what's the economic benefit to people. I think just this skew of how is it benefiting the economy, how is it benefiting the people, how is it benefiting the country, and the economy as a whole, has transformed this into becoming extremely valuable, enough to be showcased in the CII Big Picture when we're talking economics of the entertainment media business. This is so exciting. There is no other business of entertainment media business. The owners walk away with the money. And it's getting a separately for an investment here and there. In the event business, and the concert business, the money actually goes into the economy. So, right down to the person checking your ticket, to the person cleaning the floor, preparing the box, the sound engineers, lighting engineers, the guys who are going up on buses, the person who's building the infrastructure, who the person who's serving the food. Everyone becomes part of the economy. And the impact of the concert economy is felt across the entire economic system. And that's really the big story that everybody is looking up to, starting with the Prime Minister, who's going to pay a flag for the concert economy. And that really has transformed government to look at this business as a business rather than just as some entertainment show that's happening. So it's transformed, it's taken a few leaps forward, and we are looking at it from a different perspective here. Thanks.
So, you were from how you see a different picture. How you changing the game, like what are the stress coming in has given us some people talk about example 50 crore. So maybe give me an idea of what is this thing?
Yeah, so I often say this, I think the biggest boost to the economy is where the first generation of academics who are buying tickets for our kids. I don't think we have that luxury of doing thousands of classroom and 10,000 rupees per ticket. A lot of young people have got a better sense of personal parents and finding their tickets and then the customers come. I think everything has changed in our country. When people were growing up, our idea of entertainment was different. If it was shouting, when the boys doing the bandage in Hong right now my kids go off and we never ever did that. Who goes to enjoy something? Now it's a normal thing. I think everything has changed. And music has become extremely important part of the narrative. I think music today is defining everything that the young person does. The way he looks, the way he talks, the way he dresses, the way he communicates. Music in some ways defining that. There's a whole economy, a lot of work has gone with different sections of music. I do believe that the last bastion of really earning money for the artist is the live music industry. It used to be the CD sales and music sales, which is no longer is. Now it's all streaming, and money is not coming to that. And therefore, they themselves will make money or innovative or propagate their physically to one and do and have live music. And then we see a much larger scene of music coming in. India has just spoken about like this new jewel in the rest of the world. Although, like Subhash was saying earlier in the vaccine, it is not a new phenomenon. It is a 25-year work phenomenon. There's now fairly sympathetic. We started with that now. We associated with new laws. And then someone realized now and someone put this thing in something through and the artist is that's really what it is right now. So everybody is getting people on it. Yes, so I think
right now at the point where we are able to show the artists overseas and actually know those figures in terms of kind of fan base if I have, the kind of economic potential that there is. It's not like a guest who can come and get a good show. Now the actual numbers are good, and the offers that we are making are very concrete. And I think that is also progress from a proper economy to an actual education economy. I think there was this time that we spent in the event industry where the products that was demanded in the event. I think it's a very good choice for educated people and younger people coming in, and then the whole world of the exchange. I think we've used that to be a very mature point for the industry right now. So if you can continue on what it takes to become an artist, how you see an artist, or what actually business, like in the sense of what it took to be able to previously, coming to yourself, that is how you artists, how you do it. That's a nice profession, and that will also beneficial this industry lives. I think it started with a very hope where we got outside these giving us a chance. Majority of when we did the work, everything was not so this is arrangement to be asking for the guidelines, AFE and doing artists. And that's where this entire economy needs to show which it is. And this comes from many other fields where like in film and in OTT, so especially where the big stars are now part of the film economics rather than just taking a fee. The artists or the bigger stars are now taking slice of various other territories and box office and stuff like that. We see that in much also when the stars when negotiating film prices, when negotiating ticket sales, the stars are coming to be able to also go across the economy of the films. And that is what the basic scene music progress as well. It is my firm belief that the standard is coming with the artistry, and what we see my stage on my background. Right, so I think lots of shows are selling and lots of shows are not selling. Correct. I think that's the start of the artists need to be part of this. I think the performers are really over the risk, whereas the stars need to become part of this, and I think that's where the economy or this market or this industry truly mature. That's when that's where the future is. This recent time that was started to is very negative now. We don't have a lot of performance. So not just the this year, they got to change it's what it takes actually, and what I find very like that. Before so many years in Japan, we saw some skill advancement there. How do you see that also? There's a huge level of there also. So how consumers use these things and how do we see global artist ecosystem?
At the moment, IPs or concerts or images are able to deliver economic impact. Impact is available for countries. We see that in the iPhone world and iPhone thinking, which we targeted around the world. Over the last 25 years, we've covered over 14 countries, 19 distinct cities, and multiple cities. Every year you choose a city, there are also key levels that we set one. So you can imagine for 75 countries and 6 cities that what device are, and only 25 happens. So that's the amount. So major countries, major cities. But if any country bother about an Indian event, they don't bother about the Indian event if it is providing value of the economy, if there is some sense of culture and policy, then they are taking their story forward. There is no story where it will be sold. So what is happening across the space, across different countries. And this year, an invitation of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Chief Minister of Pakistan, we brought iPhone to India to celebrate 25 years. And this is the duty was really gigantic. And I thought, what impact is going to have in India? And we said India to humans. In actual fact, we did. We had people decided to do business in India and inter-city, inter-country tourism.
than we had before. International guest which I do. Just as the economic impact, the end of an iPhone, what's immediate impact was over 750 crores. The last weekend, we saw a very taking case in Delhi. Their father in right was one of the guests who bought a ticket for his family and came to Jaipur for the iPhone launch. He saw how well it was organized, he saw how the city was two-star government was supported across the space. He checked with us whether we would be willing to organize it in Pakistan. And therefore it was the chosen destination. 6 months later, the wedding happened. And just that wedding alone is reported to have caused an increased impact in the day from the Pakistan economy of over 1,250 crores. One wedding, 1,250 crores. And that's almost twice spent. Now if you look at that wedding, it was just after the wedding. It is taking the prices of wedding up by 25-30% across all areas, across all tourism facilities. Suddenly, eventually become the number one destination not just for India, but possibly for the world. People are talking about eventually this destination for global weddings. We say India, not just to India, but to the whole world. That's the power of 16th economy, that the power of people in the life in the space. We can make a difference in lives, both design create difference, both the company, both with each other, both collaborating across the space. We have a long story and we are really the beginning of it. Moving towards festivals of the space, how you being building a to India, how that is changing the ecosystem of festivals, does it make sense? Some people are moving around, it makes sense for them. You're using brands and IPs, branded IPs as a concept. How to put this as a ranking, how is this growth easily? So I put that in a this is that's actually started 2 years ago. This is what we do with Delhi. We were also putting many brands, high luxury cosmetic brands. So it was moving exponentially. And we do business. We think that does actually means that significantly comes out of it's a huge website, fantastic. But it's the product that they put out requires your touch and feel, right? This is what we went down gives you a touch and feel experience. So over 2 days in our own store down, kids walk and just try examples and stuff like that. So that is a fantastic example. These other things from Chicago. As the exponentially before was almost close to 60,000 gigs this year for this. International Jackson, really, and stuff like that. It's extremely very by all one thing that we have learned across all the concept business is that there is about 30-40% we're really doing using. But that's the whole license of people just want to get away. Want to be there, want to be part of something unique, want to be able to experience something firsthand. Want to be part of a community. I also say that we are part of the luxury economy. This is not a small cheap product, this is not a very nice and aspirational product. And you treat it as such, you also want luxury product. That's also, yes, you are going to be accessible to 1 billion people. No, that's not going to be but millions of cities, right? So we have one part of luxury economy, we have a luxury product, and I think if we do ourselves as that, we will know in that way. We had to, as some of us, we did a industry and I industry was really making this innovative as we created something called joint working group. How we're working towards overall our infrastructure and license security. Our know when we're working in local business, actually we're really communicate this thing so strongly with us. And I couldn't take it away. Maybe someone knew where about this and what's that was going on. I just want to put it in some kind of perspective. We are in the Indian industry 3.0. There was an Indian industry that existed before COVID. And before that, the Indian industry 1.0. 1.0 was when COVID was there, unfortunately it lasted for long, 2 years and more. In those 2 years, the Indian industry suffered a transition. And I say suffered a transition, not saying it benefited from a transition. Because the transition changed the impact scope, changed the scale where we have industry across space. One went up, one went down, the others went up, four went down. So all over the place, there was transformation, not necessarily in the direction that everyone wanted it, or even expected it to be. But the transition is for permanent and change is constant. We are in industry 3.0, where the experience economy is the new story. You might talk about extremely the new story. The experience economy has surpassed almost every other entertainment facet. And we'll tell you this because it's really hot. Something that people are waking up to, we are also waking up to, and it's the jumping into experience space. The 3.0 business has also talked about the value of India. 2 years ago, without India launched the Make India program. Has anyone here heard of the Make India program? Yes or no? No. If you have not heard of the Make India program, I'm not saying what is good for the country. Okay? You want to stick to the news, you want to stick to what is happening around you. The Make India program was focused on very nice and was discovered that the business in India is 600,000 crores. PNP passive farm Indian industry the size of 600,000 crores. And that is just the way the business is within my Indian business. And it's accepted by the government of India, accepted by all facets of government and policy makers. The Indian program was followed, where we began promoting getting tourism across the country. When the Prime Minister became the first applicant talking about building tourism. That moved into the G20 phase, and then India became Meet in India. So while Meet in India was being promoted, Meet in India has also been promoted. Infrastructure has been built across the country from Bharat Mandapam, the Yashaduni, the Geo Convention Center, and different convention centers that are emerging across the country. The number of five-star hotels has built and done across the country, and the second half are under construction. So, across smaller towns, bigger towns, metros, you will see drastic change in the next 2 years, 3 years. And that's it. Also, back to India, our Prime Minister, they are talking about light constant economy. The light sponsored economy is slowly growing in one space altogether. In office, in class, we are making India the world stage. And from India, we are talking to the world. So there is an entire drastic change that's taking place. And to be able to facilitate that, the Prime Minister's office, under the use of IIT Ministry, under Secretary Sri Raju, has set a joint working group, something that I haven't seen in the last 25, 30 years for any passenger industry. There are 8 different ministries, ranging from SSM to revenue, to financial services, to tourism, to art and culture, to IMD, to home ministry, that is the main ministries, and now the 12 state governments, 3 states are represented on this joint working group. Along with industry leaders from music, from event management, from CII, Big Picture, etc. All represent that they're looking at policy, looking at future growth, looking at changes, looking at infrastructure, and that by successful change making. The kind of progress that we see across the board in policy and the prospects that we moved by exchange and Prime Minister's office has been transformational for us as an industry. What I can say is thank you. Thank you all, and thank you over again. First of all, good morning, some of just give it just usually like so security of business when you look at it. Okay, this is a large question. This concept of money, whatever we ask and so on. So just choose, should we concept or should we use? Just choose one. So I use concepts. I use it. Okay, one of your answers are right. Yes, I think concept is too dependent on the artist. But I think it doesn't mean any concepts does. No, the other way. Okay, so I was basically like a stock for concept economy, post-COVID, was a huge boom. And like many marriage, this my first stage of this and many marriage, there's a review, and then you start working on the marriage. I think now we start working on this marriage. Okay. Even all the international artists. So that's where the question is. There's also perfect cases where both the needs and support of the audience. Choose one. For me, I actually shock because the concentrate on government across anything. I mean, we do cricket for IPL, and people say that cricket is India's religion. There's no religion for cricket. Cricket is also so I can tell you when we played for a football game that when my was supposed to come, and when he didn't come, the cricket, right from 2000, people were coming and starting to so India was really and as long as you are there, I put it differently. People came for gold. The big one from this weekend, and international act from London, and people so that I think it's otherwise we not come soon. So there was no so yeah, that's so what I mean is not all others. Broadcasting for gold play. Does that make sense? Should we put broadcasting in YouTube? I just broadcast. So yeah, if you take like I broadcasting short and the information out of it is way different and it's business like a get from another. Yeah, right? You watch it here. So if you say we can't just broadcast for the content and just stand on camera. There's so much more that you did with that. So I think okay, you can say let's go to number one. As I said, manufacturing consumers, even when we are working, even if it's only quick one. We will go to one more and then it's also good for offer. One of the situations. So, yeah, Thank you. Thanks for being here. You have a good conversation coming in. So, I saw the word visions. Right? I mean, it's interesting. What does it take to be a visionary? There's one word saying that to be a visionary, when you look at what you achieved, it's then you realize that you have done something there's no way else to see. Ultimately, it comes down to which everybody has. It's who spots what and who misses what. And I think that's the beauty of this entire sector of media and entertainment. There are so many opportunities, so many things that you can find. You can find it. It's different. Depending on your background, your culture, the things you have experienced, and who really know doing that. There's the science, there's the art. I think that's one very tricky but important question. That I think we can begin with is that when you look at opportunities, right? When you start on Amazon, of course, you move from broadcast to many other areas. But when you start this journey on Amazon, there was nothing. And you realize when coming here, we're thinking about this thing. What was that vision? What was that spark? How do you identify things that will be interesting to your audience? That is going forward. How do you find these opportunities? As well, thank you everyone. Great to be here, and no one's going to be here as well. We want to talk to the technology, so I'll do that. I'm super excited to be here visiting. My question is interesting one. I think one of the things I was strongly feel is every student should go through successful shapes what you're going to do in the future. And if you learn from it, you sort of get a sense of like what the world could be. And I think oftentimes to really shape the world, you imagine the world could be, and not just say what it is. So, to respect that question, when we reached a very time phase when we were just starting out, and this is from the students, and the sector was not easy at support. And we have come from the world of being that business, and we always say, we have supported and this is something that was really very think. It must have been they don't pay for this. And we build in that content industry and TV, the economics of that business. Because you have some content and supported doing. So, you can't imagine that the world will be looking at it there. We said, so what would be can it get made to get shown in content like two websites? And the social model and all and this was and we all 24 and that was supposed to get to win sometimes we were taken in India. But it was just one time it was on TV. So as we thought about doing this streaming, we imagined what that world would look like in USA. What would it take to bring back on the shows? What would it take to actually seasons as you go along? What would it take to take the measures rather than inside and then push it out? And we had seasons. We didn't work on we tried to do it. And we put everything into it. And even you people also sometimes in the world when you have content like a family man or for example or and many others, so many others. You see absolutely others. It's not just a show for us. It's that we do also videos about and what if they're doing this sort of I think it's imagining what that world would look like. Not taking it for history. And I think shaping it is another one key in my view policy system. I think it's a fascinating insight because everybody is in the box of the future. Right? One thing that is so if you're pushing something that is so exhausting, when you feel all that enjoyment and feeling you get, obviously a zero now, right? But then now we keep something in the future. And that's a beautiful way to really think of when you're telling a story. Because everyone wants to be, part of that, right? Absolutely. I think one of the big challenges in this space is when you think about storytelling characters like these, you don't have to just be them down for you. You have to remember along with you. So they're part of your lives. So maybe there's a back on you, take that and they get it down. You can tell them like this and become even more part of their lives. And I think that's how this media writing and you just being so fortunate to work with this most amazing creators. To build these things out. And that's why I especially feel that there's so many things that you can be intentional on. It's just not to be intentional about it, but also careful to execution. You can actually think in that way when you try to execute it. Then it's a challenge as well. And I think I mentioned that when we started out, back when we were years was the fact that if you want to create content of every language and create like unending amount of content in each language, it just doesn't work. So the key was, how can we make content travel, not just really what wants to work, but also not content. So you think about these things and in taking costs sometimes. But that's the simple one. How do I get more nuance to? How do I get this? Make that be more sort of like, but the key is, how do we make stuff in India? The process. We did that, we did the movie selection and series with that. There's a reason why, there was since you start to pass there. The reason why Yamini and Anuj show is the reason why somehow what was more last year. The reason why is the very intentional things that you do and then execute it as well as you do to be able to like that. I think there's so much goes into each of these pieces and it's just like because you are so different now. And now if I talk about just like how we were just saying, multiple languages, multiple cultures, it doesn't change. So, how is it that you mentioned the ideas, also monetization in India versus the rest of the world? How is this journey specifically going? I know it's challenging, it's so exciting as well. And then how convincing us that yes, this is in the right path and then we might make it happen. I'm just really fortunate about this technical experience of trying to manage these businesses across many diverse countries and countries. In Japan, or Southeast Asia, maybe different countries and these are being powerhouses that like India has. Choices, our choices like us. Right? And we have to connect first before we think about connecting with something that doesn't connect to it, that never really becomes what we want to talk about. So I design something which is like, this has to be your role only. Right? You think of really local story, and then becomes something and we see that we see what players are so doing about content down outside the country. But we have to connect first. And you have to be really deep because how do you really make this well? You have to make sure that the segmentation is really good, the product is good, segmentation is marketed, and then also customer choices. The fact is, once you get that advantage, we able to reselect customer content. Everything is not for everyone. It's not because we are not building a service that everyone has to want to do. I want to set a customer segment for all of them. And the more like that, the more you get. So So I think it comes to streaming in that sense. But then it also happens to choice. There's so much content. Like, you know, that's something that I have two questions. One, when someone's doing down next or films, they're like, there's so much content on YouTube. They're like, yes. And therefore, it's your job to do better, our job to be able to serve you when you start yourself and to be able to say, what should you watch? What should you recommend? And learning that and moving forward. So I think, to your specific question about the economics and the business, I think there are two things to here. One is, you have to, when you build your business for the future and you build for the work we create, it is business. So your input costs and your investments actually in line with what the economic opportunity is. And I think you see the economic opportunity in different ways. I mean, obviously in different ways, in different business models. That's one. The second part of this is that you can't, which is I think the foremost part, you can't lose sight of what you do for. Ultimately, you win the customers' heart, mind, eyeballs, done. And if you bring things customer backwards, with a negative cost, then the market exists, you will be more right than wrong. So if you are customer backwards and you're thinking about the audience segment, what do they love, and have the thesis, I think there's something for spend a piece of content or a video show, and there's a really nice and this is a story. You know, there are examples of the world for those kind of things, but usually most businesses will expand special solutions in this business. And we not doing one. So it's very important to go in to say what needs to be true for this result. That has to exist. And then we know the fact that it's just someone's favorite show, favorite movie, someone has loved this, and that someone is more than just one person. No, and that was just the little things that we did, right? Like, when we were discussing, you know, there's so many, there's so many, you're saying that in the beginning, I think it's most of all, we can't do it around downstairs, we have one customer centricity, and we can deliver that. We want to broadcast. We do it when we are engaged in streaming. Something else. I think that my broadcast senior and advertising customers really said like very thankful for all these experiences, tough, and easy ones, good and bad ones. But just making so good. In fact, I worked with every department of the broadcast industry. I literally, in one of the companies, in the founding stages, had to oversee finance, data, and legal as well. Like, just to decide, because these things are like, we have just started, it has these steps there, right? But I think, that's it for the fact that content acquisition, content strategy, sales research. I want to build a distribution business, which, I do German shout out and buy on. You can't even know certain broadcast TVs have content distribution, have not really. I think that was the closure of the circle that complete. I went to streaming and set up the streaming service and that was why I had to get that going, right? So when I came to Prime video back, I thought all this thing was really helpful. When I walk into a place which is free, imagine the world would look like here. And then one thing helped me to reimagine another here. I was one of the most successful company in the podcast. It just obsessed about that. The details, like how we go through it, things really locked up. So, there were some things I had to unlearn for sure. Or to learn more. One was just really keeping the customer as central of everything. Think about long-term view, not just near-term outcomes. Thinking sooner, you know, what about like that. But I think it's actually almost for the business years. It happened Mr. highlight because I can see different parts. And these things happen. When the person will look back, you know what I did. Jogging. Yeah, I remember we connected because it started with that. And it's some stages. So there's when people get involved, it really goes to address the consumer when they're today. That's that's the 100 million thinking of AI and the future gives us something that is growing good chance. That's the I think some problem is very simple. The first thing we do is storytelling. Right? The question is going to be how are we building great stories across the country and where are we building up? That's a very unique model at Prime Video. We run by S1 businesses. It's part of the Prime Membership Program. We get that our benefits too. We also have a marketplace model that we build out, theater rentals or channels. And the benefit of that is that we are not just presenting to customers all the effort that we need. It's also our partners did. When we did actively content to our customers and they can, that activity is even better than you and also the way they have to be a customer. That's what we show on time. I think so this is part. The second part is how do we make things more efficient and faster and better. One of the places, how do you make sure you're able to reach the customer for shopping with education and your purpose education? That's actually really obvious rules with all the businesses I have so on. So it's not just something like that. I think more than that, the biggest issue is that that's precisely our players working in the space is that I don't think that any other business which has creating business technology, across all in one, and each challenge and best start will showing the way that and we get service from you can't stay still because everything will come again. So that's that. I think that can be one thing you can actually do about this is keep thinking and imagine that let's go forward. And stay tuned. Most of the things that are most important things are on the outside. That's the number one issue. I'm looking at when I'm getting, thinking about how to do exactly. That's the starting point of it. The starting point of you be confident down the road with what you don't know. The starting point of seeking the answers to what you don't know. Asking why or why not. So I think you get it by technology, you get it by anything else. Inherently, that's the core one. But that's the best place to see that is in China. Because you're trying to discover things, and I think a lot of media professionals who are here and others who want to, look at the future and think getting the process back as a key change is something that I would think that's a phenomenon I think personally that's in the industry is how curious it will be to imagine what you will do, what you create, what you don't know, and then see it. So that's the starting point of every player or writer. One thing you see all of them is how all these individuals were they. Leadership because that's curious. That's what I was doing. And I think what does someone really want? What do they really want? And that's that asking why and why not. I think sometimes it's super important. Be intentionally honest about it. Not just say, you're doing it's fine. Many people have a challenge in and I think people have that. They give an impression that you're not sure, not things. But these require decision making. And with decision making, sometimes it's, you're looking at many aspects of ideas, musicians, typically when you're into performance, there's no secret kind of thing that you when you're making the best team. And I've done a good job, but I think that's the one thing that I think the biggest thing that leaders can do, the best thing they can do, is to create motivators. And knowing when you need to really help them and when you need them to move on. One of the things we do when I was talking about this by way of resources. Right? For the first thing that is doing around PPA or like we move on. It's 7 years and one of the resources are the ones we don't think will be together. They have one that they see that. Even if we take our challenges that by way of consumer, quickly is very, very important. We learn soft skills process in there, but learn is very, very important. And you know most of these things. So we have a very long approach of thinking about it. What we use is to be like how high experts which come who run this, how you sort of deal with the layers of, unnecessary beneficial taxes in. That said, you work in complex business, you have to still get it wrong. How do you make that influence? And then it's still a work of it, but we really helps us to use parts of this because then you take a few decisions really, really thoughtfully and slowly. Let's just take it with your data and just make it move forward. And I think this is also because you put such a much connected partnership with your this philosophy is an infectious thing. All that's the same. I think maybe you should ask, it is a judgment. When they have to get in and say, hey, this looks like something to see a long time, and you say, why don't we should do it? So I think we can have all of the details, but we're going to do it still. But your question, yes, we're going to maybe it's, we can talk about it, watching really short, right? And then we'll how do you build up a vision, how do you pause, and one of the things all of the years I really understand and also comes out like us. It's how we need that influence. It doesn't matter who doesn't bring you all or not. You leaders need that influence. You need the heart of that influence. And then you can bring it. And that will allow that influence. You see the vision and then you can plan to it. So I think that's something almost when we look at the whole institution and we want people in your organization, not only you can be inspired by others, but you can inspire to do great work. We often we creators, we see there was some inspiration, something that happened at some point which made them do that. And as you said that on a basis in the world, one of the things that strikes everybody is that I just mental in my head, with my team, by my reports. I imagine the world if I could take the best stories of each of them. And if I could bring that all to me, that's what's involved as well. Like so, because you hire the best people in a job, and everyone has a reason for it. But imagine if you just stay close. And invite those, how rich it would become in terms of what you, not just in terms of values and learning and what you do. So I think you need inspiration that comes from you, it comes from everything. So you can be inspired and it's important to get you learn from them and try and make that. But the difference is because that's also the difference because the way you do your journey, you know, the idea about great success in the industry, you go to enjoy and make you benefit success audiences all in the world. Thank you so much. Of the Big Picture Summit. Also, thanking Mrs. Melissa Sarkar to join this very special moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the
and actress Mr. Manoj Bajpayee. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to come to the concluding session of the Big Picture Summit. We request everyone to kindly remain seated. Then we will be holding a special homage, a tribute to the connections with the European element of energy helps to find. Because results and evidence to civil mind to get involved with conversation, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There are moments in life that you are younger. Very rare moments. And these moments translate into memories that stay with you forever. And then we pass on those moments to the generations that come after you. Sitting on the stage today with the legendary Mr. Ramesh as a son of us, prepare to meet him. To wear his instrumental form. Is that moment? I have a great honor, a great privilege. And first time CII and having the first time in the village to bring this event together. Mr. Ramesh Sikri is a legend in the film industry. He had the right idea to cast energy in two of the greatest hits, CII and of course, Shopping. Before we go deep into a conversation with these gentlemen, I'd like to narrate something that is unique to that movie. A few years ago, I was at the Cannes Festival in south of France, and I was sitting across from one of the greatest filmmakers in Hollywood, Quentin Tarantino. And we started discussing the incident. Anyone seen that Morgan movies? And then we went on, and he said, you know what, the best film I have seen on video. It's a movie called Shonen. And it's nicely done. Then the scene that impressed him the most in that movie was the scene in which everybody dancing on the rocks and all was broken and the ice and limits of glass. It should dance on the top of that. He said, I've been waiting for Hollywood, but I can't make that. So there was Hollywood paying tribute to one of the greatest movies made in the world. And we have some Mississippi. So, as discussed, I'd like to go back to that tennis conversation and before you one frame. You have done that last in your house, and you have already gone out there. And you are getting to do it. What did you do? And what did you which started tonight through celebration. This closes it. Its directors were the organizations that are done public there and not public now. The rest were honestly, the consensus will allow for necessity. He just
specific
in social media a few days ago, someone posted that there's a very simple scene just after Sita and Gita had switched, and she was lost in the she would not perform and it's come home angry. It's such a simple scene and such a beautiful scene because you control the area and it's really music that's just performances that it's showing his shirt, and then it was this song movement. So just anything to share, just love that thing Yes, and we need to record it again. Let's just say that she just somehow has been just without doing the ball and suggested can I do this, can I do that? It was quite I was so happy that you was doing more. So one day you do one day in your work. Because you should get your baby answers. And yet, I had to make up for myself. And he did it absolutely wonderful. So this is you're doing some of the finest actors in the country. You're doing some of the finest actors in the country from so much of duty. For instance, in Punjab, in a village, coming to Bombay, you have to buy the great and then performing so many movies, doing such a variety of roles, comic timing, angry-year-olds, 5-year-olds, and delivering almost 100% on each of those. How does it happen to the individuals that we train with the school that we just isn't an absence now? What is that about? This is the special one of those kinds of things. But as much as I can try to get into this mindful thought, I would say that he performed each role of the country's need. He became that character, he lived in that, he lived in script. This kind of thing, ask for everything. And you know about everything. I think so what's the question? And after being part of this industry, achieving stardom, becoming the convergence, he also became a level of simplicity as was so unique and so unique to especially. I heard you said when he was shooting and how we're shooting, he actually used to spend the night in the sets in the village sleep and all those spots that you had done. Is that true? Yes, that's absolutely true. We gave him the 5-star very night. You don't have nights when you don't want to wait to do. Set 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers. Absolutely amazing. Yes, when he reached the set, and I started around, and then we were up again, very difficult. And then you see this, sort of going back to the movie, he says, basically play a happy-go-lucky comic kind of a character. And, I think the jail scene a little bit after the day says. And then as a result, he transforms when he has to deal with the lives of the persons. So that's the hero is doing if you will take down the same record. Susan, I think many actors would have done doing what they did in the sky. Absolutely, just ask you all. You put a lot at risk in making that film, the cost of the film, the time it took to make it, and then you went to Fox Express, shooting for the camera, camera, launching for the sort of stunts. usual stadium in Mumbai, for the film industry, and that was something that came to you because of your international exposure of living in London before that. Yes, I'm a son of the board. Yes. Reaction of the critics in India always know the mind of the people the film release. Actually thought the film was a bad, that it was flop. How can we go around? How can we but then we made the issue of talking that then you suddenly get a call from the theater wall. This is to give you perspective, this is a community that I can show the awards that were released. And I can tell you all of the awards. It's a good perspective to keep in mind because this is seven factory side as one of so certainly also Oscars. So, you know, they are presidents of that nature, and Alfred Ball always used to be, you know, not greatest, they're the Oscars for. And, shortly. Absolutely. We're going to do this. Okay. But that was so incredible that suddenly the rate costs immediately after that in Shenzhen. That's true. And that's the reason it's so late and you picked on him. So your film also won in the modality industry and obviously now we have, I think, some time for a couple of questions from the audience.
So my question is to Rohan. You two stand at me in terms of the Okay. So, you stand in a very beautiful position of old generation and new generation. Of course, when we say that there are new generations are now behind it. आपको क्या लगता है बच्चे के बारे में कि आज के समाज में वो क्या महसूस करते हैं तो ये कहना चाहिए कि कोई बड़ा कोई काम कर रहा है लेकिन फिर इनका हम जो था जो एग्जिस्ट करते हैं वो से थैंक यू
Thank you, sir. Great to see you. I think you can get that transition, as actors, the filmmakers, you would be like for one families, so many experiences, and showing actually with a microscope, we get that, and these people from all over the country, from different experiences coming together, we got everyone from South India, the one from Mumbai, the agency, from Punjab, filmmakers, the technicians from all over the country, even some of the common language. So it's really great that it's the first generation of the English children and grow up in this country that kind of that's what they say. I think that's what we most beautiful thing that so many talented people from so many cultures right now feels that it's not as good for ourselves to have it and create more markets as this has happened. So India organizes it with a giant title as well. So that's the main thing. Just the very one session she remembers the parties that you saw. People genuinely not spending time together, working together, and talking about it. That's just it. It's just most different things, but that's my two bits. So I think the feeling when I have back then, it's almost like how to speak of. The picture is now going to see this art speak back to position and especially such it even more fulfilling to our activity that's this is a subject which is so close to our hearts, but our hosts are telling us that times up and they are a beautiful club of energy So let's give them a round of applause for bringing the memories and we give our
ये सोच क्या कहता है देश में बैठे हैं तो सोच क्या कहते हैं लेकिन ये बच्चे के
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for that legend, the Hindu cinema, the Hindi Ladies and gentlemen, a small token of gratitude
Drawing को आपने जैसे
Thank you so much. I think this really sad and all of you are there now for the next year. But I think thank you for a fantastic conference. A very, very big round of applause. People that are really hard for people in the CII and outstanding job for the last couple of months. Also, a big thank you to Rajan and Gunjan, my co-hosts, and all the effort and guidance that both of them provided. So big thank you to both of you. And to the speakers, I think we had an outstanding area of that over the last 2 days. Yesterday, we begin with the Secretary Sanjay Chaju and the wisdom that he provided and the support of the government for this industry and scaling it up. Incredible session of the wisdom from Vijay Shankar last evening about our leadership and how to build the next year of entertainment in this country. Today, from my friends, Ekta and the other scholars in the industry, and finally, an incredible session to deliver about amazing stories of one of the greatest icons of Indian entertainment. The great icon, thank you so much. That was absolutely right. A great thank you to everybody who's been over the last couple of days. And we see you in the next celebration. So thank you so much. Have a good evening.
We must stop for that. After doing the film already. Yes.
कॉपी करून घ्या ना. एक दोन कार्ड झाली होती म्हणजे एका 10 मिनिटाचा ऑटोमॅटिक केलं ते मी त्या कार्डात त्याच्याकडे इथे कॉपी करून कॉपी करून तुमच्या पेंटर मध्ये घ्या जास्त नाहीये आता एक तास